Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and this, of course, is the Mike Graham Show. As you can see from the sign behind me, it's 7:02 and 56, almost 7:03. So the guy on Substack who constantly complains about how late we are, I'm hoping he'll give me an actual proper time check, because normally that's what he does. He normally puts out, the show today started at 7:03 and 57 seconds. Anyway, my apologies, but I've got a good excuse today. It's Friday, of course. It's nearly my birthday, which gives me a little bit of leeway. And also, secondly, Will Geddes, the man of mystery and the man who can kill another man at 27 yards, apparently is not very well. He was supposed to be here, and so we had to rapidly replace him. And I can only say to you that we have managed to find the greatest replacement ever for Will Geddes, because Will Geddes is like, he's the man from Milk Tray. He seems to be the man of mystery. He seems to be a man who's got all sorts of international connections. Who better to replace him than Mr. Richard Tice?
A very good morning to you, Mike.
Very good morning to you.
Absolutely wonderful to be here with you.
Of course, a great stalwart of the show was here from the very beginning. We're now bursting through 35 million views we got.
So I gather. I mean, just remarkable.
Yeah, I know,
absolutely
amazing.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
And some bad news over at Talk, I'm afraid, without wishing to put too fine a point on it. That they've lost a few listeners. Not to worry. I'm sure you'll get them back. Maybe not. But anyway, listen, Richard, good to see you.
Great to see you. There's just so much to talk about. Where to look? It's absolutely unbelievable.
Well,
the good news is neither of us are AI, because the plagiarism row from the wokest of woke universities, Cambridge University, and their professor of sociology. First of all, why on earth do you need a professor of sociology?
Exactly.
I mean, what is sociology?
Also, can we stop calling Jason Arday a professor?
No, he's not.
Because he's clearly not a professor.
Here's the funniest thing,
right?
Amongst all of the plagiarism allegations, and of course they are allegations.
They're just allegations, yeah.
It is now alleged that his resignation letter was written, guess what? Using AI. He couldn't even write his own resignation letter.
I'm assuming that he's actually just nicked somebody else's resignation letter and changed the names to protect the innocent.
Absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah. You couldn't make it up, but obviously he can.
Yeah, maybe we should give him a show. Yeah. You get Jason Arday, How to Con Your Way Through Life.
Love it.
It'd be great. Every Monday from sort of 2 till 3 in the afternoon. We get Mark Littlewood ahead of him. We get Kelvin McKenzie behind him. It'd be brilliant,
Absolutely extraordinary story.
It is.
And the Mail are running it hard. I mean, it is...
The greatest thing about this story as well is all the clips of all of these people, these academics. There's one particular clip from yesterday of a woman who says that he's the greatest thing since sort of sliced bread, running up to him, giving him a big hug and saying, "Oh, it's fantastic to see you, Jason. You are perhaps the greatest mind I've ever met." And it's like, what's wrong with them?
But actually, it typifies everything that's gone wrong with the UK in the last 10 to 15 years.
It does.
Through the whole DEI, ESG agenda of wokery.
Yes.
And you've got, world-leading universities bending over backwards with these DEI hires and trying to defend the indefensible until it became completely and utterly indefensible, and then the sort of coughing and spluttering, well, maybe we have to have an investigation. I mean,
it's fantastic. One of the great tweets, there's been so many great tweets that have gone around this particular story, was yesterday when I read it, and I can't remember if it was Alison Pearson or somebody like that, who just said, the greatest enemy of this guy, the greatest enemies of Jason Arday are all of these academics who stood up for him and who made him look like he was some kind of, incredible sort of god on a pedestal, without even, just the most basic stuff. Like I said I was in a TV show. If I'd said to you, oh yeah, I was in Z Cars when I was younger, do you remember that? And you'd go, okay, maybe you'd check that I was in Z Cars. Maybe you'd have a look to see if there was any kind of notation or any kind of suggestion that I was, or any evidence that I was. They didn't actually look into anything, did they?
And it's alleged that in a video podcast, he said that he was given a MBE for charity services back in 2017, but he didn't accept it because he's just too nice, too level-headed, too grounded and modest.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, no one can find the video of this podcast, but the audio's out there.
Right.
The reality is, this is likely to be a total fantasist who has blagged his way to a very senior role in supposedly a world-leading university. Maybe it means that it's not a world-leading university? Question mark.
Now you're talking.
Now that would get me in
also,
terrible trouble.
but also what it has also emerged, because actual proper journalists have now started looking into the academia in this country, where they've discovered that an awful lot of these so-called top universities have got a minority of white people in them, because they're full of ethnic minorities, people who have been given a sort of a leg up, if you like, by the DEI sort of brigade, who've said, what we need is a load of ethnic minority students and foreign students and people who have come from abroad, in order to make sure that we look as if we're doing the right thing.
And competition's a good thing, but the reality is...
competition's good, but this is not competition.
Well, that's the point. And as long as people are essentially responsible for funding their own way. And we discover also, and we've been talking about it at Reform for some time, the quantity of billions of pounds going out in student loans to overseas students. It's the front page of the Times today.
A fifth of them.
And
well, it makes a change to them writing about you, I suppose.
Well, it does,
you should be happy about this, shouldn't you?
Yeah, well, we'll come back to that. But eventually the Times get something right.
Yeah.
And yes, it's sort of between £2 and £4 billion a year.
Yeah.
Going to overseas
and the money's
students.
not coming back, presumably.
And the money has very little chance of coming back.
Yeah.
And it basically becomes a complete scam. And what the universities are doing in order to fill up their sort of block of applications every year is they lower the sort of the standard, the qualification threshold, in order to come in to certain overseas students,
and the numbers
still
are
doling out.
mind-boggling.
Oh, absolutely mind-boggling.
And this
is your listeners and viewers' cash.
Research has found that in the past year, just foreign students received about £4 billion in tuition fees and maintenance loans, about 20% of the total lending under the scheme, which is currently going on, and a large risk of it not coming back at all. Unpaid debts being racked up, taxpayers footing the bill.
This is every year. Every year.
Yeah.
I mean, this is almost a bigger number as the number being spent on asylum seeker hotels and accommodation and the like. I mean, very soon, actually, if you add up a couple of billion here and a couple of billion there and a couple of billion there, you're adding up to a lot of billions.
A lot of billions.
And we could actually do a lot with that. Or maybe we could actually properly fund our defence force.
Maybe we could.
3%,
What, you mean get
example.
more than one boat that we could actually send around
we're quite like a few boats, just patrolling the English Channel, but apparently we're not allowed those according to the wokies
No, don't
on
you
the
love
left.
it, by the way, that all of these experts on naval history have suddenly emerged out of nowhere to tell you that, you can't do that. There's no way that there's any point of you trying to sort of protect
So the Royal
your own
Navy
borders.
for the last 200 years hasn't protected our shores and kept us safe as an island.
No.
Apparently we can't do it
No, you
anymore.
can't do that.
Presumably maybe that's a DEI issue.
Could
You think
be.
it's a diversity issue?
Maybe put Jason Arday in charge of the Navy, right? Because he can say, well, of course I was at the Battle of Waterloo, so what I can tell you is that this is the strategy that you require. What's that?
Look at the poll.
We got a poll, What's the poll? Jason Arday's greatest achievement. Was it being the first man on the moon? Was it beating Mike Tyson for the world title? Discovering E = MC squared? Or being diverse? Being diverse is the winner at the moment, 43%.
I mean...
but it is... You're absolutely right when you say this sums up what's wrong with Britain, because we've fallen for this ridiculous kind of, the sort of opposite of meritocracy, where you promote people and you praise people for what you think they've done, as opposed to what they've actually done, without any evidence whatsoever that they've done anything.
And the scrutiny that we get put under, that our candidates get put under, was sort of standing for election. And you might say, well, that's all fine and dandy, as long as it's an even playing field.
Yes.
Okay. So that everybody faces scrutiny, everybody's CVs get checked.
Yeah.
And if you, if you fib or tell a lie, then in a sense, woe betide you.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to apply
what
to
about
certain
this Tory
key
guy,
universities.
the Tory neo-Nazi bloke, who suddenly gets selected by coming about, who not only selects him, but then says, it's fine, because it was a long time ago. And to be honest, he's all right now. And he said he was sorry. And
what's entertaining is that they favoured him over people like Grant Shapps.
Yeah, Grant Shapps has got no chance, right?
outshone.
Yeah, sorry. So what qualifications have you got? Well, I was a cabinet minister for many years. Really? Were you? I was Home Secretary. Really? Thank you. I was Defence Secretary briefly. I think I was Secretary of State for because he did have an incredible number of jobs.
He did.
I think he was also Tory Party chairman at one point, wasn't he? Sorry,
he wasn't multi-talented. He was multi-jobbed.
Multi-jobs, he famously, I always, whenever I hear Grant Shapps' name, is that he famously came on my show on Talk once, and I think he was Home Secretary at this point, and he actually said the words to me, "Don't you wish to be the world leader in offshore wind?" And I went, no. And he was so shocked because nobody had ever said it. He said, what do you mean, no? I said, because I don't care about being the world leader in offshore
Well,
wind.
I mean, that's another whole story. But a major wind project yesterday has basically went bust.
Right, I saw that.
Tens of millions
this
of
is
pounds
the thing in the
invested
channel, right?
In floating offshore wind.
Yes.
That they've got a 15-year government contract for differences at today's money about £130
a pound or something.
And they've bailed out, gone bust, and sold it for £1.
I mean, could I buy that for £1? Could I go in and go, look, I'll tell you what.
I've got a tenner in the back pocket, right?
Do you know what
have you got in your back pocket?
You know what I keep in my wallet?
Put a tenner on the table each, but we don't want it.
I keep in my wallet, right, in case I have to go to a supermarket, right?
I think
I've got a pound and a pound coin.
Listeners and viewers, he's literally, that's all he's got in his...
I'm like a granny with that, that thing that you pull around. I got a pound.
Don't spend it on a wind project. That's all I'm going to recommend.
But I could buy a wind farm with this. Is that what you're telling me?
That's literally what I'm telling you.
This is. I'll tell you what, Pooch. Listen. Can we go into business, right? I've got a pound. I want to buy a wind farm.
Okay.
There it is. Yeah, I'm ready. Right. All we need to do is find a CEO. You can do it. You can be CEO of this company. You can be CEO of the wind farm company. There's my pound. I'm ready.
You're ready.
10 million debts, though.
What?
We've got to pay their debts.
Oh. No, well, I haven't got that sort of money. Hang on.
No, you're buying it.
Take that off the table. Sorry, you put it back in the.
Seriously, I mean, it's just more absolute madness. The other madness related to.
But also, we've probably paid for this bleeding wind farm,
of course
right?
We have.
Presumably,
we're bound to have
taxpayers'
paid
money.
All sorts of tax reliefs and whatever.
Right.
But it does matter because whether it's the DEI stuff that we've been talking about at Cambridge University,
yes,
or it turns out this week what they call ESG investing, which stands for Environmental, Social and Governance.
Oh yeah.
I've actually rebranded it Extremely Stupid Garbage.
That sounds good, yeah. I like that.
And it turns out that ESG investing is bad for your wealth, probably as well as your health.
Right.
And that the average pensioner, through their pension fund investing, because of ESG investing over a sort of a long cycle, would be down almost £50,000 in the value of their pension fund.
Really?
If they've gone into these woke ESG investment funds that we were all promised would be better things. Of course, they're not allowed to invest in fossil fuels and things like that might actually create jobs and generate wealth.
These questionnaires when I was in, sort of talking about setting up pension funds and all the rest of it. Would you be interested in having an ethical pension fund? No. Would you like to not invest in oil companies? No. I would actually quite like to invest. I'd like to invest in whatever's going to bring me the most money.
Exactly.
Because that's what I'm doing it for.
And it's this ESG investing. It's just another part of the whole woke, sort of trendy, we've got to be nice and kind. Well, actually, I think pensioners want their pension funds to be more valuable, to create bigger pensions.
Because this government is going to start taxing the pensions even more, isn't it? They're sort of ramping themselves up to say to me, as I'm about to enter that area where I can actually start claiming a pension if I wish to, which I'm hoping I don't have to, but they'll start taxing me. They'll start taxing me at the higher rate so that, they'll go, well, because you make quite a lot of money, actually we're going to take that money that you've already been taxed on, that you've already put away, we're going to make sure that you get taxed on it again. It's absolutely outrageous.
Absolutely, unless you invest it in a wind farm. But anyway.
And so, going back just for a brief minute to this story on the front page of the Times, the vast majority of these loans apparently have gone to EU citizens.
Yes.
Why have they gone to EU citizens?
Well, very good question. I mean, lots of wonderful students.
But how about this?
Sorry, maybe they can pay their own way.
Sorry to be in any way particularly, ethno-nationalist here, but it says that 1 in 20 of all first-time student loans have gone to Romanians.
I'm sure there's some brilliant Romanian professors emerging, but possibly future professors of sociology.
Very possibly.
Why are we funding overseas nationals to have student loans? This is our money, and it should be used to fund our young people, whether they're getting brilliant apprenticeships, coming straight out of school and college, and the like, or whether it's giving people the opportunity to increase the income tax threshold from 12.5 grand towards 20 grand, which is very much one of our ambitions. This is our money, and we should stop giving it away. It's another variant of the foreign aid scheme.
Right.
Why are we sending all of this money overseas with no prospect of getting any financial benefit back again?
Yeah. Absolutely right. Just to go back to the old criminologist stroke fantasist, Mr. Ade, Professor Hilary Kremin, who's head of the Faculty of Education at Cambridge, was presented with evidence of Ade's alleged plagiarism in May 2023 by 2 academics, but instead of actually taking advantage of that information, she declared him to be the best in the world in his field, and she said, "You have my full support." This woman,
she may be regretting those words.
Yeah, she may well be.
Absolutely, just the whole thing.
Here's her actual quote: "We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do." It's a shame that she didn't do any research
Yes,
on the basis of finding out
was her research?
what he was actually doing.
The whole thing.
Like Romanian professors on screen.
Yeah, go on. We have a Romanian professor who sits outside Sainsbury's on the biggest. I mean, listen. I know that I don't want to put Rich in a bad place here, but I can do it. I've not known many Romanian professors. I have known plenty of Romanian people. They're very nice people, but academia is not something that they export in a big way, as far as I know.
Who knows? In a sense, let's hope they are. But I just don't think we should be funding overseas students.
Here's one for Richard. I hope you've declared that £10 that you've got in your wallet.
Well, that's a very good point.
So,
talking about declarations and donations, because that leads me nicely.
Where's Streeting?
Mr. Streeting, our very experienced defence secretary.
He seems to be in cahoots with some crypto billionaire, doesn't
well, it turns out that allegedly he may have accepted a donation from through another entity from a crypto billionaire.
Now, nothing wrong with that, by the way.
Well, there may be nothing wrong with that at all. I mean, I've been, we at Reform are under all sorts of nonsensical pressure from people at the Graniad and the Sunday Times
and Pravda,
the BBC
as I call it.
and Pravda and all of this. And we've abided by all the rules of that, we are absolutely sure. But it turns out Wes Street is being literally alleged of having done exactly the same thing, but there's not a word of it on the BBC.
No.
Not a word of it on the BBC website at all. And you think the double standards that is going on in the mainstream media, I mean, in a sense, is part of the reason why you've set up on your own with your own show.
Well, it's why we're doing so well, because people come to us because they know that we will tell them the truth. You know, I've got no reason not to report particular stories. If there's a story that I think is interesting, I'll talk about it. You know, I won't suddenly go, oh, well, that involves reform, so I'm just not going to mention it. Or, oh, that involves Yvette Cooper. Yvette Cooper was in the news the other day because she's received in excess of £1 million from some pharmaceutical company, which is also now in receipt of some government contract, and which was also involved in pre sort of COVID
and it may be all perfectly above board and coincidental.
I'm sure it is.
We are sure.
Yeah.
But it's interesting once again that the BBC have made no reference to it whatsoever. And whereas on Monday, when it was announced that it came out from the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner that a anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli has complained that on June the 22nd, in a 2-minute speech about the influence of Israel on democracy and politics in the United Kingdom, I didn't say I refer to my register of interest for a visit I did last September to Israel, which, by the way, had nothing to do with UK democracy. It was all to do with the hostages who were still
being held
back at that time. Anyway, so I'm now subject to this commissioner. It was literally a BBC push notification, coincidentally at 11 o'clock, exactly the same time.
This is the question I had for you. Do you suspect, by any chance, that they put that out in order to try and deflect from your press conference?
Yes, I've no doubt
which was all about the boats
and what
you're
going to do. That the timing was not coincidental.
Yeah.
It was deliberately orchestrated so that Sky News, ITV and the BBC could all do breaking news literally just before our press conference.
Because you were on my show that morning, right? And we had a very good conversation about all manner of things. And then suddenly, so it was put out, funnily enough, because it was picked up that you'd said, thanks but no thanks to Rupert Lowe's, very generous offer to give you back your mother if you were able to actually accommodate him in some way, shape or form in the new government that you were about to form. And suddenly people were like, why didn't you ask Richard Tice about this? I'm like, well, it hadn't happened yet. So I'm sorry, I'm very good, but I'm not that good. I can't actually propel myself into the future to ask Richard Tice a question about which I hadn't realised it was about to come out.
And nor did I know it was about to come out. And The extraordinary thing about this, though, for example, it's quite important just to sort of look at this process.
Yeah.
So, we do live in a country where you are innocent until proven guilty.
Well, that used to be the case.
That used to be the case.
Yeah.
But it turns out that when the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, when he puts it on his website that someone is being investigated, we, the person who is being investigated, are not supposed to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to stay silent,
Yes.
according to the sort of protocol, and just allow ourselves to be battered over the head by all and sundry in the media if they wish to.
And you're supposed to go, let's wait until the investigation is carried out. Well, no, actually, let's not wait for that.
I said, sorry to swear, but I said, sod that.
Yeah, right.
It's my reputation that's on the line here.
Quite right.
People are trying to defame me, starting with the BBC, and I'm not going to have it.
Yeah.
And the BBC are going to learn that I'm not going to have it.
And I think you're absolutely right to fight them like that, because in the end they will realise, actually, you know what, it's more trouble than it's worth making these allegations, and they'll stop doing them.
Well, look, at the
because
end of the day,
they
if
are
they were
false in the
consistent,
end.
right? If they were consistent about the donations, scrutinising Mr. Streeting and Yvette Cooper, if they were consistent with the chairman of the Tory party, who 2 months ago,
who's under investigation,
under investigation, when you look, not a single mainstream media, neither the BBC, Sky, ITV, Channel 4, nor the Sunday Times, nor the Gawniad have reported that the chairman of the Conservative Party is under investigation for trying to influence the commissioner on the Nigel Farage investigation.
And this
That's
is
quite
Kevin
a serious
Hollingbreak,
allegation.
who's also got the brass neck to, whenever he's challenged about that on social media, to come out and go, oh, well, that's because I haven't got friends who are crypto billionaires. Oh, really? Well, let's have a look.
I tweeted out.
Well, let's have a look and see whether you have.
The fact that nobody has commented on it, does that mean that he's irrelevant?
Yeah.
That the Tory party is irrelevant?
Yes, I think it is.
Or a combination of both.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I just think we want consistency applied to
I'm
everybody.
looking at this picture here of Yvette Cooper, right? Took almost £500,000 from a donor with commercial ties to the NHS. Now, call me old-fashioned, but if you're in government and you are in charge of as she is now, they keep giving her different jobs. I don't quite know why, because she doesn't seem really good at any of them. But she's now in charge of the NHS. She's been in receipt of £500,000 plus from somebody who is involved in recruitment in the healthcare business, right? So are you going to tell me that that has no bearing on what he wants from the NHS and what he gives them?
I could present the other side of the defence, Millard, which is that those donations were some time ago. She wasn't health secretary. She had no interest in health. Funny how she's now suddenly become the health secretary, but there we are. So you could say once again, it's a coincidence. All we're applying is that the same level of scrutiny should be applied to everybody. And why is it that the mainstream media have refused to investigate 2 Labour cabinet ministers with concerns about donations? And we've just got to apply the same rules to everybody, and that just doesn't seem to be the case here.
It doesn't. I mean, this particular story has been reported by the British Medical Journal, not by the BBC, not by the Times, not by the FT, not by the Guardian, as you say. Between 2015 and 2024, Yvette Cooper, the MP, who previously served as Foreign Secretary and Home Secretary, took £248,619 from this guy, whose name is Hearn, I think it is. And
Mr. Hearn.
Peter Hearn, who for years has held a significant stake in NHS and private healthcare recruitment firm Odgers.
Which is a very serious recruitment firm who operate across a whole range of sectors, very well known, and that might all be absolutely fine, but there should be a declaration
some
around
scrutiny,
it.
Though, surely,
well, there should be
from the media.
A recognition, and the media should say, well, now you're health secretary. Do you need to? Should that be redeclared in some way? But there's no scrutiny whatsoever, and it's just it's the inconsistency.
How about this? They say that he was involved in the appointment, you might remember this from back in the COVID days, of Dido Harding. Do you remember her?
Yes.
Who was appointed in quite controversial circumstances, as I remember, who did a pretty useless job for the old NHS test and trace programme, which didn't do very well at all.
Yeah, that's right. It was
waste of money.
Massive controversy.
Massive waste of money.
Yeah.
This guy gave her the job.
Well, there we are. I mean, but he is a recruitment business, so you sort of say, well, I just think it's the lack of consistency which is winding us up.
Yes.
And there just seems to be one rule for the Labour cabinet ministers, who you would think if they're cabinet ministers would be subject to greater scrutiny.
You would think.
Than a few backbenchers, such as ourselves. But it turns out they're so terrified of us, it's completely the
It's
opposite.
insane. Well, I mean, I said to you, I think on Monday, the ludicrous nature of the sort of Sunday Times splash, as we call it in the business, the front page story on the Sunday Times. They've had a whole week to decide what the biggest story of the week is, right? And I know what happens on Sunday newspapers. They all do nothing for about 4 days.
Yeah.
But they have conferences on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday. This is a good story. This is great. The biggest story they could find was that at some point or other in recent times, Nigel Farage had a conversation with somebody, at which point he said, I think I might go back into politics. That's the story.
And that was literally the story last week, and because it's Friday...
What are they going to do
happens
this week?
Well,
What do you
very
think?
good question. So we will generally get a text from Gabriel Pogrund
Oh, yeah.
at somewhere between 11 o'clock this morning and about 3 o'clock this afternoon,
Yeah.
saying, we're going to report a story on this, that
Yeah.
you spoke to someone
Yeah.
about 3 years ago on this topic, and they might have spoken to you,
Yeah.
and they might have had a discussion, and you might have reached an agreement,
Yeah.
or you might not have reached
Right.
an agreement, and we're going to make that
Do you
a
have anything
splash
to
story
say?
on the front page.
Right.
And do you have anything to say? The FT did that to me the other day. The
Yeah.
story was so boring and had been regurgitated so many times. I just messaged back to the journalist, and I said, you need to get a better, proper life. I said, not surprising no one reads the FT. It's
But
so
also-
boring.
but also-
in fairness, at least she had the decency to actually say what I...
Right.
She actually wrote what I said.
So she actually
So
wrote
she
it.
actually wrote it out there.
Excellent.
I mean, the FT is
But that's
boring
how
if they're going to
desperate they
bang on
are.
about the same
But that's
thing.
how desperate they are. You know, Richard Tice dismissed my allegations and started falling about laughing. And they'll actually write it down and go like that's supposed to be. But they're not even any good at stitching people up. You know, in my day, we used to ring people on a Saturday night at about 7 o'clock, right, as the paper was going to the press, to go, yeah, hello, listen, here's the thing, Richard, we've got a picture of you on the front page with this dolly bird that we saw you with in Soho, and I don't know who she is, we're still trying to, we think she might be a prostitute, anyway, we're running with it, we'll see you later. And you put the phone down, right, and you know.
So things have
you'd
improved.
literally- yeah, so things have improved slightly, because we literally give you no time at all, and we go, well, of course, we put this to Richard Tice at
Made no
7 o'clock
comment.
last night, who's refused to comment, you know.
Or who said that your paper's boring.
Yeah, oh, who's such a paper story, sorry. I'm with another woman at the moment, I'm sorry, I can't speak.
Dear, oh dear.
But listen, I've got a great video to show you, because it is Friday, and we'd like to get a sort of a Friday weekend vibe going on.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about Clapton in a minute, because Raheem Kassan, a man who I've actually had various run-ins with in the past, but he's actually quite a funny guy, went to work over in Washington with, what's his face, the...
Breitbart.
Breitbart, yeah,
Yeah.
and also... what was the name of the guy who was the White House kind of supreme?
Steve Bannon?
Steve Bannon, that's
Yeah.
right. And so he was down in Clacton, and he's come across these kind of led by donkeys types who've been, you know, focusing on you know, projecting stuff onto walls and things. It's quite funny. Have a look at this. Have we got it?
Yeah, we have got it. Sorry about that.
Bit worried.
Here it comes. It's coming. It's coming.
What's this, BBC crew?
No, it's not. You're in shot actually there.
Oh, I don't care.
We do.
Hello. I don't care.
Alright.
Oh, very good. What are you out in force for?
Don't film.
Why not?
Because I'm asking to be filmed. It feels like
So it's public area.
Yeah.
You're in public. You can be filmed.
Oh, I can, yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
This side's my best.
That side? So here's the BBC and their BBC bin.
Oh, definitely not BBC.
Oh, it's the BBC bin, all right. We know he's the BBC man.
Seems like it. Right, I'm gonna. Have you got it? Yep. Alright, I'm going back to this forward.
Got a cost a pretty penny, all declared, I hope. Now in the scarp ring.
Have you got it?
Bloody interesting car park.
Oh, and they got a drone and everything.
Yeah.
Look
take
at
it down.
this.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Right. Let's turn it off.
Turning it off now. See? You come over and the BBC runs away. Oh, it's off. They got their 1 minute.
So I count about, I don't know, 7 maybe to 10 people there.
Yeah.
A van. They've got a drone. They've got quite
Serious
expensive
equipment.
camera equipment. They're projecting onto a wall. I don't know who's funding that. It
Well,
might
that's a very
be-
good point. So there are election rules around
Yeah.
this, where if you are in a election, then they have to declare how much is being spent.
Right.
They have to be what's called, if they are working for a specific candidate, then that goes on to the candidate
Yeah.
return. Or they could be what's called a third-party campaigner.
Yeah.
But they have to be registered with the Electoral Commission
Right.
and do a return as to how much they spend. So if they are an organisation like led by donkeys,
Yeah.
then that if they're influencing or trying to influence a specific election, that's what they have to do. It'd be very interesting to find out.
Well,
and
luckily-
Raheem will, he's well on that stuff.
Well,
so he'll
the good
have-
thing is
he'll be-
he was recording their license plates there, so no doubt he'll be looking those up to see who these people are. Because I find that kind of insidious type of behaviour all wrong. I'm very happy for you to have as many different views as you want. I'm very happy for you to either want to denounce reform, talk about how, restore Britain are a bunch of racist and nasty, horrible, ghastly Nazis. I'm happy for you to have a go at the Lib Dems, whatever you want. But, let's know who you are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let us have you declare yourselves so that we know why you're doing
Well,
it.
because that's the transparency that they keep insisting that,
Yeah.
that we. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, they want to know my inside leg. They want to
Yeah.
know literally every bank statement, every
Yeah.
bank transfer I've ever made,
Yeah.
anywhere in the world.
And by the way, this
in
was
which
pointed
case
out-
that should apply to everybody
And
else.
this was pointed out to me this week as well, by the way, that some of these so-called investigations that have been going on into yourself and also into reform have been now going on since last year, right? Now, as far as I'm aware, none of the investigations, either police-wise or in government terms, in transparency terms from the Standards Committee, nobody's found anything.
So this is
at
the
what
thing about
point
the
do they?
duration.
At what point will they say, actually, we've looked into this situation with Richard Tice, and we haven't found anything wrong or irregular, so therefore we're going to close the investigation?
So this is the point. Under the Representation of the People's Act 1983,
Yeah.
there is a 12-month time limit
Right.
for investigations into electoral law,
Yeah.
which doesn't seem unreasonable.
Yeah.
You need a time limit.
Sure.
Under the 2000, what they call PAPERA Act, there's no time limit whatsoever. So this supposed investigation that has been going on against certain donations to reform has now been going on
Yeah.
for 19 months.
Right.
Okay, 19
Right.
months. And the BBC reported 2 weekends ago, and it was on the top of the website, that I and my company were under investigation. Well, you might have thought,
Right.
if I was under investigation for an investigation that's been going on for 19 months, that someone might have some point during that 19 months said, shall we give Richard a call?
Yeah.
And have a chat with him?
And nobody has.
Nobody, literally nobody has given me a call,
Right.
right? Which means that I had no idea
Right.
that this investigation was supposedly going on.
Yeah.
Now, the Commons Committee on Standards in Public Life
Yeah.
recommends there is a 12-month limit to investigations.
Yeah.
The Commons Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee also agrees
Yeah.
there should be a 12-month
Yeah.
limit, for the very reason that it clearly has a damaging effect if you're going to just have a never-ending
Yeah.
investigation. But of course, here's the point, Mike.
Yeah.
It actually suits the establishment
Oh, for sure.
for this investigation to go on for as long
Yes.
as they like. Now,
And it suits the police as well, by the way.
but also, there's a very serious point here, and I've written to the Met Police, and I've written to the BBC, and they are now both trying to defend themselves and possibly throw each other under the bus, by
Yeah.
the way, because you well know that the police are not allowed to name someone that is being investigated until they're charged.
Yes.
Right? I've not even been spoken to.
Yeah.
And yet the BBC concluded they were going to name me, even though they
Yeah.
knew that I didn't know I was under investigation. There are there's multiple case laws in my favour in this regard. One of which was Cliff Richard against
Yes.
the BBC and South Yorkshire
Yes.
Police.
Well, Colin Sutton, who was on this show, I think last week, said exactly that. He said that this investigation is smelling like and looking like what happened with Cliff Richard
Yes,
when the BBC basically were alerted by the police that they were about to raid his house, and they went and put a helicopter up in the air and filmed it.
If I was let me phrase this in a different way, a paedophile suspect, a machete-wielding knife suspect, or a suspect for murder would be given greater legal protection and privacy by the BBC than they gave me 2 weekends ago.
Yeah.
And they know that they have done wrong, but this was a deliberate smear campaign. I'll give you a bit more. One of the BBC journalists has now taken to writing to my advisors in a very intimidating, aggressive, accusatory way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Asking, why have they done their accounts like this? Have they acted professionally? Why have they acted for someone who may be dodgy?
Yeah.
The most extraordinary. This is a senior BBC reporter, and you think, what is going on here?
Yeah.
And
Well, maybe
so-
we should investigate the BBC report.
Well, maybe we should.
You know,
so
maybe you could pass me the name of the
all
BBC
I will say,
reporter.
Mike, is the jury is out on this.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to take this lying down. And I come back to the simple point about consistency. And if the BBC, if you are innocent until proven guilty in this country, then those same rules should apply. And in a sense, it comes back to the whole Parliamentary Standards Commissioner. Fine. If you're going to name someone
Right.
as being under investigation, first of all, you've got to say what they're being investigated for, in the same way that when someone is charged, you say what the charge is for, right? But then you shouldn't be able to be tried in the media. You should then say you're not allowed to report
But
on
isn't it funny how you get all of these people, like when Keir Starmer was Prime Minister, and isn't it funny how we've all forgotten who Keir Starmer was? I mean, it's almost as though
Keir
he
who?
didn't exist, right? You know, when he used to say things like, "Oh well, obviously there's a police investigation going on, so we can't comment." Right? There's a police investigation on, so we can't talk about that, which quite often was BS because there was no charge. And I've been in this game long enough to know that the legal procedure is, yes, that you have to be cautious if somebody is arrested, and yes, you have to take a care about what you say. However, you can still comment on an individual who has been arrested before the charge comes in. When the charge comes in, then you're risking being in contempt of court. But we have been told time and time again by Labour politicians, by people like David Lammy, and even by the Speaker of the House, who shut you guys down. Do you remember when you
very
wanted to
much
ask questions about Southport, which were completely legitimate, by the way, and which you should have been allowed to ask? You were sort of poo-pooed, and you were told, "Oh no, we can't do that. It's a matter for
the risk
the
of
police."
prejudicing a fair trial.
You don't want to.
So-
And there was no. If there is no trial set because nobody's been charged,
Yeah.
you cannot risk affecting the fair trial of somebody who hasn't yet been told they're going to go on trial, right?
But the point in
But they're happy to crucify you.
But in that case, that individual knew that he or she was under investigation or had been arrested, right?
Yes.
In my case, I didn't even know there was an investigation going on.
Yeah.
I still don't know the investigation is going on, supposedly.
Right.
How long does this go on for?
Exactly.
And the answer
And
is...
surely you must have the right to reply, one, but also two, the right to be admonished.
How can I reply to a question that hasn't been put to me?
Well, quite. And what about, what's the role of the Speaker in this? Because surely the Speaker of the House should have some kind of view as to the Standards Committee and their conduct.
Well, all of these things we are looking into because it seems to me, again, there should be a time limit on a Standards Commission investigation. None of them are that complicated.
No.
Did he or she or didn't he or she? If you put, let's say, a 2 or 3 month time limit, that wouldn't be unreasonable.
Yeah.
There's an MP, James McMurdoch. He's been under investigation for 12 months
Yeah.
with regard to the nature of one tweet.
Right.
And the reason they do it is so that any journalist, when they're writing about any of us, they can say, Richard Tice, under investigation by the Standards Committee, right?
Yes.
And that suits them to leave that hanging out there
Yeah.
to dry for as long as possible.
Yeah.
And we saw it just last week where a complete nobody MP from the Lib Dems called Lisa Smart.
Well, aren't they all
brackets,
nobodies?
Lisa
Sorry.
Smart, brackets.
You have to
she's
be
not
more
so smart,
specific.
close
Yeah,
brackets.
not so smart, yeah.
She worked with The Guardian
and
submitted a complaint to the Commissioner about me, about the media reporting. Anyway, and so with The Guardian published it immediately that she had submitted it.
Yes.
before I was aware that she had submitted it.
Right.
And so they report on it all day. And then in fairness to the commissioner, he threw it out within 24 hours.
Right, yes,
as
I remember
saying,
this, yeah.
nothing to see here.
Right.
And so the Guardian were utterly humiliated
Yeah.
and had to amend their story.
Right.
But in a sense, again, the damage has already
But the
been
damage
done.
has been done, yeah.
And
Right.
it's all been out there.
Right.
And
And
so you
also,
think
every time anybody puts your name into the search engine, that story
there
will
it is.
pop up, right?
So we just have to have a consistent set of rules that is applied to everybody. Otherwise, the whole system is brought into
Yeah.
disrepute. And I'm
There is
actually,
one small-
I'm not criticising the commissioner because he's had to accept the rules that were
Yeah.
given to him when he took the job.
Yeah. There's one small chink of light though, because I noticed, and I don't know whether you've noticed this, but on the podcast charts, which I'm pleased to say I've re-entered with the Thought Police, which is a very fascinating and very good podcast that you can get once a week, every Tuesday, by the way. The Sunday Times, Gabriel Pogrom podcast used to be called The Criminal Behind Farage, right? And it was about Posh George.
Yeah.
They've now changed the title of it to just Posh George. So they've removed the word criminal, which I'm very happy about because, again, they don't refer to the criminal behind Andy Burnham every time they talk about Louise Haig.
No, of course they don't.
And they don't say
Well, they don't refer
Louise
to her
Haig,
at all.
who was once convicted of fraud. They don't do that.
I mean, you have to laugh at the Sunday Times. I mean, this is a journalist who some years ago actually tweeted out that he despises
he
Nigel
despises
Farage.
Nigel Farage. That's
And
his words. I
literally-
despise him.
And yet now the whole of this year, he and a team have been employed
Yeah.
by the bosses at the Times
Yeah.
Group to do nothing else but to write stories about Nigel and I and reform.
Yeah.
And to come up with this podcast. And they now advertise across the whole of the Times
Yeah.
Group newspapers.
Oh, yeah.
Huge 2/3 page adverts
Yeah.
for this podcast.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you think, what is their objective? Is it to be a rational,
And what do you think's
scrutinising
happened?
newspaper
And what do you think's
everywhere?
happened though? Because we've known each other a long time. You used to come into my show when I was on Talk. Nigel and I have known each other a long time.
Yep.
He hasn't been in here yet, by the way. So I'm gonna ask you if you can to see if you can. Next week we're going to be down in Clacton. See if we can come on. But we've known each other a long time, and he's been in and out of the news building. He's had lunches with very high ranking figures inside of that building. It seems as though they've made some kind of decision where they now don't want reform to become the next government. And I don't know why that is, and I don't know what you can tell me about that.
What I can tell you is that there are people very high up in the Times Group, which is obviously very significant within News UK,
Yeah.
who despise and hate
Yeah.
reform. They despise and hate Isabel, who was a senior senior
She
political
knows them
editor.
all,
She
doesn't
was
she?
the political
Yeah.
editor at the Sunday Times.
Yeah.
They despise and hate her and myself and Nigel, and they want to do us in.
Right.
And so there
But
is
why, though?
Why? Well, you don't have to like everybody.
Is it just an ideological thing? do you
It's an
think?
ideological
Yeah.
thing. They are an esteemed part of the establishment. They are terrified
Yeah.
of the fact that because the main two parties have completely and utterly screwed it up over the last 20 years,
Yeah.
we've ended up £3 trillion worth in debt,
Yeah.
right? 10 million more people in the country than we had 15, 20
Yeah.
years ago, and nobody's getting better off. And it's on their watch.
Yeah.
And that's the reason that we exist as a disruptor. And of course, any form of monopoly or duopoly media organisation doesn't like competition.
Yeah.
And we're providing competition to the political scene.
Yeah.
And the establishment, which is
And they
typified
can't
by
stop
the
it.
Times.
And they can't stop
They
it.
but they are trying.
Yeah.
They are. This is a desperate last resort. And Dominic Cummings wrote at the beginning of this year, they will resort to breaking the law.
Yeah.
They'll resort to releasing tax records, medical records,
Yeah.
bank records. And guess what? He's been bang on the money.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happened. And we have the National Crime Agency, our most important criminal agency in this country, that we believe they have leaked and they have committed multiple criminal offences against Nigel and I. They've leaked our bank statements, our bank transfers to The Guardian. It's outrageous. And you think, what is this all about?
Yeah.
It is about taking
is
us
the
down.
deep state, isn't it?
It is parts of the
In a way.
state trying to take us down, whether it's the Times Group, whether it's the BBC,
Yeah.
whether it's the National Crime Agency, whether it's someone at the Met Police leaking
Right.
stuff. We don't know. But this has all happened.
It's pretty sinister, though, isn't it?
Well, it's very sinister, and it's got a lot worse after May the 7th local elections, because they tried to do us in beforehand, failed, and they were terrified by the results and the success of those elections, and they thought, well, we're going to have to double down, and we're going to have to resort to ever more nefarious methods, and that's what they've done. But all I would say is we've got pretty thick skin, and we're pushing.
But there's
on.
no question that one of the reasons why, for example, the polls are showing what they're showing, which is that there's a bit of a dip going on for reform, it's entirely due to this campaign. It's entirely due, I think. It's a bit like somebody punching you repeatedly for sort of 5 minutes, and then going,
you have to take a step back.
Why have you got a black eye? What's wrong with you? Is there some kind of, have you got some kind of, mental problem? Well, you've just been punching me for 5 minutes, and it's almost like you're getting the blame for something you're not doing because somebody else is blaming you for it.
I mean, presumably, I'll be blamed for the professor of sociology at Cambridge
absolutely.
University.
I've got a book out next week. You'll be pleased to know.
That I could have ordered in advance and it'll come out in 2030.
Yes, you can. It's called Fake News, right? And it's all about the sort of what I call the unholy alliance between the media, the sort of the powers that be, the establishment, and there's a whole chapter on how they've been trying to take reform apart and how the Sunday Times have operated, how the Times have operated. Because I've worked inside these organisations. I know exactly what they do, right? And I know exactly how decisions are made. I've sat in meetings with editors who say, right, this is what we're going to do, let's go do it. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out. But I find it to be really insidious, ghastly, anti-democratic, and I'm actually quite annoyed by it.
I think
because even if I wasn't a sympathiser of yours,
and
right?
I think there are rational people who are not reform supporters. They might not be supportive of anybody,
right.
And they say this feels a bit like a campaign of destabilisation, a politically motivated campaign that is actually starting to work against itself. And I just go back to the earlier point about people I think listeners and viewers just want a level of consistency applied. Say, right, well, these are the ground rules. And if when you have to pay for media organisations like the BBC, which legally we all have to buy, that the deal is that it's not biased, it's not partisan. And equally, you can turn around and say, well, if you want to buy the whatever it is, if you want to listen to your show, well, people know that there's going to be a certain political view to it.
No, I don't pretend to be neutral. I'm not, right? And
you're not. Likewise, if you listen to other shows, you know the sort of the political bet. That's fine, but it's not an obligation. And the difference with the BBC is they are supposed to be unbiased and present both sides of the story. And what's quite clear at the moment is that is far from the case.
And how many, imagine the numbers of people behind the scenes of the BBC. You've mentioned one particular journalist who's asking questions in a particularly aggressive way. Imagine how many people they've got working on the story. There'll be dozens of them. What if you Reform HQ? Hello. There'll be literally loads of them, all trying to find things and go. Oh, look what we found. Richard Tice once bought a pair of socks in St. Moritz, and we think that he may have used somebody else's money to buy them. It's not a story. Forget about it.
But the other story that came up 2 days ago is that a journalist at The Observer is now phoning our friends to find out at the birthday party that I think you came to in December 2024 whether or not the guests were charged for drinks. The inference being...
I can't remember, I was too drunk, to be honest. Well, pretty sure you've never charged me for anything.
The point is, we send out invitations, not invoices, to our parties. And what they're trying to say is, was Tice trying to make a profit at his own birthday party? I think that's the. You think, how desperate are these people?
But it's like the stories about Nigel Farage has got 5 houses, and you go, well, okay, is that a story? Well, how did he get those houses? Well, I don't know.
Maybe he worked hard.
Yeah, maybe he worked hard. Maybe he actually, the guy was a trader in the 80s. He worked with my sister at Drexel Burnham Lambert. These people were making a fortune. She has friends who have private jets who still fly around, and they go to Scotland once a year to play at Glen Eagles.
I mean, we are in our 60s. We have worked hard. We have earned a few quid.
You paid a few quid in tax.
And I can afford to give a birthday party without having to charge.
Paid a few quid in tax, by the way, as well.
Unbelievable
more than these. Yeah, I mean, incredible.
But I was just trying to work out whether the Observer journalist, whether he was jealous that he didn't get an invite. Because there were a number of other journalists there.
Maybe he wasn't old enough at the time.
Maybe he
probably
wasn't
even 17.
Maybe
you
he's
know.
an AI journalist.
He could
Maybe it's
be.
AI.
He could be, yeah. I mean, you know, your wedding's coming up, and I don't wish to give too much away, obviously, but Richard, amazingly, he's found somebody that wants to marry him, who's called Isabel O'Shaw, who you may have heard of. You know, I'm looking forward to having my phone hacked. You know, again, having you know, being followed around.
Don't worry, we won't be charging you to come to the wedding.
Can you just give me an assurance that I don't have to fork out any money to come to the wedding?
Honestly, this stuff.
But it's just ludicrous. It's like they're so joyless. It's like, have some fun in your life. You know, get laid, find a girlfriend or a boyfriend. You know, do something other than sit there, you know, nursing your wrath, as Rabbi Burns used to say, about the reform and trying to stop them from becoming powerful enough to run the country.
Could you have a word with the
It's like, would you mind?
Honestly, it is. It's hysterical.
Yeah.
But anyway, happy Friday.
Yeah, go on, let's have a look at this. On the mainstream media, this would be a 5-minute gotcha interview. This is brilliant.
Correct.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you haven't realised that I'm now about to ask the gotcha question.
Go on then.
You know, shall I do it?
Yeah, go on.
All right, let's do it. Richard Tice, you've been a complete man for many, many years. You know, would you like to confess anything at this moment in time that we don't know about you that we should know?
Oh, very good question. I might have to come back to you.
Okay.
But as long as you ask the same question of the Defence Secretary and the Health Secretary.
Yeah, well, they don't come into this show, unfortunately.
Well, you see, because they don't.
Right.
You
Yeah, I mean, isn't it funny though? John Healey, right, for example. We'll finish on this. I know you're probably going to go and do something important for a living. John Healey, the man who is tasked with being now the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who is a very safe pair of hands, obviously, a man who is so fine and upstanding that he resigned from his job as Defence Secretary because he didn't think there was enough money to give to the armed forces.
It'd be interesting to see whether you can now fines 3% to defend.
He's also the same man who people have forgotten didn't know how many ships we had when he was asked by Nick Ferrari on LBC, how soon can we get to the Straits of Hormuz and with how much sort of firepower can we muster?
That was hysterical.
And he didn't know, literally didn't know how many ships we had.
destroyers and frigates.
And so I say, this whole kind of, you know, nonsense that we see from the Westminster bubble, from the likes of Beth Rigby, you know, what's his name, Peston, and all of the others, is that they don't see the wood for the trees. They don't ask the right questions. They don't say to John Healey, by the way, why didn't you know how many ships we had?
It's the cosy cartel of the two main parties and the 2 or 3 main bits of the media. Yeah. And all of a sudden, there's a disruptor. There's a disruptive political party, and there are disruptors in the media like yourselves. Yeah. And the world is changing fast.
It is.
And they are struggling, and they're essentially reacting in a pretty. They're sort of kicking and screaming, and that's the position we're in. But
anyway, they're actually not very clever, which is what disappoints me the most, I think, because you'd like to think that your adversary is a fine kind of challenger, and that you will at some point, you know, emerge onto the battlefield, and it will be, you know, sort of cut and thrust, and it will be interesting, and it will be really, really fascinating. But they're really stupid. They're thick as shit. I'm sorry to say this, but they really are.
Is that a technical term as we head towards 8 o'clock?
My apologies for swearing, but you know what I mean? They're just not very bright.
It's let's say it's sometimes very disappointing. Shall we end on a diplomatic moment?
I think that's a very good place to end, yeah. Richard Tice, brilliant to see you. Thank you so much for coming in and spending so much time with us, because I know you've got lots to do. And we await, I guess, on Saturday night with some interest.
Who knows what it'll be?
What the Sunday Times are going to come up with. I might send them a couple of ideas, actually, and say, you know, I understand that, you know, when he was about 7, Richard Tice once stole a jigsaw from his next-door neighbour.
We might have gone and watched a rugby match.
Yeah.
He might actually he might have supported one team as opposed to the other.
I was accused by Dan Wootton of going to a rugby match with you. I said, I'm guilty as charged.
Yeah, guilty as charged, and it was great fun.
It was really funny. And in fact, I wish I could remember it. In fact, one of his best friends tried to attack me and kill me. But that's another story. Nothing to do. Oh yes.
Do I have to declare the free coffee?
Yeah, I think you may have to.
In a union flag mug?
Yeah, you may have to.
I may have to declare that. I'll go and check.
Listen, go and see if you can find a few Romanian professors to seek guidance from over the course of the next 24 hours before Cambridge completely destroys itself. There's another one. There's a Romanian academic stripping lead off a church roof. He can't comment on that sort of thing because that would be wrong. But I can.
Terrible trouble.
I can. Also, there's a guy. Yes, the guy with a bag of coal over his back, who I think might be from Romania. Anyway, listen, there's no prejudice here. We are an equal opportunity hater, as we've said before. How about this one, though? This is a story we're going to talk about. A bloke who's a Christian was apparently refused car insurance because he had a sign on his car that said Christ is King or something. And they were like, we're sorry, we can't insure that. The world's gone mad. Spider-Man got married as well, just in case you want to know about that. Let's have some news with Edward Hughes.
No.
No? Well, no news.
Fiona.
Oh, it's Fiona today. Yeah, of course. All right, Fiona, how's she looking?
Have a look.
I'm Fiona MacLeod. Major rail disruption continues across northwest England and the Midlands after a power failure at a Manchester signalling centre yesterday. Thousands of passengers face delays and cancellations into Friday, with some operators still advising against travel. Whoopee, it's the pub at lunchtime for me. Politically, Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives have written to all Tory-run councils urging them to rapidly enforce new single-sex space rules based on biological sex, after several left-wing councils said they would defy the Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance. Separately, a poll finds nearly 85% of 16 to 18-year-olds would simply switch off the government's planned voluntary overnight social media curfew for older teenagers. The ongoing heatwave is also keeping shoppers off the high street, with bakers doing particularly badly. I may have to get my baps out. See you later, alligators.
Fiona MacLeod there with the news, who is, of course... well, listen, I couldn't possibly comment on that, but I was out with her uncle last night, Donald MacLeod. Donald Cameron MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod. We had a very nice time in a beautiful Italian restaurant that I love going to. And we actually met the owner, a guy called Giuseppe. And man after your heart, actually, would be, because he was a guy probably about 70. But he came over and said, I just want to say, I love you guys coming into my restaurant because, of course, we were drinking Barolo. And he said, you know, you guys always spend a lot of money in my place. And it was really jumping as well, which was nice. But, you know, I felt his biceps, right?
Yeah.
And this guy was like Chuck Norris.
Nice.
And he was like this old Italian guy, but you thought, crikey, you don't want to mess with this guy. And he was with this very attractive younger woman and then a couple of other people on his table. And it was just one of those really nice nights out in London. I managed to get home actually reasonably early. So I'm not in a terribly bad... Simon Kilford, thank you so much. Look at that. Look at that. Have we made any progress, by the way, in trying to get him in?
No, we want him on.
We want Simon to try and either come in. I think, did somebody say yesterday that he lives quite a long way away?
He's a Pompey fan, so I think he's...
So is he down in Portsmouth way? Yeah, okay. New Zealand, $5 New Zealand dollars? Don't talk to your neighbours. Don't talk to your neighbours. Fuss and chucks, yeah. You might have noticed Sunshine Hawks are wishing you a gloriously happy birthday tomorrow, Mike. Thank you very much indeed. Actually, I've forgotten already that it's my birthday this weekend. Lots of people have been offering me happy birthday messages, and some of them have got them. I got one from Marilyn Hawes, thank you very much indeed. Got one from Kinsey Schofield, who said, I just want to be the first person to wish you a happy birthday. So thank you, Kinsey.
Right. We need to move on.
Charlotte says, you're making me nervous, you've got loads of guests to pack in.
Let's do it.
All right, well, calm down, darling. You know, we started the show with Richard Tice, one of the greatest interviews of all time with Richard Tice there, I thought, you know. All right, so we've got, I'll tell you what, Andrew Allison is here, who's not even on the running order. So if you're nervous about all the guests we've got to get in, maybe you should tell me who they are. Anyway, Andrew, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike.
Sorry, we're feeling a bit rambunctious today because it's Friday. We like to get excited on a Friday about all the things that we're doing. I just had a long chat with Richard Tice there, and this the craziness of the establishment kind of pylon that's going on currently on reform. There's a lot of conversations, I suppose, this week as well. I don't know whether you have a view on the sort of uniting of the right scenario. You've been involved in Conservative politics for a long time. Where do you stand on all of that, uniting the right front stuff?
Well, I would like to see the right unite in some way, because if you look back at figures, say from 1979, Mike, in every general election bar one, that was 2015, the majority of people in Britain voted for parties of the left than they did for parties of the right, even during Margaret Thatcher's time in office. I mean, the reason she won so many victories in the 1980s was because that the left was divided in one way or another.
Right.
But I think before we can unite the right, we have to get people being civil to each other. So I suppose that would be my plea. Please be civil with each other,
Yes.
because at some point in the future, you may actually have to work with other parties to defeat the left.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because we do seem to have a government right now. Andy Burnham, we didn't actually get around to talking about this with Richard Tice, but there's a piece on the front page of the Times today where Andy Burnham apparently has been told by his number 10 social media experts to tone down his blokish videos, right? So don't be quite so blokey. Only in the world of Westminster would anybody think that Andy Burnham's videos make him look blokey. In my view, they make him look like a complete tosser, you know.
Well, they certainly don't make him look serious, do they? I mean,
No.
that one he was putting out last week. What do you call this? Do you call it a bread cake? Do you
Right.
call it a bun?
What was that all about?
But I mean, it's just not serious politics. And of course, he
Yeah.
goes off on holiday for a couple of weeks. Now,
Right.
I don't object to prime ministers going on holiday at all. In fact, I think sometimes they should
I
take a
don't.
few more of them.
But you know
not when you're 2 weeks in.
But no, exactly right. I mean, that's what's funny. I mean, I don't object to people going on holiday. Of course they go on holiday because they should, and they should have a rest and all the rest of it. But not, as you say, not 2 weeks into the job. Somebody said to Nick Ferrari the other day, you know, if I apply for a job and I get an interview, normally one of the questions at the interview, if they're thinking of hiring you, is, have you got any holidays planned? Because they say, well, you know, because if you're going to start your new job, obviously we don't want you going on holiday straight away, which is a perfectly reasonable question to ask. They should have had the same. And people are so sort of dense that they're saying things like to me, he's got kids and they must have school holidays. His kids are in their 20s, right? So forget that. And also, he's the Prime Minister. It's not like he's on to TUI going, excuse me, do you mind if I just cancel that 2-week holiday in Mallorca or Alicante? That's not what he's doing, you know. So it's so much nonsense talked about it, isn't it?
Yeah, there is. I mean, 2 weeks in, you expect him to go in for quite a few more weeks before he decided to take a holiday. I mean, some people said that his wife probably wanted a holiday. Well, I'm sure his wife would understand as well. As you say, his kids are in their 20s. There really is no excuse for taking a holiday quite so soon. He could have easily have done that in October or much further in the year. So, yeah, there's no excuse for that.
Yeah, exactly right. You've also been tweeting this week about the early release scheme and specifically the release of these two scumbags who killed PC Harper. There's a massive sort of petition now doing the rounds. The Sun says 600,000 people have now signed the petition not to allow these horrible, ghastly killers to be freed. It's so wrong-headed, it seems to me, to release people from prison who have committed very serious offences, including murder and including, you know, sexual assault and all the rest of it. I don't understand why Andy Burnham is going ahead with this.
Well, I don't either, and I too have signed that petition and have retweeted it. And I think it's an important one. I'd like everyone to get behind that. The government here has a choice. I know that it's been given a bad hand by the Conservatives over 14 years. The idea that prisons were around about 97% full when Labour took power is absolutely disgraceful. You'd have thought there would have been some warning signs before then that this was going to be an issue and the Conservatives would have dealt with it. But Labour has had 2 years to deal with this and they really haven't done anything about it. And it's all to do with priorities. There are plenty of people in prison, probably around about 50% of people in prison, who are in there for non-violent offences, people who have been found guilty and rightly in prison for fraud and for tax evasion, things like that, Mike.
Yes.
I don't care whether they've served half their sentence or a third of their sentence or a quarter of their sentence even. If you are going to have to release prisoners, you release those prisoners. What you don't release are prisoners who have been guilty of violent offences, including domestic abuse, child sex offences, and these appalling characters who murdered PC Andrew Harper. I mean, the images of them as they left court after they had been sentenced were quite frankly disgusting. They were just smirking, they were smiling, they didn't take it seriously at all. And there's no way after 6 years should these people be allowed out. In fact, I thought that their prison sentences of 13 years were far too lenient.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's talk a bit about Anne Widdicombe as well, because I don't think you and I have had a chance to do that. You knew her, Anne, well, obviously, as I did. She was a regular guest on our show every Monday. We've got a picture of her over on the wall there, and I still, every time I think about her, I feel sad and angry, actually. The BBC is now apparently under fire because they had some guest on who I've never heard of, some scumbag called, what's his name here? I've got it. Days Agaji. No idea, who apparently appeared on a TV show on the BBC shortly after Anne was reported to have been killed, who basically said people won't be grieving her, and now there's a massive backlash. I don't understand people that would say things like that, you know.
Well, I don't either. And to defend the BBC, not something I have done very often before, Mike, at all. But I mean, they did give other guests the right of reply, and this woman who I too had never heard of before. I did pick up.
Oh, it's a woman. Sorry, I wasn't even sure it was a woman. There you go.
Yeah, she'd been on Big Brother, I think, or something like that.
Yeah,
I'd never heard of her.
So of course you'd give her a platform to talk about a very, very serious and incredibly influential politician. What's wrong with them?
Yeah, well, that's another issue completely, isn't it? You know, why does the BBC invite someone like that on their flagship daily politics program? I mean, that's a completely different thing altogether. But I mean, she did make those comments. Nigel Huddleston, who was on their Conservative MP, said that he felt uncomfortable sitting next to her. And he was certainly given the right of reply. But, you know, why people need to say this, I really don't know. I mean, there's plenty of people who've died who I've never particularly liked, who I've never particularly said a kind word about. But I wouldn't say something nasty about them just after they've been died, especially after they've been brutally murdered.
No, it's just not the done thing. But I think this partly feeds into what Anne used to talk about quite a lot, the kind of deterioration of manners and good conduct in society, and particularly in the public space, you know, where you see people going up to each other in the street and sort of shouting in each other's faces, and it's like, what's wrong with you? You know, why can't... And I notice it just even on a kind of... just a day-to-day basis where, you know, I'm standing on a tube train and instead of waiting for people to get off, somebody comes barreling into the train before you've stepped out of it, you know, or people don't move out of the way on the street for you, or people in cars don't actually let you in. And if you let them in, they don't say thank you. You know, there's a definite kind of lack of what I would call good manners in our society now.
Yeah, and Anne spoke a lot about that. I think she's absolutely. I think she was absolutely right. There is a lack of manners in general around the place. I mean, use the example of the tube train. Last time I was in London a couple of weeks ago, I was trying to get off a crowded tube carriage. And even then, people didn't seem to be willing to get out of the way, either to sort of let you off at your stop. So I think that's there. But there's a deterioration in British society, full stop, that I think we have to try and do our best to turn around by our actions.
Absolutely. Andrew, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry to rush you, but we're slightly behind the 8 ball because of my incredibly long interview with Richard Tice, which went very well. Good to see you, Andrew. Thanks very much indeed. See you down here soon. Andrew Allison there, who is, of course, with PopCon, I think he is now, Popular Conservatism. Talking of which, Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, who, I'm not sure if I should say this, Pooch, but I'm going to lay it at your door, that we are likely to give them a show because they're so good together. They're coming in to do Plank of the Week here, but then they're doing their own show from 10 o'clock every single Friday. And who knows where that will go in terms of the expansionism of it. But Pooch's idea for the name of the show could be Little Cox.
I like Little Cox.
Right? Little Cox.
Oh, I don't like Little Cox.
You don't like...
Or do I like
Or do you like them?
Do you like Little Cox?
No. I've never seen one. Sorry.
Say I like Little Cox.
I like Little Cox, and I want them to have...
Why?
And I like, and so does Pooch, and we want them to have a show. And we'll be seeing about that coming up around about 9:30 this morning. We've got loads of planks to talk about. A couple of super chats. Cookie Boy says there'll be a Professor Jaso Nade at Oxford soon. There will be. Here's one from Chris who says, "Morning, Mike and Richard. Happy birthday for tomorrow. Mike, buy yourself a big drink. Where is the MSM outrage about Streeting and his dodgy crypto donations?" Well, very good question. But you don't have to have outrage about it, but why is the BBC and the Sunday Times and the Guardian not investigating, right? Cindy says this, Mike, you're a total success. Do something special for yourself tomorrow. The happiest of birthdays to you. Much love, Cindy. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and curl up with Ziggy. Yeah, nice. I'm going to. You know what I'd like to do actually. This is a bit of a confession. When I get down there and he's on his bed, I just get in his bed with him. Lovely. You know, because it's quite a big bed, because he's quite a big dog. And we've also got this sling thing, which we're trying to get him into the car, because what we're hoping to do is take Ziggy to Pooch's house at some point in the next month or so. And we need to make sure we can get him in the car. And apparently he's quite heavy to lift, so I'm going to try, we're doing a bit of practicing of getting him in the sling and seeing how he is, and see if he likes it. But he didn't take too kindly to it yesterday, apparently. Didn't Ellie do great yesterday, says Hevship. Yeah, Ellie Hodges did a show yesterday. Brilliant, absolutely fantastic. She is a young woman with a great future ahead of her, particularly here at UK Live, because we like to encourage young people to show us what they've got and to actually, get ahead in life. You hear all the time how difficult it is for young people to get jobs. Well, we're actually an opportunity for young people. So if you are a young person and you want to, have work, get work, do things, get in touch with us, because, who knows? We might be able to find something for you. Philip Kisley coming up, Lucy Rogers, Hugh Andre's coming in from We Served, because there's something terrible going on. I don't know if you know this, Pooch. Do you know that the government are going to veterans and saying, due to an administrative error, we seem to have paid you too much money into your pension, so we want you to give some of it back. They're actually asking for money back from people who have fought and died and have been injured fighting for their country. It's absolutely disgusting. The Bish is here as well, of course. Kai Dura, we'll talk to him too. Let's now, though, go to Josh Robb and find out what's happening in the world of the royals, because you may or may not have something to say about Spider-Man getting married, because I know that you used to do a little bit of the old showbizy type stuff. But we're going to talk about Andrew, I think, aren't we? How are you, Josh?
I'm good, thank you. Very well. And I got to tell you, Mike, that point that you were saying about young people, first and foremost, Ellie did absolutely phenomenally yesterday.
Yes.
Watched her, she's a talent of the future. But you're absolutely right, and especially for young people in media. You probably remember my journey at Talk Radio. Yeah. It's really tough for young people to get a foot in the door in media, and I'm so happy to see UK Live really leading the way when it comes to that.
Yeah, listen, we're more than delighted, because we've set ourselves out outside the mainstream kind of bubble, if you like. We took a chance, we made some gambles, but it's really paying off. And happy to say that we're expanding as we speak. By the end of the summer, we'll have a full roster of shows that will run all the way from 7 in the morning till 7 at night, and maybe even beyond. So watch this space is all I'm going to say.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to hear. But yes, huge news when it comes to Prince Andrew, because there has been news that he's basically, rumours have it that he's been stalked, attacked. So there's a 39-year-old called Alex Jenkinson, who's been accused of, and I quote, using threatening, abusive and insultive words or behaviour towards Andrew Mountbatten earlier this year. So Andrew, he claims in his court testimony that he was walking his dog 6th of May in Wolferton, Norfolk, near the Sandringham estate. And he claims that Jenkinson began sprinting after him after he tried to flee. So he says that Andrew and his security detail noticed there was a quote-unquote miscellaneous car, which he presumed actually belonged to press photographers. And then he and his security detail basically went past this miscellaneous car before they came face-to-face with a masked man in a baklava. That's what he claims in his court testimony. And then after he tried to flee and he got into his security detail's vehicle, he then began sprinting after the vehicle.
Right.
So he's seeking a civil protection stalking order against Jenkinson. That's being pursued by Suffolk Police in relation to the incident. And the judge in the magistrate's court, Andrew wasn't there. It was in Westminster's Magistrate Court on Thursday. The judge read out parts of Andrew's statement. Now, the lawyer for this person claims that this man is homeless and suffers with ADHD, for which one of the magistrates said that they require further proof of this. But this does go to show when it comes to news about about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's security detail, people have gone, well, he should be stripped of that. He's not a working member of the royal family. He should never be appearing in public again. Security detail is a royal perk. Well, that, yes, is very, very true that he's not a working member of the royal family. The British public is disgusted, and we should never see him in public life ever again. The security detail is there for practical reasons. He needs to live. And there is also a valid point of, yes, he denies all criminal wrongdoing. We'll say that absolutely for legal reasons. However, the justice process needs to play out, as the King said in his statement at the time of stripping Andrew of those prince titles at the time of his arrest, all of that sort of stuff. The justice system needs to take its course, and we need to see Andrew Mountbatten Windsor face the justice system in one piece.
Yes, quite. And I mean, I must say, and I know it was probably a slip of the tongue, but if he's described himself with a baklava, you'd be pretty easy to spot because he'd be covered in honey. Obviously, you meant balaclava. But listen, I'm not going to pick you up on that. That would be wrong. Let's talk about briefly. Let's talk briefly about Harry. There was a piece in the Mirror the other day in which he was supposedly entreating his dad to come and meet him at the Invictus Games and come and be a kind of, a touch point, I suppose, for the media. Any chance of that happening, do you think?
Well, it's very interesting because, I mean, we're talking about next year, we're talking about 2027, so we're still a way off.
Yeah.
Very interesting story by Russell Myers. He's going to invite King Charles either to be present at either the opening or the closing ceremonies of the Invictus Games.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, we're a way off from that. However, what I would say is a number of things. Number one, the Invictus Games has been a huge global event that has previously had long-standing support from the higher echelons of the institution. I wrote an op-ed report this week on the Royal Observer. Feel free to check it out where I outline all of this. But this has been an event that has had long-standing support by the higher echelons of the institution. We saw famously Queen Elizabeth, the late Queen, going, "Oh, please," in a promotional video with Prince Harry doing a mic drop moment after Barack and Michelle Obama appeared in a promotional video. I believe that was in 2016 when the Invictus Games was kind of first launched. So this has been an event that has previously had royal support. Then we also look at what Invictus is as a cause as well. It helps veterans. There's a focus on injured veterans finding a purpose. It's not just a cause that Prince Harry's passionate about, but we also remember the King's role as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. So that, with the whole veterans link as well, it is an event which goes to further the aims personally of the monarch. So if there was an event for His Majesty the King to get behind of one of Harry's ventures, it would be this. And then I go on to the third point, which is going towards the future of the monarchy and also King Charles's personal legacy. One, I don't think going forward it makes sense for, King Charles is going to be, we know he's going to be a transitional monarch. We know that he's not going to have a long reign. We also know that he wants to be seen as this great unifier within the country, defender of not just the faith, but of all faiths. So this is going to be seen, if King Charles is going to do this, he will be seen once again as a unifier, bringing his family back together in such a public way at an event which goes to further his own role as monarch. So if there was going to be an event that where we see them publicly together, and this will be the first time that they've been either in the public in a vicinity, the same vicinity together, publicly since the coronation, mind you, because of course we haven't seen pictures from that summit at Highgrove, and I don't believe we're going to see any from that meeting, from that tea at Highgrove either. So this will be the first time that they've been seen in the same vicinity together since the coronation in 2023. So I think there is, stuff to gain from His Majesty doing this. We are still a long way off.
No, I agree. Totally agree. Josh, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Josh Rom reporting into us there on the Royals and what is going on inside the head of King Charles and, of course, of Harry. And Andrew, who's been stalked apparently by a masked man. Last time we saw a masked man, it was in Epstein Island, I suspect. I'm not sure I can say that, can I?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, I've said it now.
Look.
Hey?
Ziggy Pig.
Oh yeah, there's Ziggy with his that's his new harness, right? I've got to try and figure out how to get him into the car by lifting him up with that. I think there's some kind of handle that you can do. He looks so sad though. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it.
Hold on, I've got something here for him.
Have you got something else for him?
So if Ziggy comes over, will he get a bone as well, Missy? Will he? Let's ask George. Georgie, if Ziggy comes, will he get a bone?
Oh look, he'd like a bone. He'd like that.
Very nice.
See, he'd love that. If I'm going to show him that. Can you send me that?
Yeah,
and I'll show it to him at the weekend, and he might be persuaded to get in the car. Because if there's a bone at the other end of the journey, he's definitely getting in the car, which would be amazing. Pooch has very kindly offered to look after him if we can go away on holiday. Happy birthday for tomorrow, says Gina. Thank you very much indeed. We've got Lucy Rogers coming up in a minute. Believe it or not, right, some idiot at Westminster Council has issued some edict, right, which I read about last night, where they want you to not stand up at a pub. You have to sit down. And presumably they're going to have jobs worth going around Soho and the like, telling people that if they're standing up, they're going to be fined. I mean, what's wrong with this country? What is wrong with them? Also, Philip Kisley, is he next?
Yeah, he's here.
Philip's here. Should we go straight to him?
Yeah.
Philip Kisley, very good morning to you, sir.
Hi, Michael. How are you doing?
I'm very well. We've had a great week, actually, I must say. People think it's my birthday tomorrow. Well, I'm not going to say exactly when my birthday is because you're not supposed to, but it's basically this weekend, all right? So I'm not going to shrink from that. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling positive. I was out last night with Donald MacLeod, who's my mentor from Glasgow, and he was loving London. London was in good order, actually. It was busy. People were out and about. It was almost like the old days. It was almost like, pre-COVID. People were actually spinning out of pubs, having fun, drinking.
Standing up.
Fantastic. Standing up. Yep, absolutely.
I can't imagine London pubs without people standing up. That's what
Right.
you stand up and talk. You don't sit down. There's too much energy.
No.
It's ridiculous.
No, but it also takes you back to that kind of ludicrous time when people were told how to behave, right? Do you remember when you were told that if you sat down, you weren't going to get COVID, but if you stood up, you had to put a mask on in case the COVID was sort of up there somewhere, And I was like, I got sick to death of being told. I hate being told what to do at any event, but I certainly didn't like it then.
Well, I remember being on a train and, you had to have a mask on a train, and then they served my sandwich. So I took the mask off, ate the sandwich, and the guy said, "Can you put your mask back on, sir, please?"
Yeah, you should have eaten the mask. That's what you should have done. Let's talk about.
It would have tasted better than the Virgin Rail sandwich.
You probably would have done, yeah. I don't know if we can play this, Pooch, but we've got Andy Burnham speaking. He's on holiday, right? After 2 weeks, worn himself out. 2 weeks in to the big job, and he's taken a holiday. We don't know where he's gone, but he's talking here about the feeling of hope. This is what we're now supposed to believe is politics, right? Check this out.
Bring back hope. Bring back a sense of possibility to the country, that things aren't in a inevitable decline, and that your place isn't shut out of having some good things happen. Give people a sense that you can do something about the cost of living. You can make people's life better. We can all together feel that things are moving forward. I think we've lost that feeling. I go back to this country at the moment of London 2012. That feeling was there in abundance, wasn't it? You could kind of almost touch it. It was brilliant. And yet, over that decade or more since then, it just drained out of the place. So we've been in that place for a long time now as a country. And I don't want to, be too simplistic about it. It's hard to turn that around. But I am determined in this role to talk about hope, bringing it back, giving people a sense that they're being heard, listened to. We're doing something about it. We can be better. The place where you live can be better. Your kids can have better prospects.
I mean, sorry, I'm not buying any of that crap, right? But apparently, according to the people that know about these things, in Downing Street, they're saying to Andy Burnham, you need to stop being such a bloke. Only in Westminster would they think that he comes across as a bloke, right? Because to you and I, who actually know blokes, he comes across as a complete tosser, doesn't he?
Well, I was just watching that then, and I thought I was watching an episode of Bread. Do you remember Bread?
Yes. Yeah.
Where they all sit they all sit around the kitchen table. I'm thinking about hope, you know what I'm saying, don't you? I'm thinking about hope, and it just felt ludicrous. It felt ridiculous. Now he's on 2 weeks holiday. Can he make it 3 years?
Yes,
You know,
that would be
could he
nice.
just stay away? Everyone's disgusted that he's on a holiday. I think it's brilliant. Just stay away. You know, go do a world tour. You know, go to Taiwan, go anywhere. You know, go backpacking. You know, and come back. You know, discover that you're a woman. Okay, discover you're in a woman and just stay there. You know, that's what you should do. Really, I think.
Yeah.
You know, but it just. Yeah, it just.
Yeah, it was a world tour of the Galapagos Islands or something.
No, I'm thinking touring the perimeter of Russia. I think would be pretty good, you know, and just staying there forever, really. But it just there is no substance to any of it, and it was a bit twee to begin with. Now it went through an embarrassing stage, a really embarrassing stage, and then now it's worrying because all we've got fueling us, all we've got, you know, in the engine is hope, and that's probably not enough in Britain 2026 with everything we're facing.
Well, I think, in fairness, if I'm paying as much tax as I'm paying, which is quite a lot, I'd like to get something better in return than just somebody going, hope, hope. I'm like, no, how about an NHS that works? Because there's not much point in hoping that you're going to see a doctor when you can't get an appointment. There's not much point, you know, I've been sent a couple of emails recently by people who said that they've been contacted by their local GP surgery who said that we're going to introduce a super triage system now, which basically means you're never going to see a doctor because you're going to have to not only get past the receptionist, but you're then going to be handed to somebody else who doesn't think you're ill enough to see a doctor. So we'll tell you what's wrong, and we'll send you a prescription so you can go down to the pharmacy and hope that they have the medicine in stock, that you don't have to wait for them to order it, and then hope that when you take it, you'll get better. You know, that's not really much use. If you have something wrong with you, you want to see a doctor, and you don't want just to have hope that you'll be all right.
Well, no, but Mike, you shouldn't really be complaining because you've got number 10 North. He has given you right. So
there is that, yeah.
Everything's okay. You've got Manchester. You've got the Emperor King of Manchester here with no clothes. The NHS is an utter car crash. It's failing. So you've got a triage system now where you're going to get abused by the receptionist, and then abused by the receptionist again, and then you're not going to see a doctor. You've got academia, which is in total DEI freefall at the moment. So we're beginning to see just how crazy the whole thing is, and just in bringing those two things together, I was just reading this morning in the Daily Telegraph, and there was one of the guys who was on the interview panel for Walter Mitty, came Walter Mitty. He said, this was one of the things he said, Mikolanos Zembilas, I hope I've pronounced that wrongly, disrupt, refuse and displace liberal democratic principles. Okay, so these are the people in our institutions. You can bet your life that there are going to be exactly similar people in the NHS who want to disrupt, displace, and refuse liberal democratic principles. They're telling us what they want to do. They're very clear that they want to destroy this society. We should listen to them. Yes, we really should listen. I think because
we've let them all in. We've let these people into these associations and these kind of organisations, and you know they don't have to be from parts abroad. They can be from here.
They could be homegrown lunatics.
They could be homegrown lunatics, yeah. But we've allowed them to kind of occupy, and they've been very clever actually. You know, because they've been mobilised, if you like, for years, and we've sort of let it happen. And it's our own fault really that these people are now running everything.
Well, it is in a way, because what happens is the institutions are now set up so the only thing that matters is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And people who are most invested in these things, the most dangerous people in the institutions, are the ones who are going to get promoted first. They are the only people who are going to get to the top of the pile. So they their ideas and their philosophy dictates the whole thing, and that is right across the board. That is education, that is the NHS, that is local government, that is the blob, that is all the arm's length institutions and agencies, that's the quangos, that's literally everything. This is the depth of the fantasy that we're having to live in, and you see the destruction that is happening there. You see what's happening to Cambridge University. It's falling apart in real time. Its reputation is being rubbished in real time because they want to live their fantasy narrative, and they were desperate for a hero, Mike. And my God, he constructed that hero, didn't he? And provided it for them and took them. You know, he absolutely took them, but they were begging to be had. And that's the story right across the institutions. My guess is it's much worse in the NHS.
Yeah, I'm sure you're absolutely right about that. And just on the subject of Manchester, by the way, National Rail apparently says that there's an electrical supply failure, which has been going on since yesterday, which has more or less cut Manchester off from the rest of society. So, Andy Burnham, well done, mate. The number 10 North experiment is going really, really well. You can't get in or out of Manchester on the train.
Well, this is what happens when you buy into gimmicks, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, all of a sudden you realise how stupid this house of cards is, because if something minor or major happens, the whole thing falls apart. But it doesn't really matter, Mike, does it? Because I am looking sharp today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda, yes.
But it doesn't really matter, Mike, does it? Because he's not there anyway, and he isn't doing anything. And Manchester is completely inconsequential to the running of the country, really. Know that it's based in Westminster, we know that it's Whitehall, we know that it's London, so it doesn't really matter. And that, I suppose, really sums up the whole situation about absent Andy. And now, while he's away, we've got Louise Haigh running the country, who is a convicted fraudster. So hey, happy summer, it's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing, isn't it? Philip, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. We're running late slightly, so I'm going to cut you short prematurely, unfortunately, but have a lovely weekend. And
I'm no stranger.
Come and see us. Come down and pop in at some point to the studios here, because we'd love to see you.
Yeah.
Philip Kisley there, very sensible man, talking about why we have been captured, not least in the academic world, but just everywhere, really. And you know, how number 10 North is just a gimmick, and Andy Burnham's just a gimmick, and he's got hope in his heart, and we should all have hope in our hearts. Which doesn't really pay the rent, does it, unfortunately? Speaking of which, Lucy Rogers is here. We're going to talk to her in a moment about what Westminster Council have announced, which is that they don't want people to drink standing up anymore. They were going to force you to sit down and drink, otherwise you might get some kind of penalty fine. I mean, really? Seriously? We'll be back after this. This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged, you know, international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. You know, bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, you know, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. It's coming up to 8:35. This from Graham. He says, happy birthday, Mike. Have a great day. And I bought your book, which I've been reading this morning. It's brilliant, on my Kindle. but I would like a copy signed by you if possible. Really? Well, listen, I don't know if you've got a time machine, Graham, but that's brilliant because I haven't even seen it yet. I don't think it's coming out till next week. But it's entirely possible, you know, the way that the world is now, the way that it works. It might be that it's available online. I don't know, but I've not been told that. I've not been given a link.
Rumours of what the book's about, Mike. Here we go.
Rumours about what it's about. Mike, is your book a photo album of Cyprus? No, it isn't. And also, Cyprus is spelt with a U, by the way. It's not a cypress tree, which is ESS, obviously. I don't think it actually mentions Cyprus.
No.
I don't think it does. But it's a good idea, though. Why don't I do a book about Cyprus?
Holiday books. Holiday
Hey?
Yeah, love it.
I think I should do a book. My second book will be about Cyprus. There you go. I actually had a conversation with Donald just last night. And he didn't get it for about 10 minutes. I was like, have you been to Cyprus? And he's like, I always found it a bit small, you know. Anyway, I'm delighted to say Lucy Rogers is here. Lucy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being patient enough to sit and listen to me rambling on. You're with an organisation called Looking for Growth. Yeah. Story came out yesterday. It's on the front of the Metro. I saw it actually yesterday afternoon as I was out and about in Borough Market, saying that Westminster Council wants to stop people from drinking standing up. And I thought, this must be like an April Fool, mustn't it? But it's not, is it?
Well, it certainly feels that way.
Yeah.
So this is the draft consultation that has been that's been released on their policy that they want to bring in. So they are proposing that they want to have a presumption of no for all new applications. Right. And one of the exemptions that they give, so if you would like to apply for a license for a pub or a club, one of the examples they give of how you might get one, given that there is this presumption of refusal, is that you could stop everybody from standing up.
Right.
So that you could have a venue that looks rather nothing like a pub that we would recognise. If you would like one in Soho, that's what they suggest.
Yes, because I mean, again, out in Borough Market, and my friend Donald MacLeod, who runs nightclubs in Scotland and has run restaurants and all the rest of it, and has constantly kind of railed against the local government, you know, the local council in Glasgow and also in Edinburgh, and generally the SNP government in the country, is that, you know, he says they've sort of killed off hospitality. You know, it's really, really hard to make any money running a pub or a club or anything like that. And we were walking around Borough Market last night, and it was absolutely, you know, banging. There was loads of people there. There was, because Thursday night's the big night out. Yeah. Everyone was standing around outside the pubs. You know, there's a sort of pedestrianised area there, and there's the wheat sheaf, and there's the market porter, and just everybody was out and having a good time. Yeah. And he was just loving it. He said, "This is great." He said, "I've never seen this for such a long time." Yeah. You don't see it anymore in Glasgow because it's been sort of killed off. Yeah. And if these idiots at Westminster Council have their way, that's all going to disappear.
Well, I think that the draft policy that's out right now is specifically about Westminster, and in particular the passages that we are concerned about attack an area called the cumulative impact area, which is it's Soho. Right. They talk about it like it's this little neighbourhood somewhere. It's Soho. Yeah. It is an internationally famous area of nightlife. Yeah. And that's the bit that they want to restrict.
It's where people flock to, isn't it? People come from all over the world, as you say, to go to Soho.
Exactly. And one of the things that they do is the iconic tradition in British culture of standing in the pub, chatting to somebody you don't know, bumping into an old friend, all those kinds of things that don't happen if you're sitting down. Right. And the way that they've presented this is that they're saying it's about controlling crime and disorder. That's a job for the police. They are putting responsibility for things that should be dealt with by other services that are run by the government onto private businesses. Right. These are young entrepreneurs or people who've been working in this industry through really difficult things over the last decade to keep their businesses afloat, and they're being given more and more responsibility for things that are completely out with their control.
Yeah, and also surely crime and disorder is happening probably outside of those areas where people are actually having a drink. You know, there's no crime and disorder in the pub, or
certainly not,
or on the pavement outside the pub. Well, the crime and disorder is the guy going up and down on an electric scooter who's nicking your phone.
Well, we've done a lot of work on that at Looking for Growth. You know, we have highlighted the phone theft epidemic. We've also highlighted the graffiti. Yeah. Lots of other things happening in London. And the problem with this is that it is giving private venues responsibility for stuff that we know is happening everywhere else. Yeah. You know, and blaming them for the prevalence of this criminal activity. Right. Even though in the period that this policy has been, in the previous parts of this policy have been enacted, the number of venues that are operating in Soho has gone down, but the amount of crime in the area has gone up. So we know that there is no relationship between the two, which venues have been saying for years.
Yes. And also, what is this idea that you said earlier, where the presumption, if you apply for a new license to open a hostelry of one kind or another, why is there a presumption that that license will be turned down? What's that all about?
Good question. I have no idea.
Right.
It's not.
Do they not want people to enjoy themselves?
It certainly sounds like it. It's not pro-entrepreneurship. It's not pro-ambition. It's not pro-Britain. You know, we don't want people to open these businesses. And the signal that Westminster Council is sending loud and clear to people who want to run these hospitality venues, we don't want you here.
Yeah. Is there a sense that they don't want people to drink, do you think? Because, you know, there's this kind of, you know, health kick thing going on where they go, oh, well, you know, young people now don't drink as much as they used to. You know, my generation used to drink an awful lot.
Still does.
Some of us still... See, I knew you'd say that.
Yeah.
Some of us still do drink quite a lot. But, you know, is there a kind of a creeping, I don't know how you would describe it, but sort of a creeping change in our supposed social makeup that we're trying to discourage people from drinking, and so maybe they're coming at it from that perspective as a kind of, you know, Big Brother type, you know, organisation to say, oh, well, actually, you know, if we don't open as many pubs, people will be healthier.
The most important thing about this is that it is a presumption of refusal for new businesses, for anybody who wants to open one. So if you're looking for an area to open your pub and you're thinking Soho is the centre of nightlife and that's where you'd like to open your pub, the council is telling you that the starting position is no. And one of the exemptions that they give is if you prevent people from standing up. So if you stop people from standing, we might give you a licence.
So
but even that's not guaranteed.
Right, well, how do all these vape shops grow everywhere? You know, how does that work? How do you get a vape shop if you can't get a pub?
Well, I don't know. That's the policy for Westminster right now is out for consultation, and I would urge anybody who's got an interest in Soho or an interest in the hospitality industry in the UK in general to go along and fill it out, because they have said to us very clearly that they want people to fill out this consultation. They want to hear our questions, they want to hear our concerns, and these are our concerns.
Okay, so are they persuadable, do you think, then, to change this view?
I hope so. I think so. I think that the way that things are going, I think that it's clear that whatever they intended with this policy, it's clearly not worked, because everybody has reached the same conclusion that we did, which is that this feels anti-pub and anti-fun. And so I'm hoping that given the amount of conversation that we have generated around this, that they're going to take this seriously.
Well, you would think so, because, I mean, such a lot of damage was done, wasn't it, to hospitality and to pubs and to restaurants and various nightclubs over the COVID years, right? And you would think that they would welcome it. And as I say, walking around last night, it was really actually great to see. It was just fantastic to see people out having a good time. You know, the weather was warm, the sun was out, you know, people were having fun, and they were all drinking. They weren't like drinking water, you know, you could see bottles of wine, glasses of Aperol Spritz, you know. And it was just a really joyous thing to see. And I say Donald, my friend, was just really, really inspired by it. He just went, you know, I haven't seen people in these numbers enjoying themselves out on the streets really since before about 2020.
Comment on screen, Mike.
You know?
Comment on screen.
Drinking standing up is already banned in Manchester. Really? Says Travelling Fusilier. Me and my army reunion friends experienced this on the 1st of August in the pub next to number 10 North. Wow. Because I think there's a Wetherspoons next to number 10 North, we're told. I remember this happening. I was actually out with a bunch of people, including Nigel Farage, funnily enough. And it was in a pub in Whitehall, near Trafalgar Square. And I guess it must have been when they reopened after a sort of period of closure, and you had to sit down at a table. And funnily enough, Nigel was walking between two tables because there was people over there you want to talk to, people over here. And this young kid came up who was about 17, by the looks of him, probably 18, and said, "Excuse me, sir, you'd have to sit down." And he was just like, "I'm not doing it." And we ended up leaving the pub because we're like, we're not going to be coming to a pub and being told that you can't literally socialise between two tables. That you've got to sit down with next to the person you're sitting down with, and you can only talk to them. You can't talk to them. It's bloody ridiculous.
No, and publicans don't want this.
No.
And we know that people who work in pubs, you know, for them is not at all why they joined the industry. This is not what they want to be doing. They do not want to be policing whether people are standing up or down. It's silly. And we would like the council to take our concerns seriously, to reconsider their draft proposal. Their draft proposal right now is open for consultation, so they are in a position where they can change anything in it. And if what they say is correct, which is that this section doesn't mean what it looks like it says it means, then just delete it. Just get rid of it.
Just get rid of it. I mean, I had a funny one, actually. This was a few years ago. There's a pub. In fact, Pooch and I think, you know, remember that pub we first met in called The Ring? down in Southwark, opposite Southwark. They've got a boxing ring upstairs, and it's an old pub. It's been famously around in Southwark for a long time, opposite Southwark Station. And when Pooch and I first met up, that was where we met. And I remember sitting, I was standing at the bar there once, and I decided that I wanted to stay at the bar, and there were some stools which were sort of over there on a table, and I went and grabbed one of the stools and sat down at the bar, and this guy behind the bar said, "You can't sit there." And I went, "Why not?" He said, "Well, because you're going to stop people from getting to the bar." And it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I said, "Well, there isn't anybody trying to get to the bar." And he went, "Yeah, but they might be." And I went, "Are you having a laugh?" I said, "I'm going to sit here." I said, "See what? If somebody comes and stands behind me, I'll get up and get out of the way so that you can serve them. But until they do that, I'm going to sit here." And it was just like, what is wrong with this country? Why have people become so bloody nitpicky and kind of, ensure that they want to tell you what to do, and where you sit there, don't sit there, stand there, don't stand there. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I know. And I think that if you look at the feedback from hospitality venues, they don't want these rules in. No. They would like people to be able to stand at the bar. They want them to be able to stand and drink. They want whatever they would like to do. They want to create this open culture and a pub culture that we are all used to. There's no reason to change it.
No, there really isn't. Well, listen, great to see you, Lucy. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
You've just made me want to go back to the pub.
Yeah, me too.
Let's go to the pub.
Yeah.
To finish the show at the pub. Standing up, by the way.
Let's do it from a pub one morning.
Actually, we should.
Yeah,
we really should. Or, the place we went the other day, the Indian restaurant around the corner, which is fantastic. We must take you there. We went out the other night. Really good. Well, we're very, very much... In fact, we're going down to Clacton, hopefully, next week.
Yeah.
We won't be in a pub as such, but we'll be in a sort of venue, won't we?
Yeah.
Which might have a bar attached to it.
Yeah.
But we're going to try and see if we can do that. We're going to try and nail that all down and let you know exactly when that's going to happen. Super chats. Couple coming in. Simon Kilford, thank you very much indeed. Top man. Very generous, Simon. This one from TKM. Any news on the Witty Weekly Wonder in memory of Anne? I'm not sure what that is. Were we trying to do something in memory of Anne? Don't know. Please invite Rupert Lowe on soon. No. I don't like him.
He's been on with Kelvin.
He was on with Kelvin McKenzie. Laurel and our day, says LTL. The problem, I'll tell you what the problem with Rupert Lowe is that he's a very monosyllabic interviewee. You ask him a question, and about 15 minutes later, you're kind of going, like this, because he doesn't stop talking. Some people are like that. It's not a conversation. I like to interview people like Richard Tice this morning, with whom you can have a conversation. Jason Arday built the Eiffel Tower with one hand, says Chris. He did, while cycling around and winning the Tour de France. Happy birthday for tomorrow, Mike, says Gina Maria. Thank you. So look, nothing personal against Rupert Lowe, but he and I have had interviews in the past, and he's just not a very good interview. And then he insists on, being allowed to speak, and he doesn't brook any sort of. It's not a conversation, Happy birthday for tomorrow, Mike. Nice to see you and Pooch have a full set of labs. I know, isn't that going to be great? Those two, Missy and George, absolutely beautiful. And one's black, one's brown. And if Ziggy goes, there'll be one yellow. I might be dying from a stab wound from an Afghan, but it's fine because Andy gave me hope. Hope in all our hearts. That's what we have, isn't it? In Manchester. You can't get to Manchester at the moment because the trains are all broken. Brilliant. Worse news than that is you can't get out of Manchester if you're stuck there. Never mind. Hugh Andre is going to be here in a moment with We Served, of course. He's got some pretty angry words to say about what the government are trying to do to veterans because, as you might expect, the government is not really offering veterans very much hope. Instead, they're actually asking them to pay them some money back, which is a disgrace. We'll find out why coming up in a moment.
Good morning. I'm Fiona MacLeod. Major rail disruption continues across northwest England and the Midlands after a power failure at a Manchester signalling centre yesterday. Thousands of passengers face delays and cancellations into Friday, with some operators still advising against travel. Whoopee, it's the pub at lunchtime for me. Politically, Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives have written to all Tory-run councils urging them to rapidly enforce new single-sex space rules based on biological sex, after several left-wing councils said they would defy the Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance. Separately, a poll finds nearly 85% of 16 to 18-year-olds would simply switch off the government's planned voluntary overnight social media curfew for older teenagers. The ongoing heatwave is also keeping shoppers off the high street, with bakers doing particularly badly. I may have to get my baps out. See you later, alligators.
Yeah. We're back. I'm just showing off a picture of me and Kinsey Schofield inside Wellington Barracks, because you know how pathetic we non-military people are. Where I go, oh, I was in a barracks the other day, because Hugh Andre, of course, spends his life in them, right? And he's going, yeah, all right, well, no big deal. But he knows the guy that I'm in the picture with, who was my host for the night. We went to Horse Guards Parade. Mine host. We went to Horse Guards Parade, and there was it was called some kind of Festival of the Summer or something like that, and it was all the bands playing.
Lovely.
It was great. It was all put together by Andrew Lloyd Webber, and it was fantastic. And it was just, and I sat there in the little stand, as you do at Horse Guards Parade, and I thought, this is what Britain's about.
Yeah, it's what we do really well.
We're
the best.
So well.
We're the best.
And the marching, and I was really like blown away by it.
Yeah.
You know, it was fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
And all the people that were in the various different regiments and the different, uniforms, and it was just lovely. I just thought, this is...
You understand where the
Britain about. That's what.
Yeah, and you understand where the phrase "with military precision" comes from.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Particularly when they walk, backwards and forwards, and do that thing where you kind of go, how do they do that?
Yeah, we call it chaos corner on The Truth in the Colour.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I tell you how it's done: by practice, and more practice.
Yes.
Fail to practice, then prepare to fail.
Prepare to fail, yeah. And then you see why you polish your shoes. That's why you polish your shoes.
Discipline.
Why do you keep your sword exactly as you, because you need to.
It teaches. Right? Yeah, people often say, "What's the point of a drill?" It's basic instruction in discipline.
Yeah.
That's where the discipline, and that leads right up to the discipline of staying in your shell scrape, remaining on on sentry duty, awake at night, because you're protecting the lives of your fellow brothers and sisters.
Yes.
That's discipline, all the way to...
And you can't just fall asleep, and you can't just go, oh, I don't fancy it, or...
No, and the very extreme, Mike, it's that order on the battlefield where I say, Graham, take Smudge, take Bonds, and take that machine gun post out, and you go, no problem, boss.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And you often say that's why people coming from the forces are so well prepared for civilian life, because they can do anything, because they're fixing things. They're all about fixing stuff. They're all about taking instruction and going, right, go and do that. And you go, okay, I'm going to go do it.
Yeah, they haven't necessarily got the qualifications, but what we're really trying to drive home with We Served, and especially on the employment side and the training side, is they have the right attitude and aptitude.
Yes.
They've got an attitude, which is turn up on time and get the job done.
Yeah.
And the aptitude, because once they weren't soldiers, sailors, airmen or women, they were just, civilians.
Yeah.
But they've learnt, and that's having the aptitude to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you're here for not such a good reason though, because and I didn't know this until this week when you told me.
Shall we bring Peter in?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Peter Sharples down the line.
Peter Sharples, down the line with us. Peter, hi, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning, Mike. How are you?
Good to see you. Yeah, very well indeed. Just about to get into the story that Hugh's about to tell us. Have you lost? Oh, he's lost it. There you go. Is that all right? Is your microphone back? Yeah. There's a situation going on currently where the government is attempting to claw back money from former servicemen and women because they were somehow overpaid. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm going to take a sip of water, because in all the years we've been working together and discussing issues, this one's right up there. It came to my attention when I saw the article about Peter, who everyone's going to meet shortly.
Yeah.
But in effect, what has happened is the government, the DWP, Department of Work and Pensions, outsource their pension payment processes and administration to a company called Equiniti.
Okay.
Who, through maladministration, have overpaid up to 1,000 pensioners who are all veterans, their military pension.
Right.
Now, to you and I, and anyone watching, it will sound like a lot of money. It's 5 million. That is not a lot of money when you think about
not in government
the hundreds of millions people got paid for dodgy PPE.
Right.
And this is what really riles me.
Well, we had a story yesterday to just interrupt you to say that I think this current government is borrowing something like £4,000 a second.
Yeah, look,
right?
5 million quid is probably the one wing on a Typhoon Eurofighter.
Yeah.
But individuals like Peter, up to 1,000 veterans are now being told to give back the paltry amount of money. And what price do you put on military service? What price do you put on a life, ultimately? And I can tell you, because I've had some good factual advice from the Forces Pension Service, who said there are up to 1,000 who are being affected by this. And if you sort of average it all out, the average amount of money a pensioner is being told to give back, £16,000, some up to 100,000.
No.
Now that's going to make, that is going to bring hardship, homelessness, ill health, who knows, suicide. But fundamentally, and this is why I put my piece out yesterday on LinkedIn to John Healey and Wes Streeting, and you know, I've got a lot of respect for John Healey. You know, he was very well respected in the MOD. He's a man of principle, as we know. He stood down. I mean, you know that I'm a political whore. I just work for whoever's in charge. But you know, this one is all about the government looking at their own moral compass and saying, do you know what? We'll waive it. Write it off. Honestly, because otherwise, this is going to have it's just awful effects on veterans who are pensioners and their families. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional now because it really.
No, you should. No, you should, and you're absolutely right to. Let's talk to Philip and find out what his particular personal situation is. So, Philip, so when did you hear about this first, Philip? Morning.
It's Peter, Mike, not Philip.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my apologies.
Right. No,
I've got
that's
Philip written down here for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, no,
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, my particular story, which I was glad the Telegraph ran with it last weekend because I've been trying for 18 months to get this issue highlighted. In March 2024, my military pension was being paid out early due to serious ill health. I'd had a bad stroke, I have severe complex PTSD and a raft of other ailments that, you know, I could be here all day telling you about. And so I contacted Universal Credit and I said, look, my military pension is being paid out 3 years early at 57. Will this have any impact on my situation? And they came back and said, no, that's fine. Thanks very much for letting us know. So I thought, happy days. So it was paid out, the terminal gratuity, etc. I thought, right. So, because personally, I didn't think I had much longer to live because I was so bad at the time. So I thought at least there's a little bit of money there for my family to carry forward. Then in January 25, I get a reassessment on Universal, and it turns around and it says, oh, I see you're getting a military pension. And I said, yeah, well, I did declare it. Right, okay. Well, we're going to have to look at that. Now, when I first declared it, it was under the Tories. When the reassessments were coming, they were coming under Labour. And this dragged on for months, and it put a terrible strain on me and my wife. And we were notified mid-2025 that we'd been overpaid by £8,800. And they'd also taken into account that the terminal gratuity is classed as capital because they said my military pension was classed as unearned. So I turned around and I said, well, I've got a letter from the MOD which clearly states that military pensions always have been classed as earned. And a parliamentary committee also emailed me and said, no, it's classified as earned. So I was really, really confused. So anyway, we went to a mandatory reconsideration notice. And then it turned around and said, yes, you did tell us. Thank you very much. We've taken and removed the £50 civil penalty that we gave you, but you still owe us £8,800. So I thought, well, we'll have to go to tribunal with this. I'm trying to cut it short for you, Mike, because it does go on a bit. So I had the tribunal this year on the 30th of April. DWP never turned up. And the judge turned around to me and said, you're not the first veteran to appear in front of me with the same issues. I'm not supposed to give advice, but I will give you advice, and you should go for a judicial review because this isn't right.
Right.
And I've been
so
very
does that
active.
mean you're still, but that doesn't exonerate you from paying it, does it? That doesn't, I mean,
oh, no, Mike, no.
But you're still hanging over you.
Absolutely, and with the effect of that, me and my wife both get limited capability for work. Okay, so effectively, my wife is now being penalised because she, as a married couple, you only get the one payment. So my wife's not even getting that now, and also we had our PIP reassessment because we've had that for a few years because my wife's she's really seriously ill, my wife, and it's put a lot of strain on us. I mean, I was under suicide watch at the end of last year for 2 months because they were that worried about me. And when we had the reassessment for PIP, they cut it in half. It was the time when they were trying to slash the welfare in Parliament, etc. Right. And then it got reinstated to the full payment, so they owed us £2,500. And they still took that off the universal debt as well. Right. And the letter turned around and said, we don't need to ask you to do this. We can do what we want. That's what the letter said. Wow. So I've been
given that they're paying you a pension, can they just universally kind of take it off what they're paying you? Because that's a worry, isn't it?
It's pound for pound. That's what they're doing, and also with the terminal gratuity. So if you get a medical negligence payout, which I also had as well, you get 12 months to spend that, before it gets taken into account.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just wrong. It's just absolutely wrong. I've got loads of veterans been contacting me for many months now. I'm very active on media, and they're all coming forward. I'm helping 3 ex-colonels at the minute who have got the same issues. What you was mentioning there, he's a 70-year-old ex-colonel in the army. He's at state pension age, and they want 32 grand off him in the next 18 months because of his age.
Awful, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, it just runs so deep, and we now live below the poverty line. That's the truth. Right. My health is shot to pieces.
Yeah.
And I wonder where I'm going to go.
Also, when you hear Andy Burnham talking about giving everybody hope in their hearts, seriously?
Yeah. I mean, I'm 59, and I always say, apart from Margaret Thatcher, at least who had some guts to do something, I've never seen any political party or leader do anything for any veteran since I've been when I joined up in 1983.
No.
It's just they all talk the talk, Mike. Yeah. Right. At the end of the day, they don't care, and what's going on proves they don't care, and we're all sick of it.
Yeah, Peter, listen, it's so good to hear you say those words, because Hugh and I have been talking around various subjects like this for a long time, and you've always said to me, when you sign up, you do your duty, you do your service, you don't ask for anything, you don't expect anything, but you shouldn't expect to be put through the ringer like this, should you? I mean, this is beyond the pale.
Honestly,
beyond the pale.
Mike, this is, as I said at the start, and all the time we've been working together, for me, this is right up there.
Yeah.
And you can see how the stress and pressure is affecting Peter's health.
Yeah.
There are 1,000 more Peters out there being expected to give back. And this is information from Forces Pension Society, which I'll come back onto in a moment. Anything from 16,000. Apparently, one individual's been told to give 100,000 due to a mistake from this company that the government outsources their pensions administration to, who will have public liability insurance.
Yes, but also, is the government seeking the money, or is the company seeking the money? Who's it going? Where's the money going?
Yeah, this will cost lives. This will create hardship and homelessness, and I think it's an utter disgrace. And and that's why I can never align with the party. Frankly, I think the veterans should create their own veterans party, or certainly a lobby group, because this has gone on one government after another, whether it's Northern Ireland legacy, etc., and now this. And I'm just going to say to those ministers out there, and to Wes Streeting, who I've spoken with before about my own challenges, and to John Healey, you have the power to waive this. Now do the right thing and waive it. Otherwise, we're going to start shouting louder and louder.
And so you should.
And 5.1 million veterans and their families is a lot of votes.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, what happens to those people like Peter? Sorry, Peter, go on.
Yeah. My MP, Patrick Hurley, up in here in well, I come under West Lancashire, but our MP is Sefton. Patrick Earley, he actually wrote to DWP last year and asked it to be written off because it was their mistake. They never even wrote back to him.
Shocking, absolutely shocking. And I mean, if it was to be reversed, for example, in Peter's case, I mean, you've obviously had money taken off you already. Would you be able? I mean, you'd be seeking hopefully to get that back? Would you?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
it's your money.
I've done nothing. I've done nothing wrong. You know, and we're not asking for a flamboyant lifestyle, Mike. All this does, especially in this cost of living crisis, all it does is allows us to live.
Yeah.
As I've said to many veterans now, all me and my wife do is exist, and there's a massive difference.
Yeah, I know. It's absolutely shocking. Shocking. Well, what can we do?
Right.
What can I do?
And that's a really good question, Mike. So if you're a veteran watching, or you have members of your family are veterans or friends, whatever it might be, I would urge you, go to the weserved.com website. Go to the news and media page, and there's a link on there to the Forces Pension Society.
Okay.
I would urge everyone to, first of all, get advice, get the right advice. And the link, as I said, the link to the Forces Pension Society will provide you with the information of what you need to do.
Okay.
So sign up, it's for free, name, rank, number, we served, go into the platform and we've got the guidance and we've got the link step by step. Do not admit, do not pay anything yet.
Right, okay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, go on.
Have a public portal, so Mike and myself, we can join WeServe as members of the public and we can support you.
Thank you.
I think you should do that. Have a public side. Mike, you can head it up as the first honorary one.
Yeah, well, I'm already the first non-military ambassador for WeServe.
And this is exactly.
So I'm very happy to do that anyway.
And Mike, you know, the viewers won't know yet, but obviously in the past we've done the Veterans Voice. We're at later stages of planning.
We are
a new series with Hannah Saunders, ex-RAF. And this is exactly the topic that we want to be discussing and making our, you know, the great public and all the your viewers are just amazing.
They are.
Honestly, you know, the donations we get. Every week, one of your viewers contacts us and says, "I heard you on Mike Graham. I saw you. I'd like to make a donation." Or, you know, thank you. But you know, we have to rise up as a nation and support our armed forces, support our veterans.
Totally.
You know, they're our family, and we look after one another.
Exactly. It's disgusting, quite frankly. And I mean, this is the kind of thing that these kind of apparatchiks who sit around talking about whether Andy Burnham's, you know, being too blokey or not. You know, sort the bloody country out, sort out the veterans, stop penalising them, stop victimising them, and get your fingers out of your arse, quite frankly, and cancel this ridiculous policy. Right? It's that simple. It's that simple. Right?
100%.
Just stop. Just stop it. Hugh, good to see you, man.
Thank you,
I'm
Mike.
starting to get wound up now.
Yeah.
You know, because it's bloody ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Shocking. And Peter, thank you so much for coming on, and we wish you all the best. We'll see you soon. We'll keep fighting for you, and we'll get you that money back. I promise you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Not at all. You know, you did things for us that we could never thank you for. You know, you don't deserve to be treated like this. It's shocking. Let's do a bit of news, shall we, with Fiona McLeod?
Good morning. I'm Fiona McLeod. Major rail disruption continues across northwest England and the Midlands after a power failure at a Manchester signalling centre yesterday. Thousands of passengers face delays and cancellations into Friday, with some operators still advising against travel. Whoopee, it's the pub at lunchtime for me. Politically, Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives have written to all Tory-run councils urging them to rapidly enforce new single-sex space rules based on biological sex, after several left-wing councils said they would defy the Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance. Separately, a poll finds nearly 85% of 16 to 18-year-olds would simply switch off the government's planned voluntary overnight social media curfew for older teenagers. The ongoing heatwave is also keeping shoppers off the high street, with bakers doing particularly badly. I may have to get my baps out. See you later, alligators.
Fiona McLeod, Fiona McLeod, thank you very much indeed. It feels to me, by the way, Pooch, that we haven't got as many clips out there today as we should have. So, should we have this just before we go on to speak to Paul Embry? Thetford, right, is a place up in Norfolk where there's been a bit of trouble recently, and hardly anybody's covering it. There's a bit in the mail today, but we've got a clip, I think, of the locals up in Thetford who are very unhappy about, guess what? A bunch of asylum seekers being put into a camp up there. Check it out. So according to the piece in the Mail, police were called last night as turmoil hit a market town called Thetford, engulfed by violence after angry residents tried to storm houses rumoured to be used by asylum seekers. Frustration spilled out 3 properties in Thetford following weeks of protest at a nearby former military barracks, which has been earmarked to take 1,250 male migrants. You know, they don't learn, do they? What is wrong with the people running this country, right? One, they're criticising and going after veterans, telling them that they owe them money because of some screw-up on a pension scheme, that they want them to repay money to the government, which they haven't got, first of all. And now, they don't recognise that people in various different communities around the country are not happy about having people imposed upon them, being given houses, being given shelter, when they don't really deserve it. No wonder people are reacting like this with all the rapes and murders, says Lisa. Yeah, it's true. Absolutely true.
They don't want us to stand up in pubs. They can get
and they don't want us to stand up in pubs now as well. I mean, really? Really? I mean, there's not much more people can take. People are going to get more and more angry and more fed up with this ludicrous set of rules being handed down by the councils, by the government, because the people who don't pay attention to the rules don't apparently get punished. Right? Let's talk to Paul Embry and see what he makes of it all. Paul, very good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Mike.
There is a sense, isn't there? And, you know, we can talk about any number of individual situations, but there's a sort of sense in this country right now that people are frustrated, disappointed. You know, Andy Burnham talks about hope, giving people hope and making people feel better about themselves and better about the country. But there's not a lot of hope out there, I'm afraid.
Well, I think Andy Burnham, and I wrote about this recently, it's almost as if he's already on borrowed time.
Yeah.
And that obviously is not necessarily his fault, not at the moment. But there is a sense that he needs to, I think, deliver results very, very quickly, because there is no doubt that there is a great deal of discontentment there in the country, and for good reason.
Yeah.
You know, for the last 20 years or so, people have had to deal with economic stagnation. That's had a real impact on their living standards, on their quality of life, on their disposable income, and so on. I think that they're also having to deal with a state that has failed pretty calamitously in a lot of ways and in a lot of policy areas. You know, you've got NHS waiting lists that are through the roof. We can't protect our borders. People can't get into see their GPs. There's a sense that the police don't do what they're supposed to do. And I think people just kind of think we're living in a dysfunctional state. We're living in a state that doesn't work. And I think that feeling is kind of widespread to a degree that I don't think I've experienced in my lifetime. And yeah, for that reason, I think Burnham needs to deliver very, very quickly. But whether he will or not, I think is a different matter.
Well, the question is, when you hear stories like the one we just reported on there with the government asking veterans to repay some money because of a mistake in the pension payout, you just think, you know, at what point does somebody sit in a civil service department and go, that's a good idea, let's go after the veterans, let's go and get some money from them because, you know, we screwed up, you know? And again, looking at what's going on in Thetford, and it's happening in lots of different parts of the country, you know, people are not wanting to see foreigners coming to this country being looked after better than they're being looked after. And you know, whatever your view of immigration is, that's what's going on. And it's not a recipe for anything other than disaster.
Yeah, I caught some of the conversation about the veterans, and I mean, that certainly seems appalling. You know, the idea that people can give the service that they've given, and through no fault of their own.
Right.
You know, we're given kind of overpayments and now told that we're clawing that back from you whether you like it or not. That is an example of state failure, and people being forced to pay the price for it who shouldn't be forced to pay the price for it. I mean, in terms of Thetford, yeah, look, I mean, first of all, I don't like vigilantism. I don't like mob rule. I don't like the idea that people can be cowering in their homes, you know, shaking through fear because they think that people are going to raid their homes and attack them possibly. I don't care who you are, where you've come from. I don't think anybody should be forced to deal with that sort of experience. But I completely understand why people are angry about what's going on. You know, I was looking at the figures, funnily enough, this morning. Around 200,000 people have arrived illegally by small boats in 2018. I mean, that is a city the size of Norwich, which is just up the road from Thetford. And Norwich is a major city. And, you know, there is no sign that this particular problem is being dealt with. I think last Wednesday, there was something like 752 arrivals by small boat, which was a record for the year. So given that this problem has been going on for a number of years and politicians have talked for a number of years about dealing with it, they still haven't dealt with it, and people are entitled to be completely angry about it.
No, of course. And the problem is that they're actually creating the situation where people are getting angry, and so they're actually putting the subjects, if you like, the immigrants in a bad place. Because again, I think most people who are out there demonstrating, they don't want to be doing that. You know, they'd rather be sitting at home happily, you know, having their, you know, fish and chips or whatever it is they're going to be eating and having a drink and enjoying their lives. But they're angry because the government is making them angry because of the government's policies, and the government is not creating anything other than division. You know, they talk about people creating division. They're the ones doing it.
Well, I think most people in this country feel that their good faith has been tested to breaking point. We're often depicted as some kind of racist, anti-immigration cesspit. Actually, when you look at the studies, most studies show that Britain is one of the most tolerant countries in the world. What people don't like is their good faith being abused. And I actually think that most people in this country are broadly pro-immigration, provided it's managed properly, provided...
Well, let's put it this way, they're not against it. I mean, Pooch and I were in a club the other day talking to this very lovely woman who was running the bar there, Polish lady, and she said, you know, I came to this country 20 years ago. The reason I came to Britain was because we know Britain is a very tolerant country and they love everybody, and, you know, and that's the view from abroad, if you like. You know, people come here because they know that they'll be warmly welcomed. But this government is screwing that up.
If you go back to the 1990s, Mike, immigration had largely become a non-issue in our politics, actually. It never appeared on the list of priorities for voters. And that was because, you know, net migration was quite low. It was being managed fairly well. It was in the sort of tens of thousands most year. No one really saw it as an issue. And we'd actually moved on from the days of the 1970s, for example. The National Front with their Doc Martens and their skinheads were marching through areas with large numbers of minority ethnic people and intimidating people. And we've moved on from that and we were in a better place. But then all of a sudden, you know, with EU enlargement and the advent of the new global market and Tony Blair's government, which always took a very liberal approach to immigration, the brakes came off and the numbers went through the roof. And suddenly the whole issue became a running story in our society again, not because people had overnight become racist or bigoted or xenophobic, but simply because they felt that the situation wasn't being managed properly. I was living at the time, at the turn of the century. The place where I grew up was the London borough of Barking and Dagenham. And Barking and Dagenham went through absolutely tumultuous change. It was one of those areas that was affected by immigration, very quick and large-scale immigration. And it disorientated people and it bewildered people, and everything that they knew and were familiar with was changing very rapidly around them. And the idea that you can go to those people who have lived in what was previously a very settled community for decades, really, and say to them, oh, if you don't like it, it's because you're anti-immigrant and you're bigoted and you're a racist. I think it just insults people. But that's what large parts of the political establishment did. And lo and behold, what happens? People get angry. They start voting for populist parties, and people vote for Brexit because they feel that they're not being listened to. And I think with the small boat thing, any politician who thinks that, and you can be the most pro-immigration person in the world, but if you think that it is sustainable to have large numbers of almost exclusively men, foreign men, largely undocumented, who we know nothing about their background, we know nothing about their beliefs, rocking up on our shores day after day, and people are not going to get angry about that, then you're living in a dream world. Yeah. And until the government, I think, puts in place radical measures to stop it, and it's done some good things. I've got some respect for Shabana Mahmood in terms of some of the wider proposals that she's been introducing around immigration. But until this small boats crisis is dealt with, then the issue is just going to fester, and we're going to continue to see scenes like we've seen in the last 3 nights in Thetford. Yeah, absolutely right. Listen, I could talk to you for a lot longer, Paul, but we've got to run because we're almost out of time, and I've got to get to Plank of the Week, and there's a lot of planks to talk about, by the way. But listen, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Embry, making sense there from the left side of politics. He knows that you cannot get on with the rest of your life as long as there's this problem with immigration. Right? It's as simple as that. It's time for the bish, though. Hang on. Oh, somebody said, look, Pooch says my book's already out. How did that happen? That's weird, isn't it? They haven't even told me. It's called Fake News, right? And it's got a subheading, which is... One second, there we go. Oh, go on. No, Mike, my partner has a Kindle copy too, avidly reading it. Blimey. Amazing. I'm supposedly getting my hands on some hard copies of it, I think, next week. They're on the way. Fake News, the secret deal between government and the media, is what it says. Wow, how much is it? Does it say?
No, I don't know if they could let us know.
I don't even know how much it is. Maybe they're giving it away for nothing. No. I took some time to write, That's what I do. Let's talk.
To ask the Bishop if he can say any Star Wars in Welsh.
Oh, yes, because we had a story the other day, which was very funny, about the Star Wars. S4C apparently is going to do Star Wars in Welsh, right? I mean, nobody watches S4C. I mean, I remember from my time in Wales. Bish, very good morning to you. And you, Mike. Here. Could you say, may the force be with you in Welsh? And what would it sound like?
Unfortunately, I don't speak Welsh.
Brilliant.
I grew up in a part of Wales
isn't that some kind of thought crime? You'll have the Senedd to be round.
They'd crucify me. I grew up in a part of Wales where you used to get shot for speaking Welsh many years ago.
Oh, really? Brilliant.
During the Chartist Revolt. But they're bringing Welsh back. So, and you must let me know when you get your books, because I would like you to put your John Hancock in.
Yes, I will. Yeah, I will. I think next week I should be getting my hot little hands on them, or my hands on them, I should say. Before we get into we're a bit short of time today. Before we get into your sermon, I don't know if you've seen this story today, which I thought was right up your strasse. A Christian motorist has been refused car insurance, right? Because he's driving around in a car that says Jesus loves you on the side of it. And apparently the insurance company have said that it has declined the modification done on the vehicle as per stickers being added. Huh?
It's absolutely ridiculous. But right. I'm sure if they wrote Allahu Akbar down the side, they'd have extra cover on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're driving down a road. We're about to run over some people. You can get insurance. That's no problem at all. Where are you heading? Berlin. Oh, great. Okay, then.
What a ridiculous world we're living in.
I know, isn't it mad? Anyway, listen, off you go because I say time is short and we need to hear your wise words for Sunday's sermon.
Thank you, sir. Well, my brothers and sisters, in the 28th verse of the Gospel of St. Matthew, we find these incredible words. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Now, there are some invitations in life that are polite. There are others that are important, but then there are invitations that can save your very soul. And this is one of them. Our Lord Jesus Christ does not stand before humanity making demands before he offers mercy. He does not say, get yourself together and then come to me. He simply says, come. Come if you are weary. Come if your heart is broken. Come if the weight of the world feels too heavy for you to carry. Come if you have made an absolute mess of your life. Come if you've climbed every ladder that this world has to offer and discovered that none of them reach heaven. The tragedy of our age is not simply that people are tired. Human beings have always worked hard. No, the tragedy is that people are exhausted because they're trying to carry burdens they were never created to bear. We carry anxiety over tomorrow. We carry guilt from yesterday. We carry resentment. We carry all manner of fears. We carry loneliness, even while surrounded by thousands of people and an online community. We have more technology than any civilization ever before us. And yet, somehow we have less peace. We have far more entertainment, and yet there's far more emptiness in our lives. Much more connection, yet far more isolation. The late Archbishop Fulton Sheen once observed that people are not searching merely for comfort. They are searching for Christ, though many do not yet know his name, because every human heart bears within it an emptiness that only its creator can fill. We try to fill that emptiness with money. We try to fill it with success. We try to fill it with politics. We try to fill it with pleasure. We try to fill it with endless distractions. But these things are like pouring seawater into a thirsty soul. They will never, ever satisfy. For only Christ says, I will give you rest. Notice, he does not merely promise better circumstances. He promises himself, because true peace is not found in the absence of storms. It is found in the presence of the Savior. Now let's think of his disciples. The sea was raging around them. The waves crashed over the sides of the boat. Yet the Son of God was sound asleep peacefully. Not because the storm was small, far from it, but it was because his Father remained sovereign over it all. Many of you listening this morning may feel as though your own lives are caught in such a storm. Perhaps this week you've lost someone you love, or recently. Perhaps you're worried about having to pay the bills. Perhaps your marriage is under terrible strain. Perhaps you've even received news from the doctors that has truly shaken you. Or perhaps outwardly, everything looks successful, but inwardly, you know your soul feels utterly exhausted. So my brothers, my sisters, hear again the words of Jesus the Christ, not as history, not as poetry, but as a personal invitation. For he says, come unto me. See, Christianity is not first about rules. It is not first about religion. It is first about a relationship with the living Christ. The one who carried the cross now offers to carry you. The one who bore the weight of the sins of the world invites you to lay down the weight you were never meant to carry alone. My brothers, my sisters, that is not weakness. It is wisdom, because the strongest men and women in history have always known that they were not sufficient unto themselves. They leaned upon God. So as the psalmist declared, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in times of trouble. So today, my brothers, my sisters, wherever you're watching, wherever you're listening, in your kitchen, maybe in your car, maybe you're on your way to work, or perhaps you're lying awake after yet another sleepless night. Hear the voice of Christ cutting through all the noise of this troubled world, not condemning you, certainly not rejecting you, but today he is calling you. For he says, come unto me. And my brothers and my sisters, if you come to him in humility and faith, you will discover what generations of Christians have discovered before you, that the world may well offer escape, but only Jesus Christ offers rest. May Almighty God bless you, keep you, strengthen you, and grant you his perfect peace this day and always. Amen.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
And you.
We have got Plank of the Week to finish up. And it's been one of those weeks where, again, I'm afraid, the numbers simply aren't... There's not enough time to do all the plankery that we've got. But let's do it. Mark Littlewood's here. Paul Cox as well. I don't know whether you heard me earlier. We've had a bit of a round table investors meeting and come up with a new name for your show, which is Little Cox.
There you go.
I thought you'd like that.
Rolling in,
I thought you'd like it. I think you'd get the punters rolling in. Peach just said you can just have a question at the beginning of the show. Do you like Little Cox? It sounds good to me.
Let the listeners decide.
Let the listeners decide. Absolutely right. Now, it's been one of those weeks, hasn't it? Andy Burnham's on holiday.
Yeah.
So I've found myself asking the question: is the country actually being better run than when he's not here?
Yeah.
Than when he is here? And I
Mike,
find
it's
myself
been very
saying,
dangerous. You've been complaining about him going on holiday. I want him to stay on holiday
yeah,
for 3 years.
Yeah. Well, do you know, when they had no government in Northern Ireland for ages because they couldn't agree to sit down in the same room, it actually ran...
Do you want to hear an Irish joke that's actually not a joke?
Early there.
No, gone early, sorry.
Yeah, you got a bit early.
Yeah,
As soon as I said the word Ireland.
The other thing, Mike, about that is Belgium went through a period of having 18 months without a government,
right?
Because they had proportional representation, and there's 27 different parties in Parliament.
Yeah,
they couldn't stitch up, so they had 18 months without a government.
Yeah.
And that was the highest period of economic growth in Belgium's post-war history.
There you go.
So I'm for more holidays.
The other thing I like about the Belgians is they haven't got their own language. They speak Flemish.
Yeah.
Right? So they don't actually have... People say, well, do you speak Belgian? There is no such thing as Belgian.
No. So half of them speak Flemish and half of them speak French.
Yeah, but there's no Belgian.
There's no Belgium.
In the same way that there's no famous Belgians.
Yes. Hercule Poirot.
Hercule Poirot's not real.
No,
I'm sorry to break this to you.
Neither's
He's a
Tintin.
fictitious...
Neither was Tintin.
He's a fictitious
or
character.
Asterix. He was from France.
The only person that anybody normally could name is Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Eddie Merckx.
Eddie Merckx is a cyclist who I know and you know because we're such athletes, but most people wouldn't know.
I'll give you one that most people don't think. Audrey Hepburn.
What?
Ooh.
She's from
Belgium?
Yeah.
Wow.
There you
See,
go.
that is good.
Hepburn
This was all from our World Cupper file on obscure facts about Belgium.
That's
I've
brilliant.
remembered them. Audrey Hepburn.
Normally speaking, I suppose you could say some of the footballers are quite famous.
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Because
You've
they were
got
quite
Kevin
a good team.
De Bruyne.
Although, once again, they were useless in this World Cup. I mean, every year that they're supposed to be great, a bit like England. They're not, are they?
Flatter to deceive, yeah.
We're just not ruthless enough in Europe, though, are we?
No.
That's what you need the Italians for. They're the ones that... I mean, the most famous...
But look
thing...
what happened to them. They didn't qualify for 2 World Cups.
No, terrible country. Oh,
No.
sorry, Pitch.
No.
I think the official line is they're boycotting it.
Ah,
Right.
okay.
By playing terribly.
Also, they've just appointed Gianni Infantino for life, so that he's presumably Italian with a name like that.
Yeah, he's Italian-Swiss, is that right?
I
But
would
then
think.
The Swiss is even more complicated than the Belgians.
The
They've
Swiss,
got-
you can't be trusted.
Part neutral, part fascist.
There's a reason why FIFA's headquarters are in Switzerland.
Yeah.
You know, apparently if you go there, I don't know if you've ever been there, but if you go there, it's like a sort of mini military kind of encampment.
Right.
Oh, that's
If you try and get anywhere near the office without having permission to be there, private police kind of appear, and you get arrested and you get taken into a room and beaten with a rubber
For the World
truncheon.
Football Association.
Right. Yeah, and it's like, you're a football organisation. What's wrong with you? You know, but they literally protect it like it's something out of, a Bond villains movie.
Or Area 51
Yeah,
in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You will never see inside.
Lethal force will be used if you
and there's
trespass
thousands
beyond
of
this
people
point.
working there. Nobody knows what they do.
Yeah.
Right? You just run a football tournament once every 4 years. What are you doing?
That's a really good point. Isn't
why
it?
are there so many of you?
That's such a good point. Why are... And it's worth 15 billion as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right, anyway, let's go. We have got, let's kick it off actually, Mark, with the Irish, because this is my favourite story of the week, right?
So what's happened here is the Irish government, I can't remember the name of the plane, it's a Falcon plane, I think. But
Falcon expensive is what they tell you, Falcon hell.
So basically think of this as a kind of crap Irish equivalent of Air Force One, right? It's their mini Air Force One.
Yeah.
Because of free Palestine and the position of the Irish government, they boycott Israeli military technology.
Of course.
So there couldn't be any Israeli military technology in this plane in order to show solidarity with Gaza and whatnot.
Yeah.
But this has a bit of a problem because this now means that this 50 million quid plane can't land if it's foggy. Like, that was what the Israeli technology did.
Yeah.
Didn't have any Palestinian technology to use. No?
Well, no, exactly. So I mean, look, and you know, I don't know the entire weather and meteorological outlook for the Republic of Ireland, but foggy's quite common.
There's quite a lot of fog there.
There's quite a lot of fog.
Yeah.
So in order to stand on ceremony about this, you know, about their stance on Palestine, they have basically hobbled their own Prime Minister, or Taoiseach, as they call him, getting around. I have heard that the Israeli government are threatening to ban Irish military technology in their own planes as retaliation, but I don't think that would harm the Mossad too much.
I'm not sure there's a problem there. We've got Elon Levy, who's a friend of ours, a podcaster now, formerly spokesman for the Israeli government. Here's what he had to say about it.
Do you want to hear an Irish joke that's actually not a joke? The Irish government bought a brand new plane to carry its Prime Minister. It cost over 50 million euros, but they asked to remove a critical piece of navigation equipment because it was made by an Israeli company. And now, the Irish Prime Minister's plane can't land in the fog. The Irish government is literally blinded by hate. That's it. That's the...
There's a Twitter account called, I think it's called IDF Parody or something like that, where they've got pictures of people from purportedly the IDF at Shannon Airport with a fog machine, making it difficult for them
you
to
go on a
fly.
blue sky, and they'll tell you the Jews control the weather.
Yeah.
So I think that's how.
One for Lewis Schaefer.
Straight out of the Lewis Schaefer
I'm
playbook,
a
that
Jew.
one, Paul.
Right.
I'm a Jew.
I'm a Jew. I can't fly in the fog.
We've got to do these two super chats, sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah, all right. Let's
Never
do it.
apologise for super chats.
Yeah. Morning, Mike Pooch and Charlotte, and the entire gang, the A team. And don't forget, of course,
100 euros.
100 euros, very nice. Thank you very much indeed
Wow,
from Mick Rose.
Simon Kilford.
He obviously sent that in before we slagged off the Irish. £50 from Simon Kilford again. Thank you. This is great. We'll be able to retire soon.
Yeah,
the
thank
way
you,
things
Simon.
are going. God bless Bishop Kai, says Mick. Thank you. Very nice indeed.
Brilliant.
The Bish is actually great. His sermon, for those of you who are interested, it goes out again on Sunday, because obviously Sunday's the day for that sort of thing. Right, Paul. I don't want to give you the main one yet, because I think it's a bit too early.
Let's just
so because I think that's probably going to win, right? I know there's too much.
Just keep that one sizzling.
It's like the Christmas present, so just keep the bike.
But Samantha Niblett. Let's play a bit of Samantha Niblett, because this woman, it really is. I mean, I find it hard to believe she's actually an MP, that she's not some kind of parody. Have a look.
Hello, it is August the 5th and I'm on holiday. Please don't hate me for having a holiday, but sometimes we do have to preserve our battery to function well. And this is actually the first holiday I remember having A, enjoying, and B, almost relaxing. But today's also August the 5th, which is a shit day. It's a shit day. Because today is the day that the guidance, which is as clear as mud, comes in based off of the back of the Supreme Court judgment about sex being that which you were born into, which all it does is dismiss the lived experience of trans people and protects nobody. This new guidance protects nobody. All it does is cause more division.
Yeah, just get rid of it.
Oh my good Lord.
It's a shit day apparently on August the 5th, because this is the day that we say that you were born into the body you were born into. Huh? What? Why is that a shit day?
Mental. First of all, she's my age. She's 46 years old, and she talks like a teenager. Also,
she was crying there.
She was saying that almost.
Yeah.
But you have to.
Wiping
don't you?
a tear.
You do have to look as if you're crying in order to make a point from the left.
Yeah.
It's important to do that every single time. This is the first holiday she can remember enjoying.
Yeah.
Right. So she was born at the end of 79. It's now 2026.
That's
and
quite
this
a long
is the
time,
first
isn't it?
holiday. Goodness only knows what-
Might want to switch travel agents. You're thinking.
I mean, for the love of God, woman, just go somewhere else.
Right. Also, she talks about batteries recharging, which is kind of ironic.
She said
given
preserving them.
Preserving them, because this is the same woman who wants to introduce more sex toys into Parliament. So presumably the batteries have been wearing out for a while, right?
What about this one?
If you zoom in on her sunglasses, you will see a giant vibrator in the reflection. Brilliant. Yeah.
Look,
She's superb.
I don't know what she's confused about either. all the clarity is that if you were born with a willy, please don't go into the girls' toilets.
Yes.
That's it.
And it's taken them over a year to write that guidance. You know.
And she's going, it's the worst day ever. It's the worst. I mean, she said it, I'll say it. It's a shit day. It's a shit. And she's there. Well, hopefully we've got the intel. We've got the intel lady clip. We'll do that. We'll do that in a minute. But
look at that.
I do not
Intel lady could have a field day.
Well,
yes, she did.
She did. And I don't want to mimic Nibbler. By the way, what a brilliant name. But she does everything with this
can't be real, can it?
sexual
Nibbler.
voice, doesn't she? Hello.
Samantha Niblet. It sounds like a porn name, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Well, the other thing is, did you notice, she starts apparently looking relaxed on holiday, then talks herself into a rave.
Yeah.
No wonder you can't relax on holiday, woman. She's screaming by the end of it.
Husband and kids.
Chill out, girl.
The husband and kids just pulling their hair out in the pool going, oh no, mum's talking
Mum's
again.
doing another video. You know.
Every
Put the
holiday's
phone
been
down.
rubbish.
Right? That bird is like the drunk woman in the Benidorm TV show. It was Jeff's sister. These are great. I'll tell you what, our audience is so funny. I don't think I've ever seen a funnier audience of any kind. Should we do a bit of intel, lady?
We absolutely should.
Let's have a look. If you've got it.
Oh,
No?
What am I doing this? Well, yes, I have got it.
You have got it.
Hi everyone, I hope you don't mind me talking to you from my holiday. Look, please don't hate me for having a holiday. We've all got to do it. We've all got to recharge our batteries, and you all know how I feel about batteries. Don't worry, I brought plenty of AA's with me. Look, why don't we share this moment together? Why don't we do it? Why don't you come and just share my all-important sweat time in the sauna with me? Let's do it. Come on, let's lay together. Let's do it. And let's talk about August, because it's August, which is a good thing. But 5th of August, let's be honest, was a shit day. It was a shit day. And it was a shit day because the guidance came in. And I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed. Not because I'm sweating it out in a sauna and oversharing about my sex life and sex. No, and frankly, there's nothing to be ashamed of when it comes to that, and we'll talk about that a lot more later. But I'm ashamed that this guidance has come in, which is as clear as mud. Let's be honest. It's as clear as mud. I mean, what does it even mean? What is it? I haven't read it much, but what does it even mean? What does it mean? It means that bigotry wins. It means hate wins. It means that the cisgendered bitter women, who frankly should mind their own business, are just getting into everyone's business again. And
Fantastic.
I'd vote for that.
That is brilliant.
Samantha.
Yeah.
She's got my vote.
Yeah. You'd want to go on holiday with her.
Yeah.
Never mind,
She has enjoyed every holiday.
Never mind recharging your batteries, darling. You wouldn't need any. Extraordinary. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. But anyway, so that's a very good nomination. I'm going to nominate somebody an organisation that doesn't normally make it on St. Pank of the Week, and it is Nesso. Now, some of you might not know who that is. But it's now known as the National Energy System Operator, Nesso, which is actually the National Grid. They've renamed
they've renamed the National Grid.
Because you rename it, it means you can give it more money, and nobody knows what you're talking about anymore.
Because grid is misogynistic?
I presume grid is, it sounds a bit misogynist, definitely racist and possibly, over masculine. So now, I don't even know what Nesso is. I don't know, National Energy System Operator. But here's the thing. There's such the way the system works is that if you're an energy supplier, right, whether you're in the North Sea or whether you're down the road in Hackney Wick, where you've got a generator, you feed power into the national grid, right, for which you get paid. Sometimes you take power out of the grid, for which they pay you, I think. Well, no, you pay them.
You pay them, yeah.
You pay them, yeah.
So,
anyway, so they put a load of meters in, like you would have in your house, to measure whether you're paying in or taking out. And apparently they fitted them backwards. I'm not joking. I am not joking. So apparently, quite a lot of these suppliers are paying into the system, giving electricity,
and being charged.
And others who
and
are
those
taking
who are tapping into the system are
being given money. Yes. And there's apparently 100 million quid going south a year out of the National Grid budget because they don't know how it happened. And all I'm thinking is, if you have It's like having a plumber round, right? And you go, do you mind fixing the water tap? Sure. How do you want me to fix it? I want it to be running constantly, right? So they fix it so that it's running. So you have to turn it. That's what they've done.
Yeah.
They've
That's
literally
exactly what
gone.
they've done.
We'll just have the bath taps running all day. If you want to obviously do anything else, you'll have to turn it off.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it will just run.
Jeez.
That's what they've done.
This is the delicious story, because what they're trying to do there is a lot of people have got solar panels and generating their own energy now.
Yes.
And in the good old days when that first happened, I mean, not that I was ever involved, but my neighbour was. He's got solar panels, and he used to make money every year.
Yeah.
And
In
this was early
addition
2000s.
to being self-sufficient in his own energy.
So he was self-sufficient. He made he made money. Now it costs him money. Essentially, it costs him money.
Well, he may be a victim of the upside down.
He might well be. I'll have to ask him.
Meter, because here's their explanation, right? This is always good when you hear the government's explanation. The issue is contributing to deteriorating accuracy in grid management.
Deteriorating accuracy. They've got it upside
We've got
down.
it completely bloody wrong, right?
Right balls up.
Reduced reliability impacting situational awareness.
Oh no!
Huh?
Oh, blimey.
What?
Situational awareness.
And also, there's a potential breach of grid security standards. Because they don't know whether they're coming or going. Literally,
No.
they don't know.
That is
What on earth?
incredible.
I mean, in any other world, these people would be out of a job, wouldn't they?
So has anyone been fired over
No.
this? No one.
They're still trying to work out how it happened.
Right.
Because they don't know. Because if you send a guy to put the meter in and you go, I think you fixed it, put it upside down or something. Really? Did I? Oh, right. I better go back and fix it then. But you can imagine what will happen. They'll go back to fix it and it will get worse.
But for there to be an error of that magnitude, it's not just the guy fitting it, or lady, or them.
Or
There you go.
non-binary person.
Or
So they them.
yeah,
The
non-binary
they them
person.
who fitted it.
Non-standard.
Funnily enough, there's only
human.
2 genders when it comes to meters, in and out.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And they've gone out or in.
That's
I don't
it.
know.
So this sounds to me like it was a prankster.
Well, it feels, but not to the order
mean,
of
it's
100. I'd love a prank that made me 100 million quid.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
here's another great quote, right? The problem may also be creating potential billing errors for settlements between NESO and energy providers.
Potential billing errors, yeah.
Not really,
No.
no. You're giving them a bill when you should be paying them.
Exactly, yeah. So
That's
you
not
got the
billing
plus
error.
and minus signs the wrong way round
Right.
on the billing mechanism. Yeah.
That's like, imagine if that was if that was your home situation where every month, instead of EDF sending me a bill, they just paid me 100 quid.
Yeah.
This is great.
You wouldn't say
I mean,
anything,
no.
would you?
I'd be going,
Why didn't you say anything?
And,
What do you think I
and
didn't
the
say?
more hot baths you have, the more money you get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrendous. I mean, in any other week that might win.
Yeah,
because it's so
yeah,
weird.
it
Because it's so weird. But Mark, over to you once more.
So I've gone for our new Chancellor, John
Yes,
Healey.
John Healey,
This
You had
is,
a cracking 20 minutes at the beginning there.
yeah. No, exactly. But now, I'm afraid we've got another Chancellor a bit like the late unlamented Rachel Reeves, who doesn't understand economics. So Healey has said, basically, he's keeping a beady eye on our supermarkets to make sure there's no
Go for
price
that.
gouging, right?
Yeah.
So I presume what he's doing is, he's walking around his local Asda or Sainsbury's,
checking out the bog off scenarios, right?
exactly how much is it for a roll of Andrex and a jar of Nescafe. Presumably that's what he's doing. That's what he says he's doing. Anyway, what he's failed to overlook is the British supermarket sector is just about the most competitive industry on planet Earth. It is cutthroat, right? If any supermarket suddenly decided, you know what, I reckon we'll put up the price of coffee, milk and toilet roll by, 10 pence, 20 pence a pound, they are going to get absolutely devastated. It's also very heavily advertised. The TV feeds are full of supermarkets saying, you get a better deal here, literally comparing sometimes the cost of a basket of goods, one on the other. The profit margin made by supermarkets is extremely small.
Yeah.
They can make a profit, but it's goddamn narrow compared to most other sectors. So the overwhelming evidence we have is that pretty much the best competitive sector, or at least one of them, in the British economy, that leads to great consumer satisfaction, a brilliant way of keeping prices down and quality up, that's the one that John Healey wants to focus on.
Yes.
That's the part of the economy that he wants to go and screw around with. Basically, more or less the only part of the British economy that's functioning.
I've said this about him before because people talk about John Healey in this sort of hushed tones as though he's this really, really sensible bloke, you know, who was man of principle, resigned because we couldn't give our armed forces, you know, the money they needed, so he was not going to stand for that. This is the same guy who went on a radio programme and didn't know how many ships we had. Right? When he was asked by Nick Ferrari, you know, how many ships can we send into the Straits of Hormuz? And he didn't know.
What did he say? I'm not going to answer a hypothetical question.
Well, no, I mean, and it was one of those classic Ferrari kind of situations where he said, well, surely, Minister, you must know how many ships we have. Well, at any given time, obviously, some of them are in, you know, repairs. And blah. So they were all in repairs. All of them were, apart from HMS, was it Dragon? Which they found at some point or other and sort of managed to dispatch.
Failed its MOT
4 weeks later.
Broke or something.
Right. So by the time it got to the Straits of Hormuz, you know, another 1 million people had been killed. You know, it was like, oh, fair enough then, no problem. So I'm not one of those who thinks John Healey is a genius, I'm afraid. And I think he'd be useless as a Chancellor.
Yes.
And I actually miss Richard III.
I
want to bring her back. Can we have Richard III? There you go.
There he is.
That one.
Yeah, that's. See, she looks more like Richard III than Richard III does.
It does, incredible.
I miss her too.
I miss her.
Yeah, I do.
Presumably, the people
Have
within...
you seen her Twitter, by the way?
No.
Her Twitter bio now says...
Richard III.
Former Bank of England.
Former King of England.
It says former Bank of England economist. It doesn't say former Chancellor.
Oh, is that right?
It says former Bank of England.
She's trying to erase that from her CV.
I think so.
But presumably, that these people don't believe the profits are small on supermarkets. I mean, they won't have looked into it.
No.
But what takes John Healey and any Labour minister, let's be frank, because it doesn't get mentioned under the Tories, they always leave supermarkets well alone. What takes them to the supermarkets over anything else?
I think the reason they do it, it's probably bad politics as well, but the idea is it's politics rather than economics. Most people, when you mention to them cost of living, think about their weekly shop, right?
So some spad will have gone, some 20-year-old, you know, from Oxford will have gone, oh yeah, talk about, you know, Tesco's.
Yeah,
that's what
talk about the price of eggs, the price of milk.
Right.
So people think of it in those terms. And notice it if the prices go up, right? Yes. You will notice that. Possibly more than you would notice, say, your electricity bill going up, because you only face that once in a while, right? It might be a big shock when you get it. But let's just imagine the price of milk and the price of eggs was going up 5 pence a week. You would notice that every week, and you would be thinking, oh my God, it's getting more and more expensive. And it is true that prices go up, but if you like, they go up based on real factors. Things like, you know, the war in Iran has added to the cost of petrol, and supermarkets are highly reliant on transporting goods around, so I'm afraid that gets passed on down the line. It's not price gouging by the supermarkets, it's, geez, our costs have gone up through the roof, we've got to recoup them, we've got to pass on.
And their margins are very small, aren't they?
Tiny, absolutely microscopic. It's almost a perfectly competitive sector.
Definite plank.
Which brings me to the Bank of England itself, because they were in the news this week.
The Plank of England.
The Plank of England. Very good. I like it. I've never said that. I can't believe I've never said that. Anyway, we've discovered that more than 1,000 employees. First of all, I don't know how they've got 1,000 employees. Again, a bit like FIFA. What are they doing?
What are they doing? Hand drawing the notes.
It's not even. Each one's but it's not even a bank, right? So it's not like you can turn up at the Bank of England and go, I'd like to get some cash, please.
No,
we haven't got any. Right, revenue? I thought you made it here. I thought this is where you made the money. No. 1,000 of them apparently working from abroad. Not from home, from abroad. According to the Bank of England, they have got something like 12,889 days in 2025 of people working overseas, right? And they're allowed to do it. 5,500 employees at the bank are eligible to work from foreign countries for up to 40 days a year.
Jeez.
What?
So the holidays can't be surely any more than 25 days a year.
But these are not on holiday. They're working.
This is in between their holidays.
In between holidays, you can be in Morocco, say, and just work there from there, and then you can go to Ceuta if you like for a holiday. And join the other 45,000
I'm looking forward to Littlewood and Cox from Mallorca for 4 months.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he did an entire World Cup show from Mallorca. You know, but we don't. But we're not, you know, subsidised by the taxpayer. Unfortunately,
no.
In fact, we've got one of those machines where we only pay one way, unlike the National Grid. We only pay into the tax machine. It doesn't give us anything back.
Wouldn't it be great if there was a reality TV show where just somebody a curmudgeon just walked into these big organisations, just wandering around going, "What do you do?
What do you actually do?"
A bit like Elon Musk.
Well, do you remember Jacob Rees-Mogg tried it, didn't he? He went into the civil service and he left notes on the desks of all the people who weren't there.
Yeah,
and you know what their argument is, right? The argument in the civil service is that the reason we don't have as many people in the office as there should be is because we don't have enough desks. And you go, well, then maybe you've got too many people. If you only need that many desks, then why have you got twice as many people working for you?
That's exactly what happened at Transport. I worked for Transport for London for 12 years.
Oh my God!
And that's I know, but that was my.
Have you still got a free
service.
card?
I did. No, I don't. If I did, I wouldn't say. No, I don't. I don't have it, unfortunately. But no, you have to hand that in at the end. They all of a sudden become quite litigious about things.
Yes, how surprising.
But this is it. They shrunk the office space down because of the pandemic, and then said everybody has to come back, and then all of a sudden there was no desks. It's all just a big farce. It's a huge farce. Bollocks is the word. Bollocks of the week.
Yeah.
Bollocks of
the week. Have the Bank of England given any explanation as to what any of them do, let alone these people who are working from Spain?
Not only do they allow these people to work abroad, there's a whole bunch of other people, thousands of other people, who only work remotely.
Right.
So basically they say, look, you can work from home if you want, or you can work from another country. It doesn't really make any difference.
There has to be a security issue there, though.
Yeah, that's
well, you would think.
Because the other company I worked for 12 years was Serco, and literally have had the most criminal legitimate career ever.
Yes.
And there was no way when I was working, particularly for Serco.
You've taken quite a lot of quid out of the taxpayer's pocket, haven't you?
Yeah, big time. I've barely been in. I'm still working for both.
Still working for both of them, yeah. That's right.
I want 200 grand for each.
Yeah, they haven't noticed.
They haven't noticed.
You've just got
look at that bloke on there. Looks like Paul Cox who works for us.
I'm sure he used to work for us. Yeah, he still does.
You've just got your TfL email on. I'm away from my desk at the moment. I'll get back to you in due course.
I knew a guy. I once went on a business trip to India, and I met this guy. He was a civil servant in India, and he said, I go in every morning, I put my jacket on the back of the chair, and I come home.
Yeah.
And he'd go in at 5 o'clock, pick it up, come back.
What a day. You can't do
Anyway, listen, we're running out of time
we are,
massively, so we better get on. Andy Burnham. Have we got an Andy Burnham clip? Let's do Andy Burnham.
Yeah, one second. I was having too much fun there.
That's so much fun.
Burnham.
You guys are too good, you know.
Sorry,
You're too good.
We often say that ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
You're too good.
Of crossings is down by 50% this year compared with the same period in 2025. And the month we've just had, July,
we'll probably have to cut it quite short.
Lowest number,
He doesn't even
for 6 years
person anymore.
People crossing.
He's like a sort of bloke in a suit.
He's AI generated.
He looks like an AI generated Prime Minister.
Did he get there on a dinghy? Where? I mean, he looks, he's in Dover.
People were saying if you just move a bit to the left, that'll solve a lot of problems. Anyway, so Andy Burnham, largely because he's on holiday. That's it. Now back to you, because Jason,
this is one for the ages. This is
stolen valour now.
Plank of the week's not good enough. Really,
I just happen to be lucky enough to be the one to say Jason Arday.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, Olympic level runner.
Yeah. Do you want to have a look at our poll?
Yeah. Let's have a poll.
Let's do it.
Yeah, here's the poll from today. It's like, what's his most famous achievement? I think was what we were calling it, which we'll get in a minute. Well, just put it up whenever you can. Carry on.
Elite level copy and paster.
There he is. What's his greatest achievement? First man on the moon, beating Mike Tyson
for the world
title, discovering
squared,
being diverse. Which is actually won. Look, 44%.
Yeah, which of course is unfortunately for the DEI gang is probably exactly why he got there. And it's exposed them. Let's not forget there's a really serious element to this. There are a whole cohort of academics at a top university, arguably the top or the second top, whatever way you want to look at it. Second top, I'm Oxford, obviously I went to Portsmouth, but I'm Oxford now.
I've been to Oxford once, and it cost me a fortune to park there, is all I know. That's all I know about Oxford.
But they all stood by him and said, this is totally unfair. Even in his resignation letter, he said there's still work to be done. The only reason I'm leaving is because people are racist.
He needs time to heal.
He needs time to heal. But he essentially, and I'm not sure what we're going to, I'm going to say obfuscate. He obfuscated around the truth at every opportunity. And the only thing that hasn't actually fully convicted him yet is his thesis for PhD, because that, although quite clearly and has been proven to be really
heavily based on other work.
What was it actually on? Does anybody know?
On being black.
Sociology.
Yeah. Right? Sociology, which, by the way, used to... I don't know if it ever was a serious subject, but it's not a serious subject now, is it? It's not a serious subject.
It was never a serious subject.
I don't like to say.
No, it's always rubbish.
But people stood by him. They're still standing by him. They think it's a witch hunt. They think it's
like economics for people who are too stupid to study economics.
Yeah,
you go, use your sociology.
But it's for this class. Sociology is perfect.
And it's all verbiage.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You can just pump out word salad.
His whole existence is verbiage. Yeah. The whole thing is. We haven't got enough time now, but essentially, this guy was a Walter Mitty character that everybody stood by until we were allowed to look at it.
Yeah.
And the most sinister thing about this is that every journalist that come along and said, "We think we've got a problem here," they were investigated by the Metropolitan Police.
Yeah, I know.
But the best comment I saw was on my Twitter feed. I was putting more and more stuff on X with more and more ridiculous, exposures coming out. And somebody just replied to one of them saying, "To be honest with you, I'm starting to question whether he's even black." Nothing would surprise me now.
I saw Christopher Snowden, I think, who is about as dry as you can get.
Yeah.
Right? He put out a great tweet and he said something like, "So you like about Jason Arday? Some of his achievements have been quite phenomenal."
Just go. This is one achievement. I love this.
Go on. Ardy invented fish. I mean, you could just go all day on it, couldn't you? But we're out of time, unfortunately. So I was going to nominate Rupert Lowe, but there's not time. So he's lucky he got away with it there. So Plank of the Week, I'm afraid, Jason Arday. I mean, he's going to hold the title for it. We may have to retire the show.
We will have to have the Plank of England. There'll have to be you have to go through to a final.
Yeah.
So every plank goes through to an end of year Christmas special.
We used to do Plank of the Year. In fact, we did it last year, Plank of the Year. So we'll do it this year with you guys.
Which we'll film in Dubai.
We'll film in Dubai, obviously. And, it will be fantastic. Meanwhile, you guys back on the air.
Yeah.
Friday, every single Friday now, 10 o'clock, following the
From
show. From Dubai. They're going to go into Dubai just in a minute and they're going to broadcast from there.
Let them run out now.
Yeah, you guys go. Thank you very much indeed. Brilliant stuff. Plank of the Week goes to Jason Arday. Who else, right? Who else could it go to? Even though the Irish government have to come a close second, as does the Bank of England. But there we are. It's been an amazing week, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently my book is now out, by the way. You can find it on Kindle. I still don't know how much it costs.
Here, look.
How much is it? How much are they charging for it?
Here, Mike.
How much? Go on.
Coming up there.
£2 or something. $3.99. It's not very much. It's cheap.
It's only Kindle.
Cheap as chips, that.
It's a Kindle.
It's a Kindle. Yeah, hopefully they're going to charge a bit more than that. But I mean, listen, read it. It's really great. And it's not very long either, so it doesn't take long to read. It's a sort of typical, you can literally read it in the same time as it would take you to go down the pub on a Saturday afternoon. Classic socialists do inflationary policies, then blame inflation in prices on evil capitalists. Yeah, exactly right. And the one from Shalini, legal migration numbers are way bigger than illegal. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely right. And then finally from Chris again, Firaz from the Lotus Eaters did a segment yesterday reading Arabic posts of people discussing how to steal as many benefits as they can. Enraging. Okay. Well, I wouldn't know because I don't speak Arabic. So they could have been talking about anything really. But there we are.
This is a good one here.
Next one up. Can't play pool or darts in a pub sitting down. Well, you actually could play pool or darts sitting down. You could. I mean, if you're in a wheelchair, you could do it, couldn't you?
Yeah, I suppose so.
You can throw darts from a sitting position. Arday was the fifth Beatle. He wrote, "It's Hard Day's Night." Very good. I actually cracked that joke yesterday.
Yeah.
He invented blue tack.
That was actually Mickey Dolenz's mother.
No.
Oh, wasn't
no,
it?
no, she invented Tipex.
Oh, Tipex, sorry.
Yeah. Blue tack, I don't know where that came from. I presume it was somebody who was chewing gum one day and went, "This would be really good to use to stick something." I don't know. Anyway, listen, it's been a great week. Thanks to Pooch.
I've got a quick question.
Quick question. Morning, Mike and Richard. What is on Richard's tie? I like it.
What was on Tice's tie?
Richard Tice's tie? I don't know.
Elephants.
Was it?
Yeah, really nice.
See, I didn't see that. Elephants, that's interesting.
You're too busy interviewing.
Yeah, I was too busy interviewing. Do you know who's big on elephants? And maybe he's giving a clue away. Is the Candy Brothers.
Really?
Because I once went to their, they've got a foundation, the Nick Candy Foundation or something.
Yeah.
And it's all about saving elephants in Africa.
Oh,
and
nice.
you walk into this place and it's in sort of South Audley Street, Mayfair, one of those lovely townhouses. And everywhere you look, there's pictures of elephants and statues of elephants, and it's really cool. Very strange. I don't know why I know that. But anyway, there we are.
Well, this would have been good, actually hilarious.
He invented Teflon. Brilliant. That's amazing.
Oh, listen, how brilliant.
What a great week, though. Our audience are so clever, right? I can't thank you enough for being so clever, funny, engaging, all of the great things. I mean, I could not want for more. Donald McLeod was down this week as well, and he was really, really impressed, and we had a lovely time with him. And he's going to be taking more part in what we do here over the course of the next few weeks and months. Best plank ever, says Ellie. Well, listen, I like the half-hour plank. You know, I think it's quick. It's no nonsense. We have to rush through it. We don't always get through 10 actually. And it's bloody funny. And it's bloody funny. Those two guys are amazing. Little Cox. Never let it be said that little Cox are in any way diminished, because they're big and getting bigger every single day.
What will little Cox be like in the winter?
Well,
even smaller.
Even smaller, I would imagine, yeah, because the cold and the dark won't go well for them. But they're coming up next at 10 o'clock, or just after 10:05. For those of you pedants who say you started the show late, well, I finished it late as well. Yeah. So that means you've actually got more than 3 hours out of me. What can I say? Bishop Kai Dewar, thank you. Paul Embry, Hugh Andre, and that terrible story, let's fix that. Lucy Rogers, who was great. Philip Kisley, brilliant. Josh Robb, Richard Tice this morning, amazing. Will Geddes will send you our best because he wasn't well enough to come in, so we hope you get better. Have a fantastic weekend. Pooch, Charlotte, Elena, Scarlett, and Luke as well. I mean, what a team, what a place, what a platform. And what a show. We'll see you on Monday.
Tell everyone to stay online, just wait.
Stay online. We're switching over now. Don't go anywhere. Stay where you are. We're going to go to UK Live online. Yesterday, we had Ellie Hodges doing a show, which was amazing. Kelvin McKenzie, of course, back next week. And it's my birthday this weekend. Yes. So I'm literally going to go on the Terps from this point on.
Me too.
And I'll see you Monday. Brilliant. All right.
The revolution will be televised.
Common Sensors, welcome to the televisation of the revolution. Guess who's back in Studio 2? It's myself, Mark Littlewood, and the great Paul Cox. How have we managed to secure the studio again, Coxie?
Well, we have, yes, by nefarious means, but we won't never go into that fully, because that's our way of taking over the world eventually, of course. Watch out.
Viewers, it was actually a crack team of human rights lawyers that Coxie and I employed, because we had to tell Kelvin that at least some of this studio space was rightfully ours. We're entitled to it under the Human Rights Act.
And Kelvin, being the former editor of The Sun, is a bit of a tricky character.
Yeah.
He's definitely has some dark forces on his side, but not as dark as ours.
No, that's true enough. So we're back, and we are going to televise the revolution, Common Sensors. How do you reckon the week's been for the revolution, Coxie? I mean, I think we've done quite well. We've at least taken out one high-profile academic at Cambridge University, which is a pretty good start, isn't it?
Jason Arday.
Who's just won Plank of the Week on Mike's show.
And he's also just won a Nobel Peace Prize, I believe.
Good, yeah, I would have thought so, at the very least.
Whilst towing an aeroplane with his toes.
Yeah. I mean, this is a parable for the ages, isn't it?
Oh, we won't forget this, because we won't let them forget this, because this is a non-meritocracy DEI hire. We should draw attention to it. Look, there's a serious element to this, as we covered in Plank, and that's that this Cambridge is one of the best universities we have to offer, and they've essentially lied to everybody, and they've lied to everybody to defend some ideology, which is totally and utterly abhorrent as far as I'm concerned, because they should always be upholding a standard irrespective of the politics of the day, which they do not do. However, they foisted it upon us, and a journalist had the audacity to look into this, and of course was immediately investigated by the Metropolitan Police and labelled problematic, if not a racist, a misogynist, and all sorts of other ifs.
So, Cox, who's the villain of the piece here, right? Is it Arday himself, who you might think is a bit of a kind of catch me if you can kind of grifter, right? And, I'm not I admire that, but you know what I mean? Sometimes if you're just on the make or embellishing things about yourself and getting away with it, is he really the villain? Or is it the top brass at Cambridge University? Or is it the bloody Met again? who apparently now consider. I mean, this journalist who was asking him questions was asked to desist from asking any further questions for fear of Arday's mental health. Since when is it the job of Scotland Yard to protect the mental health of Cambridge academics?
It's not, and it should never be, because all investigations should be taken and undertaken without fear or favour. So as a result, there shouldn't be any issue whatsoever. In order of culpability, right at the top is Cambridge University, of course. They employed him, they interviewed him, they stood by him. Then it's the academics that rallied around him, that said, there's nothing to see here. This is the greatest black person since Martin Luther King, etc., etc. And by the way, that is part of the serious side of this. DEI has taken a hammering. So that means that every other black professor in the country now is going to be looked at with a slight suspicion. Not because they have done anything wrong,
but just the assumption is, are you another Ardey? Did you get the job not on merit but because of skin colour?
And then probably at the bottom of that top three is Ardey himself, because obviously he told all the porkies. But the guy was a fantasist, the guy is a fantasist, and somebody fed the beast, and that was Cambridge.
What's the most preposterous claimed achievement of Ardey?
So there was a couple in there. There was 300 miles in 3 days. There was 600 miles in 6 days, which became later, because someone questioned it, he said, oh, actually, sorry, it was 12 days, 600 miles in 12 days. But
That's still deeply implausible.
Yes, he did 30 marathons in 35 days, 9 of which with a broken leg.
Okay.
And none of the world's top athletes in this area had ever heard of him. So he was.
That's pretty extraordinary.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd think if you were in the top 10 or 100 marathon elite runners in the world, you'd think Jason Ardey is the one I'm going to watch out for, because he's doing it in his spare time. Don't forget, these guys are training all the time, and he's just doing it in between all the other lies.
Yeah. So I'm remembering back to the halcyon days, Coxey, of our World Cupper show. And I mean, I think he's resigned before making this claim, but I think virtually everybody's favourite team. By the way, Simon Kilford, thank you very much for the super chat. You are doing more than anybody else to fund the revolution. We're deeply, deeply grateful. And he is a Portsmouth fan as well, Paul.
Is he?
But during the World Cup, I think. I think actually Jason Ardey's biggest achievement was playing in goal for Cape Verde.
He did,
wasn't it?
yes.
It was pretty
incredible.
epic. And, you know, he's an international superstar on the back of it. Can we have clip number 2? This is Jason Ardey arriving at Santiago Airport in Chile, where he's just signed for Colo Colo, one of their top football teams, adored the world over, including in Chile. So, Coxey, that's what Ardey thinks he's like as a goalkeeper, adored and loved. I don't think he could really be quite as good in goal as Vizina for Cape Verde.
Vizina, let's not forget, was probably will be the best known player of that World Cup, irrespective of the Golden Boot going on Mbappe and Messi being there with his bunch of thugs and criminals, making it through to the final. Vizina will be remembered as that, as will Jason Ardey, who also scored the winner in the final.
Yes, of course. Well, I've actually got a couple of clips of. I think he did also make a claim, Ardey, about being a semi-pro footballer and a snooker player as well.
Of all
absolutely limitless sort of thing. So nobody can track down any record of him. I think the Telegraph tracked down that there was one snooker record somewhere in some amateur tournament where he lost by 4 frames to 0. Nobody could track down any professional football team he'd ever played for. So I've got a theory, Coxey and viewers. I've dug up a couple of clips of what I think Jason Ardey would be like if he did play football. I don't think he's any Vizino. Let's imagine he was a goalkeeper, right? Let's imagine you actually believed Ardey's CV about all his athletic prowess, and you suddenly decided, you know what, I'm going to take a risk. I am going to put this man straight in goal for my team in the South African Premier Division. If he was your goalkeeper, I think this is the sort of performance you'd expect. So perhaps we can play clip number 1.
Still in play. Big hoof forward. Jordan Marks. Oh, what was the keeper doing there? Now, we've seen it all this evening, William.
This fits me completely. I mean, Zulu sees the opportunity, is telling him, I'll pass it back to you. Okay, the goalkeeper says, no, easy, does it, I'll deal with it.
He had no idea where he was, that's the problem. And you've got to feel a little bit for him. Look at those rugby lines on the field.
Yes.
That was what it was down to, apparently, the rugby lines. So he saw a rugby line, which doesn't have any part to play in association football, only in GBH egg chasing, as Paul Cox and I describe it. And apparently that's what blindsided him. Sort of mistake anyone could make, really, Coxie. Has the Pompey goalkeeper ever made an error on that kind of scale?
Well, no, I'm not going to go into that. Aaron Flahaven, 20 years ago this week, passed away, God bless him, after collapsing on the pitch at Fratton Park. But and rest in peace, young man. But what I would say about that situation is it's like one of those nightmares where you wake up and where you believe you've gone to work naked. Which I've never done, and I promise you will never do. But he's found himself so far out of his goal. He only knows to pick the ball up, doesn't he? So all natural instincts kick in. He blamed the line.
You could kind of swing a leg at it. Keepers come out.
Oh, they could do, couldn't they? But then the greatest goalkeepers in the world are agile and mentally ill. So he just lent into his mentally ill part of that skill set.
So do you think Jason Holiday and his college were guilty of kind of celebrating his great achievements before he'd really achieved anything? Is that a fair criticism?
His greatest achievement was being black. Right. Because the things that I don't even say that with tongue in cheek. Jason Arday's greatest achievement, according to his CV, was that he was black. He was mute until he was 11.
Yeah.
He couldn't read or write until he was 18.
Yeah.
He blames everything on being autistic because autistics mimic things. Do you know who else mimic things? Psychopaths.
Yeah.
Schizophrenic psychopaths mimic people.
So I think that, look, we're going to be mainly doing some hard politics shortly, but there's a little bit of football in this half hour. I mean, celebrating things before you've really achieved them is always a little bit dangerous, isn't it? You know?
It is.
I always even think I think goals are over-celebrated. Because you then look back at the highlights and you're like, oh great, they celebrated when they went 1-0 up as if they'd won the World Cup, and they end up losing 3-1. Celebrate at the final whistle. Do not celebrate prematurely. So if Ardai was a centre-forward in the Cambodian Premier League, how well do you think he'd do?
Well, obviously he'd get 50-plus goals a year, and his celebrations would last at least 4 minutes.
Well, I wonder, you see, because I think if it was put to the test, if he was put on the field, rather than us just believing his CV, it would look something like this. Let's play clip number 3. I think this is from the Cambodian Premier League. Extraordinary stuff.
เราใจดีโอ้โหน่าจะตื่นตาตื่นใจเลยโอ้แล้วให้มาช่องเนี้ยไม่ล้ำด้วยโอ้โหแล้วมองแล้วไม่ล้ำแบบนี้ก็ไม่น่าจะเหลือแล้วแกดู
Yeah, premature celebration. That's what they call that particular problem, isn't it? Pretty grim stuff. So yeah, Jason Ardai, I think will not be darkening our doors again. He's taking some time off to heal. Anyway, don't take any time off yourself, viewers. Stick with us. We've got some great guests coming up on this show. I'm going to get into the politics of what the hell's going on with one of our key world leaders, Gianni Infantino of FIFA. Yeah, you might think it's a sporting body, but it's basically got the same kind of kudos and influence of being the president of a minor corrupt power. We're going to be getting into that just in a second or two. Coming up later on the show, we've got the great Sophie Corcoran. Paul and I bow and worship her because she can actually play football, whereas Cox and myself can only actually watch football. And then down the line, we've got John Dilnott, the editor of Conservative Home. I've got some challenging questions to ask him about the Conservative Party, so hang along for him on the show. Then we've got one of your comedy mates, haven't we?
We have Simon Evans, the Great.
Simon Evans, the Great. And 2 sections we've decided to design with you viewers in mind for the Cox and Littlewood show. Coming up in a little while will be Mark's metric of madness. I am going to give you a number or a series of numbers each time we do this show that will show you how absolutely mad this country is. That's going to be coming up a little bit later. We'll show you the number and see if you can guess what it refers to. And I know we always ask this question, what's in Cox's box, about virtually everything, but we are going to be asking that question very directly. And you've got quite a story in Cox's box.
I do. I'm going to talk about the late, great Rod Liddle today.
Brilliant, brilliant. Right, but we've got our first guest. Let's bring on Kieran Maguire. Great for Kieran to be with us. Kieran, how the devil are you, my friend? Great to see you. And what shirt are you in? FC Warsaw shirt, is it?
FC Warsaw, well, yeah, for Joy Division fans, for men of a certain age, they will know that this is the Joy Division Unknown Pleasures album cover. And I've got Ian Curtis and 10 on the back. So, yeah, it's a specialist. I lived in Manchester for 40 years, so least I could do.
Right. Kieran was a great stalwart on our World Cupper show, but for those of you who don't know him, I should get the T's and C's and all of the apologies out of the way first. Kieran is an academic. He's an academic at the University of Liverpool and an expert in football finance, and he claims to have written a book. However, I can tell you in Kieran's case, as opposed to Jason Arday's case, Kieran's claim is absolutely right. The Price of Football is a book you must read if you need to understand the economics of the game. Absolute brilliant, brilliant textbook. And Kieran helps explain to us the kind of politics and the finances of football. And during the World Cup, when I was tearing my hair out about Infantino and all the corruption, on the face of it, corruption, that we were seeing with sort of red cards overturned and all the rest of it, I suggested that come on the European clubs, the European nations rather, UEFA, need to act and get rid of this man, and if not, walk out of FIFA. And Kieran, you thought I was completely nuts at the time. Do you still think I'm nuts, or do you think the Europeans might deliver a killer blow to Infantino?
I think he's certainly holed beneath the waterline at present. The stance which has been taken by UEFA, and I've spoken to UEFA over the past few days, is that it wasn't the issues in terms of the red card. Nobody liked it. It wasn't the issue in terms of Cristiano Ronaldo playing at the first two matches when he should have been suspended, or Inter Miami qualifying for the Club World Cup when they hadn't qualified. It was to do with a lack of integrity as far as the proposals to sell 20% of the game to private equity, and the fact that he was doing it behind people's back. When you're employing anybody, whether that's as a politician, as a lecturer, or in my case, or as somebody in charge of a body as important as FIFA, you've got to satisfy three criteria. You've got to be competent, you've got to have integrity, and you've got to be likable. And I think you've got to call into question Gianni Infantino's ability in all three of those. I mean, certainly when we spoke, he had 211 votes behind him. There was no sign of any opponents. There was no sign of anybody willing to start a vote of no confidence campaign. But it was this particular issue in terms of selling the game to private equity, I think was a step too far for so many people in football.
Now, I know not all of our viewers are interested in football, but I think this is a geopolitical question as well, and it's fascinating how things sort of move here. It seems to be, but correct me if I'm wrong, Kieran, that the kind of power structures of FIFA, the overall international governing body of the game, are all based on regional blocks, right? So you've got kind of, now all of the European nations, all 55 of them are against Infantino. I think that's sort of true of CONCACAF, that's the North and Central American Confederation. It's not as if sort of Europe is leaning against him, 40 against him and 15 in favour. It's 55 against him, every single federation. I guess that's true of CONCACAF as well. I mean, it's sort of a bit like being Secretary General of the UN, isn't it? And then finding that, I don't know, that Europe and North America are against you, so your position's untenable, even if Africa and Asia like you. Has he got to kind of keep each and every block on side? Or could he just write this out and say to the Europeans, well, too bad, I'm still in charge, you haven't got the votes to get rid of me, I'm staying put?
Well, there is the opportunity, if there are, I think it's 43 signatories are required to put forward a vote of no confidence in Infantino, then that could appear at potentially the next the meeting of all of the members of FIFA. But you're absolutely right, Mark. It does tend to be regional rather than not necessarily national divisions. So we have certainly seen from CAF, which is the African Federation, it looks like they've come out in favour of Infantino. He has promised them more places at the World Cup, and he delivered that for them in 2026. There's a chance of the World Cup going to 64 teams in 2030, so that could be beneficial. There's been talk about him offering the World Cup final to Morocco if he can get support from there. So it is very political football, certainly at the strategic levels. And Infantino is paid handsomely. He's on $6 million a year directly from FIFA itself. There has been talk about FFE, which would have been the new creation that would have been in charge of the commercial and broadcasting part of FIFA, potentially paying $30 million a year. It's $30 million, so 25 million quid. Still a substantial pay rise. And he's due for re-election. I think this is the big issue. He's due for re-election next March. Whether there will be an opponent, again, it will be done on political levels. If there's talk, I think, about the Venezuelan president, him putting himself forward, he would certainly get the support there for South America. I think he'd also get the support of North America because he's originally Canadian. I suspect he'd get the support of Europe as well. So we wait and see.
And it sounds like the politics of all of this, Kieran, are not about the kind of future of the game or, controversial but important issues like how much should technology be used in the sport, how do we encourage the growth of the sport in areas where football might not be predominant, in North America or whatever. It seems to me it's just pork barrel politics, right? The way you become FIFA president and stay there is you've just got to be able to count to, what would it be, 106, that would be a majority just out of 211. And if you can give goodies and pork barrel politics to those 106, you keep the job. It's just like buying off a client base of support, isn't it? And it's bound to be geared that way rather than a proper governance structure for the game. Am I being unfair there? Or is actually that how the politics work? Just like oftentimes in the real world, that's how it works.
No, I'm with you 100%. It could be argued that we have a similar arrangement domestically in terms of the Premier League, where you have to have 14 votes, 2/3 in favour of any changes. And from my point of view, I focus on the finances of the game. The recent changes to the way that money is being distributed to cost control and so on, every club will look at that. And certain things wouldn't have even gone to a vote unless the Premier League was confident that it would get that 2/3 majority. And that's a subset, that's a consequence of being part of a multi-billion pound industry. The Premier League's worth £7 billion a year. The FIFA World Cup, it only took 30 to 40 days, but we're talking potentially $15 billion being generated, of which 12 billion will turn out to be profit. Now, how that's allocated and how quickly that's allocated by FIFA, i.e. Gianni Infantino, does have an impact upon people's decision making.
Yeah. Now, help me get to the bottom of it, because despite my kind of free market credentials, Kieran, I tend to lean into being pro-competition and pro-private money being involved in things and rather sceptical of governments running things. I didn't like the smell of what they wanted to do with the World Cup, which was to bring in private money. But quite a lot of my fellow travellers in terms of free market supporters said to me, what are you complaining about, Mark? I mean, why not bring more private money into the game? Sure, the World Cup's great and, it makes a big profit, but why would you object to more private equity coming in? It could be even bigger and better next time round, even flashier, even more exciting than the US, Canada, Mexico World Cup. Why do you think there was such a backlash to this? Was it because of the actual structure? We don't want private money to have a role in the game. Or was it because Infantino just took everybody by surprise? There'd been no consultation. It came out of a clear blue sky and everybody just thought, what the hell's going on here? Why weren't we consulted? Or was it a bit of each?
I think it's more of the latter, because private money has also always been involved in football. You've only got to look at FIFA's sponsors. You've also got to look at the way that FIFA has awarded the World Cup finals for Russia in 2018, for Qatar in 2022, and so on. There was private money going into those ventures, which benefited FIFA. So that's part of the game. Nobody objects per se. But you're a Southampton fan. Southampton is part of your identity, your history, your heritage. If Southampton went bust because we put the focus on profitability in football, and we say, well, the clubs which aren't making money, let them just go in the way that a local nightclub might go, a local garage might go. If that happens to me, I'm disappointed, but I'll find another garage. I'll find another pub which go to. You're not going to turn around and say, well, yeah, these things happen. I'm off to Fratton Park.
Yeah. I can promise you, viewers, and sorry to disappoint you, Gox, that will never happen. Interesting feature about it, isn't it, Kieran? You know, I've got an economics background. That the difference with football is it has overarching brand loyalty. You basically can't switch your brand. You know, you might pick it for slightly odd reasons, but whereas I don't much care whether I shop at Tesco or Asda, or whether I buy my shirts from M&S or Next, I might have a preference, but it's a mild one. You just can't switch your football team. It's just impossible to do so. So you've got a locked-in customer base, and therefore the danger that those customers / fans are exploited. That's what makes it a really rather different to any other product or service that we typically consume on the open market, right?
Yes, and I think this proposal could potentially have been sold to the members of FIFA by Infantino if he'd been honest. The fact that I've managed to get hold of a copy of the slide deck of the proposals, and this was not something that was just an idea at the end of the World Cup that it's been very successful, let's start talking to people. This has been put together over a significant period of time, and everybody else has been locked out. And this is very similar to what we've seen with the European Super League. It was 6 clubs in England going behind the back of the other 86 professional clubs and presenting them with a signed, sealed and final document, again, with no consultation. It was very similar also to Project Big Picture, which was an opportunity during COVID to effectively have a domestic coup of the game, where all of the votes would have been concentrated in 6 clubs out of 92 in terms of decision making. Yeah. And we as fans, I think we are very democratic in our viewpoint of the game. You've only got to see the reaction of fans of Chelsea and Spurs and Arsenal, Manchester United, Liverpool, Manchester City. They were against Super League, yet their clubs, which were the ones which were going to benefit most of all from the proposals, because they would have been guaranteed participation in the tournament. We have this romantic notion of meritocracy within football. I think it's worth preserving.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, Kieran. So just leave us with a prediction. Is he going to go? And when's he going to go, if he is going to go?
He's not going to go willingly. Again, he will read the tea leaves here. But what's Infantino's life without the conferences, without the private jets, without the motorcades to matches, without being seen sat next to footballing luminaries? He'd have a very empty life without it. So he's going to fight tooth and nail. It looks like he's got Africa on his side. He's got Europe and CONCACAF, I think in the main, are opposed to him. He's got to work. He's got friends in Asia, because again he's delivered additional World Cup spots. So it will come down to the intricacies of politics, and he will be playing the Europeans or the baddies here, and they're against us and they're against the rest of the world card in his negotiations.
Well, certainly the English are the baddies is the plot thread of virtually every Hollywood blockbuster these days, isn't it? So we're bound to play on that. Kieran, thanks. It's been a delight. Just to remind you, if you're interested in the finance of the game, do pick up a copy of Kieran's book, The Price of Football, available from all good booksellers and on Amazon. Kieran, thanks very much. We'll have you back on again soon. I think this is going to run, this story, right? It's not going to come to a conclusion anytime soon. So we'll have you back on as this drama plays out. FIFA seem to be not quite as good at changing their boss as we are at changing Prime Minister. That seems to happen every few minutes in the United Kingdom. But thanks so much, my friend. Great to speak to you, and speak to you soon. Coxey, what do we make of this? Look, I mean, we spent most of our World Cup show bemoaning this man as clearly the villain of the tournament. You know, am I hoping too much that we might get rid of this guy and the beautiful game might be put back in decent hands?
It's strange, isn't it? Because if we cast our mind back to Sepp Blatter, the previous incumbent in this role, he was incredibly corrupt. And when Infantino came in, he came in quite quietly. We thought, you know what, this is going to be okay. And all of a sudden, what happens is they're in power for a short to medium amount of time, and all of a sudden it corrupts. Yep. And it's exactly what's happened with Infantino, because he's obviously got lots of people in his ear saying, if you do this for me, I can do that for you. Because all of these things are building great big businesses for people to make money out of. That's all it's doing. So whoever comes in needs to be entirely football orientated, but needs to be entirely focused on building the brand of football rather than making money, because FIFA will make money. It's a cash cow. It will just generate money without...
I mean, the World Cup can't not make money.
No.
Right? I mean, I was just thinking of the profit margin there. I mean, the profit margin is like 90%. I mean, it's not difficult. You're not really competing with much. It is the premier sporting event on planet Earth.
He spent his June and July in America, where they probably were in his ear saying, you know, you could make a lot more here. But we need to protect it.
So here's my theory, right? Let's pull up for those of you. Sorry for those of you who aren't massively into football, but I think this is an important international question as well. Let's pull up image number 1. So this is Gianni Infantino. Looking a bit smiley and relaxed there. But I just kept thinking, and I'm sure I was saying this during the World Cup, weren't you, Coxie? There's something about him that made me think Bond villain. Super villain of some sort, and I didn't know in the back of my... I didn't know why. Is it because he looks a bit like Blofeld from You Only Live Twice or something? I couldn't quite place my finger on. But then, you know what? It came to me this week.
Yeah.
It came to me this week.
Humpty Dumpty.
Do you remember the great science fiction super marionette show called Thunderbirds?
I do remember it, yes.
I'll go with Virgil Tracy and Lady Penelope. Do you remember the baddie or the supervillain in Thunderbirds? Can any of our viewers remember? Come on, we're all of a certain age. You must have watched Thunderbirds. Jerry Anderson's Thunderbirds. The big bad? No, not coming
to me.
Let's pull up image number 2. Here is the Hood.
Oh my God.
I mean, case closed, guys, right? Case closed.
100%.
It is him. And I think we can actually put the two of them together. I mean,
there you go.
You never see them together, do you?
No.
Have you ever seen that?
No, you've never seen them together.
You've never seen Infantino sitting next to the Hood. So
that is
my
top level barristery you've done there.
That is my theory. It is definitely somebody in the chat got the Hood. So yeah, maybe he'd go back to being like a kind of full-time supervillain.
Well, what would he do?
All of this sort of stuff.
I mean, mate, Kieran, made a great point, and that's that his life will be empty without it. As sad and as human as that sounds, it's utterly true, isn't it? You build your identity around these roles, and that's why people don't want to leave it, because where's he going to get £6 million a year from after that?
I mean, at some point you've got enough, haven't you? I mean, it's like he's made enough money to go to any football match he ever wants.
I think you make yourself rich enough for the rest of your life in the first couple of years of a job like that. But then you start looking at the other things, which is all the trappings that come with it. The trappings. It's like this job. The trappings that we get doing this show is unbelievable. I mean, I've got to deal with Kit Kat. I've got more.
But we're cleaning on our fingernails, Paul. I mean, look, come on, we've had to take an awful. We spent a fortune on human rights lawyers.
We have, they are incredible. Right? All of which have got completely impeccable qualifications.
Of course they have. So we are still televising the revolution as it unfolds. Stick with us. We'll be right back with a range of great new guests straight after the news.
Good morning. I'm Fiona MacLeod. Major rail disruption continues across northwest England and the Midlands after a power failure at a Manchester signalling centre yesterday. Thousands of passengers face delays and cancellations into Friday, with some operators still advising against travel. Whoopee, it's the pub at lunchtime for me. Politically, Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives have written to all Tory-run councils urging them to rapidly enforce new single-sex space rules based on biological sex, after several left-wing councils said they would defy the Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance. Separately, a poll finds nearly 85% of 16 to 18-year-olds would simply switch off the government's planned voluntary overnight social media curfew for older teenagers. The ongoing heatwave is also keeping shoppers off the high street, with bakers doing particularly badly. I may have to get my BAPS out. See you later, alligators.
There's Fiona and her BAPS, my favourite news broadcaster of all time. Yeah, so look, are you up for a little bit of craziness, a little bit of madness?
I live for it, Mark.
I know you live for it. So, okay, let's play clip number 5.
It's time for Mark's metric of madness.
So this is my challenge to myself, viewers and Coxie. It's to come up with a metric on each and every show, a number that tells you how mad the world is and why we must continue to support the revolution and bring back common sense. And I'm going to give you a number right now, and I want you to try and guess in the chat what you think this number represents, why it shows a level of madness in modern Britain. So let's pull up image 4. This is Mark's metric of madness for today, 18,500 quid. That amount of money is a metric of madness. Tell us in the chat if you've got any idea what that metric of madness signifies. Pauls, what's your guess? And do not say it is how much it costs to fuel my Learjet every week, because that would be a barefaced goddamn lie. What do you think it is?
I don't actually know the answer. So if
no,
you're
I haven't.
thinking,
I promise you, I've not told.
I'm not pretending here. 18,500. It sounds something to do with tax to me.
Ooh, you're not a million miles off there. Okay, not a million miles off. Jimbo guesses that Infantino's pay per minute. I haven't done the calculations on that. Sounds plausible. No, £18,500 is the amount that the British government spends every year for each man, woman and child in the country. It is the total cost of government spending divided by 70 million, which is my rough calculation of how many people are in the country. So it's not the level of national debt per family. Oh, if only it were. The level of national debt is eye-wateringly huge. If you count in our liabilities, something like £100,000 per person, absolutely shocking. So £18,500 per person per year. That's what the UK government spends. Coxie, do you reckon you get value for money?
No, I definitely don't get value
£18,500 per year?
And I know that's an average, and we know that actually it's proportioned slightly differently depending on where you live. And I think this is true to say, Mark, you'll tell me if I'm wrong. Actually, despite what you might hear from Andy Burnham, a lot of it goes north. In fact, what I saw is that the average in the southeast is 12.5, and the average in the northeast is something like 14.5. Yeah. So it's not like, and quite honestly, I don't believe we are getting value for money. We can't be, can we? I mean, there's potholes everywhere. The amount of money they spend on catching me going through a red light or doing 21.5 miles an hour in a 20 mile an hour zone all seems to be a perfectly workable system, and I get a letter 3 days later. But everything else fails to work. Everything else that I need to keep myself alive, for instance, seems to fail to work.
Yeah, so it's now, here's another thought for you then, right? I mean, obviously, we see all the things that go wrong, but for the 18,500 quid, you know, you're supposed to get, you know, the NHS, if you can ever get to the front of the queue, education provided for your kids, support in tough times if you need it, money tucked away for your pension. That's a laugh, by the way. The government doesn't tuck any money away at all. They just hope to find the money when you become of pensionable age. You know, a whole shed load of things. The government tries to do too much, in my view. But let's imagine this then, right? Let's suppose, and I'm not saying that we should go quite this far, but let's suppose we cut the government back to the bare bones and we just said, look, all government's going to do is to have defence of the realm, you know, the army, border force, hopefully a properly functioning border force, and to keep peace on our streets and to make sure justice is done back home. If you took all of our defence infrastructure, the army, the navy, the whole lot, our nuclear deterrent, all of our policing, domestically, every single police force in the country and everything associated with that, and the total cost of running our judicial system, every single court in the land, all the judges, all of the rest of it, what do you think that would come in at?
Oh, lots. I would imagine mega lots.
£1,650 per person.
Good Lord, that is amazing.
So you could do all
That's
of
good
that.
value.
You could do all of that if all you wanted. I mean, I'm not saying we should go this far, but if all you wanted was, the military to defend the realm and a court system and the police and everything else was down to you. You've got to save for your own pension, you've got to pay for your medical care if you get sick, you've got to pay for your own housing, no child benefit, no arts council, transport completely privatised. If you were willing to go that far, it would only cost us, at the rate we're presently spending, 1,650 quid per person per year, compared to the 18,500 quid per person per year we're presently spending. That, in other words, would allow us to cut tax by 90%.
It's amazing, isn't it? But they just would never allow. Do they ever tell us what that 18.5? I mean, obviously the government probably wouldn't agree with your 18,500, but that's that's maths for you. Follow the science, as they always tell us.
Yeah.
Do we ever get a clear idea of how they spend that money?
Well, you can break it down by department, right? So the biggest department is the welfare department, the Department for Work and Pensions. Its budget is about 330 billion quid a year. And that's just what
That's interestingly the same as the benefits bill.
That is the benefits bill.
So right, okay.
Yeah, that is the benefits bill. That's what they do. So their job is just taking one chunk of money from one cohort and giving it to another, right? We're going to take from these people and give it to people, I don't know, with kids or people who are elderly because they get a pension. That's the biggest chunk. Next comes, I think, the National Health Service. I mean, that just eats money. Then the education budget and servicing our debt, not paying it off, just servicing it. We now spend more on that than we do on education.
Incredible, isn't it?
Absolutely crazy.
Scandalous, if anything. Are you going to cover the debt later on in the show?
Yeah, I'm
not going to go into that then, but that I definitely stick around for that, by the way, because that is an absolute shocker. If you think these numbers are a problem, you wait until you find out what our debt is and how it's been accumulated over time.
So where do you reckon, Coxie, we should try and get to on the size of government, right? I mean, it is damned expensive. I don't feel I get £18,500 a year of service out of it. I mean, obviously there's quite a lot of stuff that you don't really think about that, all right, you notice the potholes, but, street lights, there's all sort of things that you just kind of assume are there for free that aren't there for free. But I don't think I'm getting good value for money at 18.5 grand per person per year. Government has never cost more and the services are not exactly premium, are they? How do we cut it back? Do we go to that crazy minimalist point of view that I was having? Let's just get down to defence of the realm and it's devil take the hindmost on everything else. So great news, income tax is going to be slashed to 3% or something, VAT down to 3 or 4%. Or, do you want a bit more fat in it than that? A bit more of help and support?
There would definitely need to be a bit more help and support because I don't think it's like an alcoholic coming off of alcohol or a drug addict coming off drugs. Society has become incredibly used to having certain things available to them and everything working. Now, irrespective of whether that would change or not, the idea that it might change would unsettle a whole community, a whole society of people. So that would be a huge problem. But we could immediately look at where the money's going, have a Doge, for the want of a better phrase, in the UK, because
Doge. This was the Department of Government Efficiency,
yes,
so-called,
in America under Trump. And
did it save any money?
I don't know the answer to that actually, but what I do know is whether it saved money or not. It identified where money was being wasted, and quite humorously, Donald Trump stood up in Congress that time or in the Senate and said, and listed the things where it was going, on trans awareness courses in some country never heard of, etc. There will be a lot of that going on, and I think I'm not sure how you can have foreign aid to the extent that we have foreign aid when we are unable to look after our own people.
Yep.
That might seem cold-hearted, but how could you possibly do it? It's like paying next door's council tax before you could feed your kids. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense to me. Doge did uncover, I don't know how they've cracked this, but it uncovered, and I'm doing this from memory, I haven't got the time to look it up now, but uncovered quite a few strange things about the American welfare bill. So I agree, always follow the money, right, if you want to know what's going wrong. And Coxie, the American welfare bill, they were just looking at who's receiving pensions or welfare support on the grounds of being elderly. And they found there were a good number, a very sizable number, I think it went into many, many thousands of people over the age of 100 who were claiming welfare, a good number of people over the age of 110, and quite a large number of people over the age of 120, if I recall rightly. Obviously, there will be a very small number of people perhaps over the age of 100, I mean a mere handful. They even tracked down that there was one person who was still receiving welfare who had been born before the American Civil War.
That's incredible. So obviously all of that was fraudulent, or at least 90% of it. I can believe that there are several thousand, maybe even several tens of thousands of people over 100 in the United States of America, largely because of all the preservatives in the food. You know, the body just simply can't die. But 110, 120, well, no, we would know about it, wouldn't we? Because we'd be celebrating their birthday every year because they would be the oldest person here.
But obviously, like, the welfare computer system isn't geared to that.
No, of course
so
it's
it just
not.
keeps paying out, saying, well, I haven't heard that Bill's dead, so I'm just going to keep issuing Bill a check.
And who can it be who's taking the money? Bill's grandson? Bill's great-grandson? You know, is this going into a trust?
I think it was exactly that, I mean, so I can remember way back in the day, it would be a similar thing, of the family clinging on to things of immense value. When Southampton played at the Dell, tiny little pokey ground, half the size of our present one. But it was something crazy, like the average age of a Southampton season ticket holder was something like 86. And the reason being that when Uncle Jack died, you didn't tell the club that. You retained his season ticket and passed it on around the family. So it seems to me the same thing potentially.
Couldn't
with
happen
welfare
now.
checks.
If you've been into a modern ground, it would it flashes up a different colour to say, oh, this is a senior pass or whatever, and then there'd be someone at the gates going, you don't look 86.
So Hamish Haggis has asked for some financial advice. Very dangerous to ask financial advice from Cox and myself, and probably illegal under the regulatory regime to pass it on to you. So I can only speak in very general terms. Hamish says, Mark, I need to get to October when I'm 55. I've got private pensions, but I don't have a monetary mind like you do. Well, that is true. At 55, you can draw down tax-free some of your pension if you want to. I think it's up to 20 or 25%. So if you've got a pension pot of 100 grand, you could lay your hands on 20,000. But look, my general advice is this: not qualified and illegal, I think, for me, not as an independently regulated financial advisor. It's something Einstein said, Coxie, that the eighth wonder of the world is compound mathematics. There are those who understand compound interest.
Yeah.
There are those who understand it and those who pay it. And it is so true. So, Hamish, if you're just about to turn 55, you're a similar age to me, maybe a few months older than me if you're turning 55 at the end of this year. But you can't get in a TARDIS and go back and change this. But money put away early. If you start saving for your pension in your 20s or early 30s, that money will, if invested wisely, have grown so enormously by the time you get to your 50s, 60s and 70s.
Mark, his mic's just gone off. Pass that over to Mark, will you?
By the time you get to your 50s, 60s and 70s, it's so you basically got to start saving small amounts early. That's kind of my...
Yeah, so your point being there is that, like you say, you can't go back in time, but the longer you leave it, the more money you'll have at the end. Many people were putting into pensions if they got a sort of office job or something in their 20s and 30s. If, however, you started working in construction or you were self-employed and you didn't have the wherewithal, the advice to have done that, then you probably are going to be looking for other methods. And I'm loath to ask this because I don't know if I should, but let's say you're not in that situation, and let's say Hamish, was it Hamish?
Yeah.
Isn't in that situation. What can he do later in life to secure some income?
Yeah. Well, I think actually we've got to get a little bit off. I mean, I don't want everybody to have to work their fingers to the bone until they die. You know, having a nice and pleasurable retirement, if you've got a little bit of money put aside, is a great idea. But I think we've got to get a lot more flexible about working. I think this old-fashioned idea doesn't really happen anymore, but I still think we think in these terms, Coxie, that you work for a company, maybe the same company for 40, 50 years, you retire, you're given your carriage clock, and you stop working. I think we've got to get a lot more flexible. I want people in their 60s, 70s to be, maybe doing a little bit of part-time work. A few £1,000s a year for half a day a week, that kind of thing. Yeah. And we've still got this idea that you kind of work, quit, retire, and don't do any more work. We've got to be a lot more flexible than that. People have got to dip in and out. It's got to be a bit more like a gig economy, don't you think?
I do think that'll come difficult to a number of people. I think there's a generation of people, namely the boomers, that wouldn't sit very well with. The boomers, for all the criticism they get, some of it unfair, some of it entirely fair, are the peak benefactors of the work till you're 60, work till you're 65, then retire. Before that, there was obviously world wars and people weren't living as long. But because people are living longer, I think there's a necessity now. And maybe that includes not working 5 days a week when you're 40. It might mean that you work. You gradually come down off of work. Yeah. You don't work 5 days until 60 and bosh. In your 40s you go down to 4 days, and 50s 3 days or whatever, and you just keep doing that, perhaps until such time as you think, well, I've probably only got a few years left. But it's tricky because people, the hope they've got in life is A, that themselves and their family live long and healthy, prosperous lives. And B, when they get to the age that they can draw down their pension, they've got money and they're healthy enough to enjoy it. So the idea that you might have to work and not be able to take that extended holiday around the world or whatever you wanted to do, for some people just seems unjust.
Yeah. Marcus has asked in the chat, where are the jobs, Mark? I mean, that's a kind of fair question. But I think part of the problem with there not being enough or a wider variety or the appropriate jobs is we've regulated and taxed a whole load of them out of existence, right? We're making it too risky for employers to take people on. If you give workers too many protections, I don't know what the sweet spot is, but if you give workers too many protections, a company will think, well, I don't want to risk taking on an employee, right? Because if it goes awry, I'll probably be sued, for wrongful dismissal, racial discrimination, sexual discrimination, bullying, harassment, God knows what. And here's one of the biggest problems, Marcus, as well, on companies growing. We are pretty good in the UK at companies being set up. I can't remember the exact numbers, but if you look at the number of new companies registering with Companies House every year, Coxie, it looks impressive. You would think, wow, Britain is a hub of entrepreneurialism, because entrepreneurialism requires creative destruction, right? It's okay for companies to go bust. They've lived their natural life. They're no longer providing a service. We don't need the same number of blacksmiths today that we needed, before the motor car was invented.
Just going to check. You can say blacksmith still.
You can. That's not that. So companies come, companies go. But here is the big problem, which speaks to Marcus's point, is a vast number of those companies remain at sole trader status.
Yes.
They're just one person running their one business, an individual window cleaner, an individual street stall holder, and they don't grow, because it seems to me the risk of going to your first employee is so huge if something goes wrong. So I think we've got to liberalise that part of it and encourage the small trader entrepreneurs, make it easy for them to take on first, second or third employee.
Yeah, I have a sole trader business myself, and it is a big leap to take it up. And I do have casual workers who work for me, part-time, ad hoc, 0-hour contracts. There is no contract actually at all. But it's very difficult to grow. And once you grow beyond a certain point, the leap is that there's no intermediate position. You just become a limited company.
Yep.
And many people will tell you, well, that's brilliant because you get this tax relief, you get the other. But of course, there's a lot of costs that come with that as well. You can make a sole trader profitable more easier than you can make a limited company profitable, in my experience. So it's difficult. It's not made easy. That's the point.
Well, you say that. Is that right? I mean, fine, yeah. I mean, look, a lot of sole traders, do great work and earn a decent living off it. But what you want to see is more scale-ups, isn't it? I mean, going a bit higher up the kind of value chain, one thing that makes us enormously different to America is we get to a certain sort of size, our companies, and then they just get swallowed up by bigger companies. We don't build the kind of Amazons or the Facebooks or all the rest of it. Our local co-op has just installed self-service tills. How's that for a company whose ethics were based on for the people? Yeah, that's the other thing, of course. Do you reckon AI just puts us all out of work? The number of jobs that we're doing at the moment that will be able to be done by AI, if you're an accountant, a lawyer even, a researcher. I mean, I've done quite a lot of work in my life in kind of media and communications. The idea now that you would have a human writing your press releases for a company AI can do it pretty much as good as a young press officer. Exactly. So am I being too optimistic? Jobs are just going to disappear.
There has to be a way. Otherwise, what do you end up with? Just some sort of a global communism? Because if you take that to the nth degree and AI does everything, then all humans are redundant. There's no work for humans to do. What are the humans going to do? Yeah. And how are they going to afford to live? How are they going to afford to enjoy themselves, etc.? How is any other business that AI is feeding into going to be sustainable without customers? So if you've got a situation where the business is AI and the customer is AI, then great, and we're all redundant as a species. But that's never going to be the case. So we've got to find a way to work with it. I believe certainly within the creative arts, of which this is obviously one, Mark. This is pure art.
We absolutely. This is gold dust.
You're not going to get that from AI.
No, I guess.
You shouldn't either. My daughter actually now is doing art and graphic design at A level. She wants to do product design at degree level. And her biggest fear is AI. Because all she wants to be is creative and work with people and create things. But if you can pay an AI system 80 grand a year, 30 grand a year to do it all for you, instead of paying 10 people the equivalent of £500,000 a year, then as a business owner, you're going to look at that and go, well, I'm just going to do that, I'm afraid. I'm ever so sorry.
Yeah, so there's two theories here, aren't there? The first theory is this rather pessimistic one. We're all kind of doomed, right? That, we're all used to being a graphic designer or whatever, and now AI will do all of the graphic design. So what's the point of that? I'm trained to be an accountant, but actually AI can now, do your tax return and file your company accounts in 3 minutes flat. So my qualification is worthless. And you get into this problem, you're trying to answer the dilemma, well, what do we do if 90% of jobs disappear? That's the pessimistic outlook. The optimistic outlook, however, is we've seen this movie before.
Absolutely.
The Industrial Revolution, agriculture, becomes industrialized, so, right, it's no longer hundreds of people using a scythe. No, we've now got a tractor. Well, that puts people out of work, but they find other things to do, right? So do you know the famous story of the great economist Milton Friedman, I think it was, visiting the Soviet Union?
No.
So he was obviously taken around on, I think, a very biased tour. They wanted to show him the very best parts. But he was staggered to be taken to, it was a whole bunch of roadworks. And I don't know, they're building a whole new motorway or something. And Friedman was absolutely amazed that all the workers were just using shovels. Shovels, not drills, no additional equipment, just sort of shovels. Absolutely, he was completely staggered. So he asked the commissar, this is crazy. This is a crazy way to build a motorway. I mean, you've got to have all sorts of kit and equipment. You need a digger, you need pneumatic drills, you need concrete mixers. You've just got a whole bunch of guys with shovels. And the reaction of the commissar was, oh yeah, but if we had all of that kit, the road would get completed much more quickly and all of these men would be out of work. Why would we want to do that? That would be a disaster. Incredible. This is a work plan. To which Friedman says, well, if that's what you're attempting to do, why have you given them shovels? Why don't you give them teaspoons? So, I mean, part of me says we've always found hot new technologies, and we've been a bit worried it's going to have a displacement effect, but it always leaves the human race better off, and we always find other things to do.
Yeah, look, the other thing, of course, is, in the great old days we were manufacturers. The Industrial Revolution was about manufacturing and then trading with the rest of the world, in which we had the monopoly on. And it was fantastic for us. And, we run the biggest empire in modern history. Now, since Thatcher times, whilst we were able to start making money again, it's all in financial services and services as a whole. We barely manufacture anything. China still manufacture loads of stuff, and under Donald Trump, the US are starting to manufacture more, and that's where the jobs come from. That's why you don't hear the same complaints to the same level. There's no way we could row back now. Well, we could do, but we've created a generation of people that wouldn't want to work in manufacturing. And certainly wouldn't want to go down a coal mine.
But hang on, we're going to go to the news in a minute, because I just need to make it very plain. There is not a chance in hell that AI will ever replace Fiona as our newsreader. I mean, there's just the human touch is just magnificent, right? So we can be pretty clear about that. But I don't know about the manufacturing thing. Don't you think the kind of softer services is where we're all going? All of this, let's all get back to working in big factories. I mean, that was yesteryear, wasn't it? A bit like agriculture. You go back 300 years, 95% of work is work in the land. Now it accounts for, I don't know, is it even 1% of employment?
I agree, and I would want to work in services rather than agricultural or manufacturing. But we were talking about preserving jobs. Nearly every service job could be done by AI.
Yeah, that might be right. Anyway, we're not going to let that happen on UK Live Online for our gorgeous, glorious newsreader, Fiona MacLeod. Here she is with the news. We'll be right back afterwards.
Morning. I'm Fiona MacLeod. Major rail disruption continues across northwest England and the Midlands after a power failure at a Manchester signalling centre yesterday. Thousands of passengers faced delays and cancellations into Friday, with some operators still advising against travel. Whoopee, it's the pub at lunchtime for me. Politically, Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives have written to all Tory-run councils urging them to rapidly enforce new single-sex space rules based on biological sex, after several left-wing councils said they would defy the Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance. Separately, a poll finds nearly 85% of 16 to 18-year-olds would simply switch off the government's planned voluntary overnight social media curfew for older teenagers. The ongoing heatwave is also keeping shoppers off the high street, with bakers doing particularly badly. I may have to get my BAPs out. See you later, alligators.
Thank you. There's Fiona with her completely non-AI'd BAPs, right? So,
or whatever Burnham would call them.
Yeah.
Stotties or whatever.
Yeah, exactly right. So what do you think in the chat? I'm sensing you're a little bit on the pessimistic side. I'm a little bit on the optimistic side, right? I want to know what you think in the chat.
I'm not sure I would say that I was pessimistic. I'm concerned about how we're going to generate work for people of the future. And I think work's great for people, by the way, but work that they enjoy. But work gives purpose. This is work. This is work, and
this is a joy.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I laugh. Look, I've worked very hard to get myself to a point where my work is to talk to other people about their work. Which is essentially what you've done for a living. But we're providing a service. We're providing some entertainment. People are learning from us. We're very good looking. That's helpful as well. That's keeping everybody very happy. But I do worry about what the future looks like for Great Britain. And part of that worry is how we're going to keep people occupied.
Yep. Yes, but haven't we yearned for generations for a kind of leisure society?
Yes,
right?
Of course. That was the selling point of whatever the revolution was throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah.
And then of course the 80s come along and Thatcher made Britain rich again, almost, and loads of money was wandering around.
Yeah.
Although I'm considerably more richer than you.
Yeah.
And that was quite interesting. What I want is kind of an equal society where those that can do. So you enable them to. You don't put things in their way. If someone is entrepreneurial, you give them a chance. You give them a chance by, giving them tax breaks, by making it. Look, I run comedy clubs, but I don't own any property. I go into other people's venues.
Yeah.
Now, I did look into having my own standalone comedy club, but it is ridiculously expensive to have a commercial unit on a high street. Even with the local council saying you can have 50% off your rates for the first year, it still didn't make any difference. I tell you, just on a small, less than 2,000 square foot unit for a year is 70 to £100,000 in cost before you've even made any money.
Yeah.
And if your overhead's 100 grand before you start, it's very difficult in sort of light entertainment and the events industry to make money, to put things on. You've got to diversify. You can't just have a comedy club because it's not London, it's not Bristol, Manchester or whatever. If it's in Chichester, where I happen to be looking, yes, there's a market for it, but there's only a market for it maybe once or twice a month. So what are you going to do with that unit?
So if you hire the unit, what do other people hire that unit for the rest of the month?
So what my idea, my business plan was to have a bar in there that would run, a cafe in there that would run, a space there where people could be creative. My business plan included podcast studios, for instance. Lots of people are podcasting, and perhaps they want a professional studio, or colleges or universities are wanting things that they could use for that sort of thing. It's got to be multi-purpose, multi-use, and then it would come together as a comedy club, maybe once every Friday and Saturday, or maybe even once a month. But that's just the comedy club business.
Yeah.
But I walked down my local high street yesterday, which is something I don't often do, and I took my car to get cleaned by the semi-legal migrants that do a blooming good job, and I walked along the high street, and it's just endless charity shops, although not enough. I do like a charity shop. The rest of it just seemed to be cafes upon cafes. Bars are popping up, vape shops, barbers, an inordinate amount of barbers. That maybe on a high street with, let's say, 100 units, there are 10 barbers. There wasn't enough people in that area. Now, that's a whole other discussion of what's going on there. But if you want to make a legal, valid living, I'm not sure how you make it on a high street anymore. And if you walk down any high street, what you have to inevitably end up doing is maybe jumping in the car and going to the satellite high street, which is where your big Argos or your big and your carpet and tile place are. And then there's often a Starbucks and a Costa and all that sort of. We'll look at the sponsorship. Do what you like. I'm not sure where it is anymore. Holding tightly onto my mum's hand down the same high street 40 years ago, there was, first of all, it wasn't pedestrianised, which I know is less safe, but it meant that there was passing traffic all the time, which meant they knew what was in the high street. I'm a big fan of that, having worked for TfL and pedestrianised absolutely everything. I don't think that's the answer. Also, there would be a whole variety of shops, the butchers, the newsagents, all the things that were in the supermarkets. And by the way, I'm only talking about the 1980s. It wasn't like the supermarket didn't exist. The supermarket very much existed in the 1980s, but there were independent shops as well.
What about the battle for physical resources and the need for domestic manufacturing? What about the ingenuity and creativity of human beings? Yeah, I just think it finds a different path, a different way, right? So on the high street, Paul, right? Yeah, I mean, back in the day, okay, and maybe in the 80s, we were just sort of morphing away from it. You go to the high street, you go, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, you go to an independent outlet for each of the things you need, and everybody goes there, and that's what the high street was for. Well, now you can get much, much wider variety at comparatively cheaper costs by going to a massive bloody branch of Asda. But I know the high street suffers a bit. We've seen an absolute boom in coffee bars. Can anybody explain to me the economics of a coffee bar? I'm completely bewildered by it. I just don't see how you're getting in sufficient money if I'm just sitting in your Starbucks or Costa for an hour and buy one slightly overpriced coffee. It just doesn't seem to me. But they're popping up bloody everywhere.
The overpriced bit's key. Also, people are drinking less, and there's a coffee bar culture a little bit more now, not just in gentrified areas of London or Bristol or Brighton or somewhere, but in places in Hampshire, where I'm from. There are independent coffee shops. There are little independent sort of all-day brunch type places. The markup on that sort of stuff is pretty good. What does it cost to make a cup of coffee? With everything included, it probably cost £1 to make a cup of coffee, and they're all being sold for the best part of £5 now. So there's a lot of markup in that.
Yes, but, not much turnover, right?
Well, it all depends, doesn't it? You go into every time a coffee shop opens up in my local town, it's packed.
Right.
It's packed straight away. So people are interested in that. They want to go and sit somewhere. I don't know if this is part of people working from home a lot more, and they just want to get out of their houses. They don't want to go to the office and the workplace, but going down to your local independent, I would suggest, a coffee shop seems to be a nice way to. You often see people just sat there, don't you, on their laptops. When I used to write comedy, I used to make sure I did that in public, and people would know that I was an artiste.
Yeah, but I just wonder whether that's what we're going to see is that the high street's going to become a leisure destination rather than a shopping destination. You know, I know some people like going shopping for the fun of it. I just cannot be bored. It just bores me. I just want to acquire the product. But, you know, a range of coffee bars, wine bars, restaurants where you can hang out, that's the future of the high street, isn't it?
Yes, probably, but that requires disposable income. And I'm not sure how, I mean, you might know this as an economist, but what was the percentage of disposable income? Do we know what that was comparably with 10 years ago, 20 years ago? It felt higher. It certainly felt like in the early 2000s when I first started working in real work, you know, I bought a 2-bedroom house for £79,999 with a £5,000 deposit. You can't do that anymore. I earned 15 grand a year. The other half, she earned at the time, you know, a similar sort of amount. So on a £30,000 income into the home in early 2000s in our 20s, we could buy a 2-bedroom house with a mortgage for £400 or £500 a month and go to the pub 3 or 4 nights of the week.
So here's the thing though, right? When politicians talk about the cost of living, immediately people think, what's a bunch of groceries cost us, what's the lecky bill looking like, how expensive is it to go on holiday, all of that sort of stuff. But the highest cost of living for most households is, guess?
Their mortgage or their rent.
Tax.
Their
right?
income tax.
Yeah, income tax. If you're down south or in, thank you, John Marco, £5. Thank you for funding the revolution, John.
Thank you,
Great
John.
show again this morning, guys.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot. Tax, yeah. In the south and in London, it tends to be rent or housing.
Right.
But you're looking at, you know, typically speaking, a third or more of household income goes straight in tax. So, I've got a wild plan, Paul. Yeah. Why don't we cut the cost of living by cutting the tax bill?
Well, that would be excellent, wouldn't it? It would be excellent. You'd have to cut the welfare bill though, because the tax receipts are slightly less, as we now know, by the tune of about £3 billion.
Income tax.
Less than the welfare bill, which is astonishing.
Yeah,
it's absolutely astonishing. And when you start looking at the demographic breakdown of the benefit and welfare bill, it's also astonishing where it's going, particularly with child benefits. I think that it was about 3% was going to Pakistani families and who make up. A significant amount was going. I forget what it was. Maybe it was 30 billion of that was going to Pakistani families, which make up 3%.
Yeah.
And an equally significant amount was going to Bangladeshi families, which make up less than 2% or less than 1%. So, and that's not saying, oh, I've got a massive issue with those groups of people. But most of those groups of people weren't born here. Certainly their ancestors weren't, so they weren't contributing. And this is where the whole system falls over. If I said you could endlessly take out of a bucket that you never or didn't previously put into, the bucket's going to run out.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Look, should we work out? Would folk like to see how the life of work's changed? Mike Graham back in the day would have been employed by big media corporations. And you get your PAYE check, and you that's it. And you hope the company does well, but you've got your wage. You negotiate for your own wage. You get your little bit of slice of the pie in a massive corporate machine. One reason I'm optimistic about the future is startups are easier now, right? Look at UK Live Online. Okay, this has been put together in a huge amount of work, but a very small number of people. When did it go live? January, was it? And been around for a bit more than 6 months. You can today, with a little bit of money behind you, but only a bit of seed money, and a few determined people, set up your own television station. Yeah. This is absolutely remarkable. If someone had told me that when I was a kid, that it'd even be feasible, I couldn't have got my head around it. I would have just thought, if you want to work on TV, you've got to work for the BBC or ITV. Look at it now, absolutely massive, properly diverse culture of programming, right?
Yeah, incredible. And the numbers watching this right now are in the order of 5,000 to 6,000 people. Hello, thank you, by the way, especially Simon Kilford. That's incredible, and then that'll go to 20,000, 30,000 over the course of the next few days, etc. And that's amazing because we're reaching people who are interested in what we've got to say and are engaging with us. All these people are engaging us. We're looking at the comments coming through now. Television wasn't engaging like that. It was very selected. So now the market's changed, we're changing, and that is great. There's nothing wrong with that. It's absolutely fantastic. Again, I'd come back to my initial main point is that not everybody wants to do that. Not everybody can do that. I mean, you and I are exceptional talent.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yes.
You couldn't do what we do.
We wouldn't be able to.
You couldn't.
We
can't even do it.
Well, yeah. I mean, we wouldn't be able to afford all of those human rights lawyers to secure us an injunction to get this studio. Yeah, I mean, I agree. But looking at people who aren't necessarily quite in our league, Paul. My point isn't whether it's a TV station or not. I think we're going to go to Pooch as well for a bit of a behind-the-scenes look. So maybe you don't want to set up your own TV channel, and don't. By the way, we've got enough competition already. Although we're knocking 7 shades out of most of the competition on YouTube. But I think Pooch is going to give us a little bit of a kind of studio tour. Is that right, Pooch?
Hello, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, how are you? Where are you?
I am in MGHQ. So it looks like I'm in some kind of nice library there. But
yeah, I thought you'd taken over the Natural History Museum.
Yeah, that's a wallpapered wall there.
Ah, there you go.
So Mike uses that for the thought police. So he and Lewis Schaefer will sit down there and then sit and just chew the fat and do their thought police stuff. Very interesting. Before we do the full tour, what you were saying, Mark, about cost of living. Now, as you know, I'm a music promoter as well as doing this, and I saw a review in the Telegraph of Tom Jones's gig that he did at the Crystal Palace Bowl. It looked fantastic. It got a great review, and there are a whole load of gigs going on there. So I thought, do you know what? I'll have a look, see what the prices are. Tickets for Gary Newman. Now, this isn't to decry anyone because these are all good talents, and lots of other artists starting at £91. Where are people getting £91? Now, a gig I'm putting on at the moment, my top price is £45, down to £17.50. Do you think? I know you're a big free market economist, but do you think there is any onus on the people putting the prices so that people can afford them? I specifically, working with the band I'm working with, we wanted normal people to come. We didn't want to price people out of the market. Yes, we could have made more money if we'd up the prices, but what's your view on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I want to leave it to individual people to price things, right? Because oftentimes criticism of the kind of free market capitalist economy, Pooch, is that just everyone's out to get as many pounds of flesh out of the customers as fast as they can, kind of ravenous greed, put the prices to the absolute maximum you can. I just want that profit margin to go up. But actually there's a whole range of other things, right? So I don't know your business model necessarily, but let's take, this was a few years ago when Kate Bush did her comeback tour, right?
Yeah.
And she made the decision, it wasn't just, I've got X number of, seats and standing room available, I want as much money as possible. She offered to people who had been on her fan newsletter list for at least a year, so you couldn't cheat by joining up that morning, you got very cheap tickets. She said, I want to reward my fan base. If you just quite like Kate Bush a bit, maybe have 1 or 2 of her LPs, well, that's fine. You've got to pay, the full 150 quid or whatever it was. But if you had been a loyal Kate Bush supporter, fraction of that cost. So that was, a way of her building her fan base, showing loyalty to her fan base. And you build up that audience over a longer period of time, right? So I would have thought on your model, right, maybe as a sort of generosity of spirit out of the kindness of your heart, Pooch, you want it to price it within the range of ordinary people. But oftentimes you then get tiers, right? So you might sort of say, look, there's seats at the back for 15 quid, you'll have an adequate view. But, if you want one of the tip-top seats and a glass of champagne with the actor or the comedian or the musician afterwards, we've got a £200 offer for you. Well, so you get a whole tiering of offers as well, right? You can price discriminate.
We do that. And I'm not being particularly altruistic, but I do think at some point you've got to look yourself in the mirror and think, do I really want to try and charge £100 for these tickets? Because the first rule in concert promotion is the expensive tickets sell first. They always sell first. So that means that the people with the deep pockets, they get to see the gig, and the people who maybe can't afford it, up in the gods. I think this is happening in football, though. If you go to Fulham, go to Chelsea, go to Liverpool, go to Man United, I don't know what it's like at Saints or Pompey, but certainly my wife works at Fulham doing bits and pieces, and I go there, and it's basically like a tourist centre. It's expensive tickets, and there don't seem to. There are, of course, in the Hammersmith End, there are lots of brilliant Fulham fans, but I think people are being priced out of football as well.
Yeah, that has definitely happened, but you get a kind of trickle-down effect there, right? So, because I'm a multi-billionaire, Pooch, I buy quite expensive seats at St Mary's. I'm thinking of buying the club outright, but at the moment I'm just clinging on to my four season tickets in the corporate hospitality area. It has got more expensive. It has got more middle class, but that's actually then seen a big boost in attendances at non-league football, right? So you think, well, all right, I'm not going to pay £100 to have a corporate seat at Southampton for every match. You know what? And even £30 for a regular seat, that's a bit out of my price range. I'm going to go and watch AFC Tottenham or Waterlooville or one of the non-league teams. So there's such an array available that I think football's benefiting from top to toe, right? You can't just look at it about what is the price of a ticket at Old Trafford to watch Man United. Goddamn expensive. But I bet your number of options to watch football at a reasonably decent level in the greater Manchester area are absolutely massive and probably start at £5 or something, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to what you were saying about starting a new TV channel, I've worked with many broadcast companies, and there is a heck of a lot of money spent. I'll give you a quick tour of what we did here. So, I mean, it's kind of coming in the door.
I'm trying to work out the size of it then, Pooch. I've been in there, but how many foot by how many foot?
6 metres by 5 metres, so 30 foot by 25 foot. So come in, we've got that wall there.
We don't do metric on this channel, Pooch. We're old school.
Oh yeah, exactly. And then we've got a space here where the guests come in, they'll sit down, and there are herons. People worried about the herons. They're still alive. I feed them every day. We've got look how posh is this? We've got a coffee machine.
Oh yeah. The marvels of modern technology. Incredible.
Yeah, but this is where it all happens. This is where Mike sits. So Mike's there and looking through his cameras, guests there, and we've cleaned it up a bit. We were getting over, so many lovely presents from viewers, but we had a bit too much there, so we've cleaned it up. And this is basically the operation. So we set this up with the seed money from our wonderful Substack viewers who all contributed some money, and we rented this studio and we put it together. And like Mark was saying, like Paul was saying about potentially having a comedy club and having to use it. These things nowadays, you need to be using them almost 24/7. We've got people who come in to record podcasts. They pay us to do that. That goes towards paying the rent. We've got the second studio where you are, and I would come in and gate crash. You're right next door. You're the other side of that wall, but we'll get a whole load of echo. We've got you guys on. We had Ellie. We're looking forward to very soon having the whole roster. But I think you need to be very smart about what you're doing. And I would say, not being an economist, but being a businessman, it's all about your cost base, to revenue. And we are just trying to keep it as low as possible. We get brilliant people like you guys on. Mike is obviously superb. Ellie was on yesterday. We've had Russ Quirk, Kelvin. And I think that's the model. I think it's quality at a reasonable cost that's affordable to people, and keep your cost base low.
Yep. I've got one more question for you about the magic of television, Pooch, and let me dig back into my recent past, because, and it's happening to me again now, right? As you walked around that studio, which I must have been into 20 times or something, right? So I know it inside out and back to front. When you're watching something on telly or on a screen, it always looks bigger. The first time I ever appeared on television was, do you remember Kilroy? Robert Kilroy's Silk. He had a morning show, and I I was quite a regular, supposed member of the public on a range of issues, and Kilroy Silk would often come to me for a question. And I can remember the first time I went, I was sort of expecting to walk into an auditorium about the size of Wembley Stadium. It looked massive for, on television. You kind of thought it's at least the size of a theatre. It was absolutely microscopic. And even you walking around Mike's outfit there, I'm like, that suddenly now on the screen, that looks way bigger than when I'm actually standing in it. What is the optical illusion that makes everything look bigger? What's the trick in our brain that makes everything
very
look
boring.
bigger on telly?
So 35mm film cameras, that used to be the kind of focal range. Well, the standard human focal range is around 50mm. So you see a kind of like a V out there, and if you're looking straight ahead, everything to the side is out of focus. What you get on the camera is you get a lot wider lens. So you're looking still with that 50mm field of view, but you're looking at something that has a much wider field of view. So it's technical and boring, but yeah, I don't know about this thing about TV putting £10 on. I mean, that was always a thing. I think that might have been filmed because you guys looking remarkably slim today.
Yeah, in real life we're a couple of right fat bastards, aren't we? Yeah. But we look absolutely nice.
Tell everybody about when we met up post World Cupper, and I had something to say to you, didn't I? And I was worried about saying it.
You did actually, and because it was you, Pooch, I thought it was going to be terribly offensive, but it was actually terribly kind. You said that in real life, I A, looked younger, and B, more tanned.
Yes,
which was a bit of a come on I wasn't expecting, to be honest, Pooch. But
well,
it left me questioning. It didn't. No, but I did leave me questioning. I'm now part of the LGBTQ plus community, and I'm firmly in Q.
Yeah. Does telly make you look older or younger?
I couldn't look any older if I tried. So.
You're way too humble.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't look any younger if I tried. I meant, sorry.
You can. Okay, right. You're way too arrogant, my friend.
Grey beard.
Yeah.
If you're in 4K, and this is what a lot of people don't like with 4K TV, it will show every single wrinkle, every grey hair. I think this is really interesting. Actually, I think. Do you remember with the? I'm going to sit down here. Do you remember with the craze of the 3D TVs? And, everyone had the glasses on, and you thought this is going to be the future. Yes, we got to 1080, and you watch your Sky Football or your film in HD. You can now watch it in 4K, but you won't see a difference. They're selling 8K TVs. They won't take off. So I think we've reached a limit. The human eye can only perceive so much, and if it perceives more than you actually are used to seeing. If you see a close-up of me and I'm, your favourite presenter, you see them as fairly smooth skinned, but then next time you see them wrinkled or you can see their makeup, I don't think it's kind of visually palatable. So I think we've reached a ceiling of what we are going to have with regard to resolution. But yeah, I don't think with TV it puts any kind of weight on. I think what I do know why you put weight on when you're in TV, blimey, have you ever worked and you're on something, they've got the food truck there. I used to do lots of the food truck outside. It's like bloody Harrods Food Hall on wheels, amazing meals. And all the cameramen I work with, I have them on freelance jobs. If I'm doing outside broadcast, the first question is, "What are we having for lunch today?" You cannot say, "Oh, just a sandwich" or a banana. It has to be some fancy Itsu home delivery or Wagamama's. It is that's why people get fat in TV, because they get very, very well fed.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, politics is a similarly dangerous profession, right? Because it's all based around lunch. So a life in London, SW1 in the Westminster Village is bad for you on a number of levels. Listen, Pooch, that's great. I hope you've enjoyed in the chat, seeing a little. We've broken the fourth wall, shown you a little bit behind the scenes. We have tracked down Giles Dilnot. He's been caught in traffic in Burnham's broken Britain, but I think he made it. So, Coxie, if it's all right with you, I'm going to bring Giles Dilnot of Conservative. Giles, you've made it.
I'm so sorry, folks.
That's right.
That was ridiculous. And yes, traffic, I wasn't expecting it. I'm so sorry. Good to be with you, though.
great to have you with us. Giles Dilnot is the editor of Conservative Home. This is the kind of go-to place for people who want to read up on articles, opinions, election results, tracking. Well, conservatism, but principally the Conservative Party, Giles, right? And why I wanted to get you on is I want to do a health check on the Tory party. I think that most of our viewers here at UK Live Online are not particularly sympathetic to the present government, but might be shopping around a bit on the centre-right of politics. What is your audit, your spot price on the state of the Tory party at the moment? Because here's why the health check might be bad, right? At the last general election, the Conservatives don't just lose, they get absolutely blasted, right? Worst result in terms of vote share and parliamentary seats ever. I mean, certainly in our lifetime. 2/3 of Tory MPs wiped out, eviscerated. 24% of the vote. You kind of think you can't go any lower than that. And then the Tory party today, all right, I dare say you're going to argue, ticked up a little bit in the last couple of months. Kemi Badenoch's leaders ticked up a lot in the last few months, but hovering around 20% of the vote. Conservative Party returning to rude health or basically the Walking Dead?
Definitely not the Walking Dead, Mark, but then I guess I would say that, wouldn't I? But I think you're right. I think that we've discussed before that, you know, they are setting out on a task they think they can succeed at doing, which is detoxifying their brand and grabbing the attention again. And as I would say, yes, and you've predicted, Kemi is doing quite well at grabbing that attention. Isn't making much difference on the brand as a whole. They've got a whole load of work still to do. And I think there are still people who go, look, we kicked you out 2 years ago. We haven't really changed our minds just yet. Now, I think there are demonstrably things she can do and has done to say, I am not the same Conservative Party that you were dealing with in 2024. But some of that sticks because you've still got same characters around doing things and playing a major part in the party. I think it's structures. They've had to have a lot of work doing to them. And there are some associations that are dormant. Two massive hits on councils in local elections hasn't helped that sort of internal infrastructure. She's get the money in, which is good. Lots of people thought she couldn't and she didn't, but she did. But none of this is guaranteed. I think they know this. Nothing is inevitable now. I would say that some of the polling stuff, a lot of people point out that, you know, at their worst point at the election in 2024, they were on, what was it, 24%? And now they're struggling on 20. Every percentage point now in five-way politics, and we are in five-way politics, is the same as sort of 3% back then. It's really, really hard. They're going to contest. They are contesting. I think the idea that they're dead, which is what Reform have been saying for 2 years or more, is evidentially not true. But are they guaranteed renewal and success? I don't know that is there. What I'm more interested in, I think, is there, given what I study, is that they believe it can be, and I think there are signs that it could be. But am I guaranteed on that? No, definitely not. Not completely convinced. No.
So I like Kemi Badenoch, and I've always liked her. I liked her in the last government. I think she's very bright, very erudite. Some people say she only has one setting, hard bitch mode, but I quite like that setting, right? I think that's quite a good single setting to have.
I think she might enjoy that rather than the word, but she might get the sentiment that, yeah.
But here's, I've got a couple of things where I think she needs to go a bit further, right? Because I totally hear what you're saying, that if you've been kicked out of government and your last period in government was pretty dismal, then it takes a long time for people to forgive and forget. But I think that the Conservative Party, in particular its leader, needs to say, look, I know things went wrong. I've got an explanation as to why. You can't just say, oh, we're under new management, things have changed, we hope that with the passage of time you'll forget about it and forgive us. I think you've got to have an explanation as to why things went wrong. And I'm not sure Kemi Badenoch has articulated that really. She just sort of said, we're under new management, we're going to have a more professional approach, we made mistakes, but...
She said a bit more than that, and we've discussed this again before. I agree it could be expanded upon, but that's certainly what she meant when our problem was that we talked right and governed left. And I think that she feels that that's an umbrella for a lot of the problems, and consequently is tacking in such a way to go, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk right and govern right, and the policies will be on the right. If you remember, she said that one of the most watched viral videos of her was when she tackled the pro-Palestinian protester, and at some point goes, I am the right. Right now, she's obviously making a bid for that. I know there are plenty of other people who would go, are you? I think maybe I am. That's fine. But she's clearly, she doesn't make any, she doesn't sort of obfuscate about it. I'm on the right. I think that there's a point at which, when I went round the houses with this, when you ask people, what is it you want us to apologise for? There is a myriad different, and sometimes they're not compatible. So some people want to say, well, we want you to say sorry for Brexit. Well, some people who go, well, I'm not saying sorry for that. We're very happy we did it. There are people who want to say sorry for failing on boats and say, yeah, we did. There are no prizes for stopping 60% if 40% get through. I get that. I was literally involved in that, so you can blame me. We failed. I tried everything I could. There is no doubt we wanted to stop them. We didn't do it, and people should rightly be upset about that. So I think the expansion of the sorry, but the diagnosis is, and I think it is a fair one, encapsulated in that we talked a good game, and some too often came round and the word came back that, oh, well, ideally we would like to do this, but it's very complicated. We're running out of time. We need to get things done. We need to focus on this, that, and the other, all of which might be valid, but are extremely frustrating. And they hurt us. They really hurt us.
Yeah. I mean, I still think you need a bit of an explanation of that. I think it's true the Conservatives talked right and governed left, but I want to know why. I mean, I've got a theory that the basic state bureaucracy is so geared to the left.
I think
the state bureaucracy is left wing, basically. They bought into the entire Blairite reconstruction, and consequently, unless you change all of that system, the whole system tilts you to the left. The solution to everything is tax more, spend more, regulate more. You can't do that, it's illegal, says the Government Legal Services Department. So the general direction of travel built in is moving to the left, right?
No, I think you're absolutely right. There was a whole, and it started with sort of Cameron going, I'm a Tory version of Blair, so have me, and that kind of worked. Yeah, there was too much buy-in to a system that doesn't work, and there was also, this is a problem for tomorrow, which arguably with prison places, with migration, with all sorts of things, it's like, no, this is a problem right now, and we don't have a good enough solution, because we were still stuck with buying into a settlement that almost everyone was buying into. I remember the Treasury saying to us, well, we don't, actually big migration numbers, they're good for GDP. Well, GDP per capita was much more important as a figure. There was orthodoxy in the Treasury. We bought into a system that had come to its useful end and didn't realise it, or we did realise it and thought, this is going to be too hard to deal with in the time that we've got left into election. You know what? Learned a very hard lesson.
Yeah, I
think if they don't have a solution to that, they are done.
Yeah. I've got one final question for you. Riddle me this, Giles. Why is it that in the last few days, Kemi Badenoch has simultaneously said, A, she wanted a former neo-Nazi to run for the Conservative Party in Somerset, but B, will not speak to Nigel Farage about working with him? I'm finding that a little bit difficult to square off those two. I know in the case of this guy who's a rehabilitated neo-Nazi, he definitely has changed his mind. But if you're willing to do business with people with that sort of record, why on earth won't you sit down with Nigel Farage?
All right, I totally get the putting of those two together. I've spoken to Joshua Bonehill-Payne. He is very definitely contrite. He understands that actually his actions were inexcusable, so inexcusable that he was jailed for them. I believe in second chances. I don't think punishment should be forever. I've spoken to him. He does do a lot of work to make sure that other people do not go down the road that he did when he was younger. I also understand why, people I know well, Luciana Berger, are extremely angry about it. I thought it was odd, Mark, for another reason, and I guess it sort of plays to my area of expertise. I thought the optics were odd of going out to bat for somebody who's been so publicly, personally supportive of her as an individual. It just looks like you're making an exception, or it risks looking like that. So I wasn't sure about that. But look, she made a decision, and I don't think she is always. She's not quite as people imagine all the time. She can be very funny, but in that case, I think she was just being hard. Made a decision. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm going to support him. I just thought it risked looking odd. Why won't she talk to Nigel? They don't get on. They really don't get on. There's another thing about it. Mark, I think people in the Conservative Party might have talked to Reform and talked to Nigel Farage if they hadn't seen 2 years of just being told you're useless, you're dead, you're hopeless, you're betrayers, you're traitors, we're never talking to you. And it hasn't stopped. It's been relentless. And I thought it was quite counterproductive. I even said this to Nigel and some of the senior people at Reform. It's like, in the end, you start to slap back the hand that wants to punch you in the face. And if it keeps doing it, I understand why they had to do that. I understand the optics of doing it, going, we are the new party of the right. But if you want to have talks, if you want to have discussions, I just don't think you spend a year or 2 years just pouring on the fire when you could have been firing at the Labour government as well, and that simply hasn't been as much. So I think that's where they're at. Do I think it's inevitable? I think I've always said maths will dictate this. If the maths works out, then they'll just have to, won't they?
It's a numbers business. Giles, look, great to be with you. Politics is so unpredictable and such a mess. We will check in with you again in a couple of weeks' time for an audit, and try not to be late. Yeah, can't trust the goddamn Tories. Make these promises that they'll, what they're going to deliver.
I
just
promised
let you down time after time after time. Talk punctual, deliver late. All right. Anyway,
it's a fair cop today.
Great to see you, Giles. We'll check in with you again soon. Coxie, we've got guests coming out of our ears now, so we're going over to you for our next brilliant guest, and then you and I might have a chat about what each of them have said. Exactly. So you've got one of your old comedy muppers on.
I have, yes. Well, Simon Evans is with us. I hope he is at least. Simon, there is. Hey, mates. Thank you very much for waiting. And first of all, thank you very much for joining us from Edinburgh, the wokest place on the planet this month. How's it going?
Only done one gig so far, Paul, but it's very promising. I'm in a lovely room this year, a deconsecrated church, which I'm trying to reconsecrate with the magical spiritual value, the flame of comedy. But yeah, nice. After last year, which I had a miserable time last year, I was in one of the rooms they call the caves, which are not even proper natural organic caves. They're sort of underneath a viaduct and dripping moist brick dust everywhere, and horrible. Now I'm back up above ground again.
That's actually fantastic.
I've a love that dare speak its name.
Well, we will say exactly where that is in a minute. But this year's show is called Shadow Play. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that, Simon?
Yes, the original title, Shadow Play, was taken, as your viewers and listeners will already have guessed, from the allegory of the cave that appears in Plato's Republic, in which Plato says that we cannot trust the evidence of our own eyes. Everything that is presented before you is a shadow play on the far wall of a cave, ironically, and you are required to access the truth via philosophy and mathematics and geometry and so on. An interesting proposition, one which has been used and picked up and flung around to denounce everything from Netflix and the BBC to more fundamental philosophical issues about the nature of reality, but which I think has become suddenly very true again due to the use of artificial intelligence, as it's generally branded, to create content now that you genuinely cannot distinguish from reality on your little phone screen, which we spend most of our time gazing at. So it took its lead from that, and then it's an exploration of the nature of reality and whether you can believe the evidence of your own eyes. but it all is then takes a sudden bizarre left-hand turn and goes into Coleridge romantic poetry, the use of opium to inspire his great poem Kubla Khan, and whether whether we are in a new dawning era of delusion, or whether mankind has faced delusions and delusions of one kind or another over the centuries. So yeah, standard comedy fare.
Well, look, the one common denominator that brings our comedy together, Simon, is that we both stand up when we do it, and that is the beginning and end of the overlap. Absolutely fascinating stuff. Look, I wanted to ask you something specifically, actually, about Rod Liddell. Passed away this week. Someone that you and I know greatly admired. First of all, tell me what you thought of Rod Liddell, Simon.
Well, I've been aware of him for decades, coming and going. I remember vaguely when he was editor of Today programme on Radio 4, and I knew vaguely about certain scandals and controversies and so on that he'd been involved in. But I mainly got to know him a little bit more, partly through his column in The Spectator, which was unfailingly funny. As everyone said, it was the last place where anyone would write lines that were not just funny, but would literally cause the cinematic spluttering of the tea that you have failed to swallow back onto the screen or onto the magazine. And he took chances, and he was extraordinarily, I don't know if you want to say brave, but indifferent, let's say, to majority public opinion. He didn't give a damn. And then I was invited several times to contribute to his Saturday morning show on Times Radio, which was always very funny, and it was lovely to provoke a throaty chuckle in his famous throat. So I do miss him very much. Well, I mean, miss him. It's early days to start missing somebody, but it's a horribly early death, and came essentially without warning. And he is the kind of voice which is, I think everyone agrees, is in woefully short supply. The only disagreement is to whether or not he should be eradicated, him and his ilk, like cholera and typhoid and smallpox, or whether we need to try and cultivate a little bit more of that, as I say, indifference, that cavalier attitude to common niceties and received opinion. And I obviously would be very much in the second camp.
Yeah, likewise, me also. We do still have Quinton Letts. I don't want to make a comparison. I don't want to make a comparison between the two, but that just shows you the dearth, really, of what is available to us from that dark corner of politics. Very quickly, though, Simon, tell me what you think of the reaction to Rod Liddell's passing, particularly from the liberal progressive types, shall we call them?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, whenever somebody on the right dies, it's the same happened with Anne Widdecombe, of course, quite recently, despite the fact that she was killed in the most horrific circumstances, and there was all sorts of police bungling with the announcement and distribution of that news. Still, the left took the opportunity to crop up in everyone's replies and mentions online, certainly saying that she was glad that they were glad she was gone, that she had been a stain on the political process, that her views were antediluvian and there was no place for them in a modern... I mean, it was horrific disregard and disrespect for people's feelings, apart from, just normal, common, everyday courtesy and rules that have been established over the centuries to allow people to live together. And the same thing has happened at scale with Rod Liddell. There's been hundreds of people online, most of them with sort of double-digit follower counts and double-digit IQ, from what I can gather, either just regurgitating literally a couple of egregious errors he is supposed to have made. One in which he announced that he could never be a teacher because he would not be able to resist the temptation to sexually interfere with the girls. And another occasion on which he did behave badly. I think it's understood, with his former wife, who he divorced almost immediately, and I think saw his mistress on honeymoon. I have no interest in his private life from that regard, but obviously, the great thing about satire and the great thing about being, as courageous and cavalier with the niceties of taste as Rod was, is that you will cross the line. When people say an edgy comedian, I don't know if they think about what that word means, edgy. The point about the edge is that sometimes you fall off the edge. If you stand that close to the edge, then occasionally you will take a forward stride and disappear into the abyss. And he did do that a few times, and that's exactly why you were laughing delightedly, because you sensed he was teetering on the edge once again. It's always the finest, funniest, deepest, most reactional, the jokes that produce the laugh that short circuits the brain and all the parts of the central nervous system that go, don't laugh at this, it's wrong.
Well, that's exactly it, isn't
Those
it?
are the great laughs, you know.
There have been many comments this week where people sort of didn't agree with anything that Rod Liddle said. Now, I don't really want to meet the person who agreed with everything that Rod Liddle said, because he never meant for it to be all agreeable. He was just doing it to push the line. Look, Simon, we've got to go, unfortunately. But before we do, please tell us where we can find you online, and tell us exactly where we can find you in Edinburgh this month.
Yes, I'm at the Simon Evans X on X, formerly Twitter. My website is the Simon Evans, and the room in Edinburgh is called the Nucleus. It's, as I say, a church, now an arts centre, just up the hill a bit from the Pleasance, which is one of the very well established venues here. So on the Pleasance in Edinburgh. But if you just search my name, Simon Evans, and Shadow Play, Google will do the rest for you. It's 8:45 every evening until the 20th of August.
Simon, thanks so much for your time. It's been wonderful talking to you, mate. Take care. Have a wonderful run in August, and I'll speak to you soon, mate.
Thank you, Paul. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care, Simon. Wow. Simon
Top man,
Evans
isn't he? He is a top man. Question for you. Which is woker? The Edinburgh Festival or the Conservative Party?
Well, it's definitely the Edinburgh Festival. The Conservative Party, unfortunately, as you've already pointed out today, pretends to be on the right. I think they are now finding their roots again under Kemi Badenoch, and we'll see where that ends up. But definitely Edinburgh, which I've done 4 or 5 times. Last time I did it was actually pre-pandemic, actually, so I've not been back since. But it's woke.
How'd you cope? I've never been, but I think it would just send me absolutely round the bend. I can only cope with so much wokery.
It all depends, because when I did it, I was in literally my first 5 or 6 years of doing stand-up comedy, and of course that's where you want to go and play. And I was in the Fringe. I wasn't in one of the big venues. I was in the Fringe. The Fringe up there is massive. Just wander around, go into a show you never thought you would go to. Not everything is woke, of course, but do be careful, because a lot of it is. But there are people up there, and do you know what? I can't really think of anyone to recommend this year other than Simon Evans. I don't know if Jeff Norcott's gone up. Probably not. If Jeff Norcott's up there, go and see him. But there really aren't that many I'm not even going to call them right-wing. Simon is a conservative. That's what Simon is. Simon is a thinker, an intellectual, and a conservative. Because most people will think...
Sounds like a very dangerous far-right extremist, racist, misogynistic, fascist.
Exactly. And hopefully, fingers crossed, you will get some of that if you go to Simon's show. But I definitely recommend seeing him.
Yeah. And what do you think? What did you make of Giles? Because I know we're going to come to Cox's box in a minute. Something that's been grinding your gears or making you annoyed, Paul. You're one of the most laid-back, relaxed, jovial people I know. But even you can get annoyed. What did you think of Giles's take on the health of the Tory party? And in particular, I knew I was going to lob in this question. They tried to bring in this ex-neo-Nazi guy to be a candidate.
Yeah,
that's all fallen to pieces.
So, what was his name? Like Bone Shaker Death? Or
Joshua Bone Shaker Death. That all falls to bits. But then there's also, I know we're not going to talk to Nigel Farage. You know, he's beyond the pale. I can't square that circle.
Interesting. And I'm not sure how many layers of management there are in the Tory party, but I can understand.
Thousands.
I can understand if Kemi Badenoch was entirely unaware that he was running a councillor, and of course he has a very checkered past of which he's paid the price for, and he has since repented and is essentially making a life of that. Repenting and helping other people not go down the path that he did. However, there is a line that has to be drawn, irrespective of what I believe or you believe, where entering back into public life may not be the right thing to do, or at least needs to come with an incubation period longer than months. And the problem with that is the optics. And politics is all about optics. Doesn't matter. You know, it's one of the reasons a lot of people say to me, why wouldn't I go into politics? I'm sure they say it to you. If they say it to me, they definitely say it to you. And it's a fine line. I enjoy talking about it. It's very easy to point out the hypocrisy from the outside. Within it, I can see myself falling foul. I can definitely be more... I could definitely connect and communicate, I think, with the working people more than 99% of most politicians. But that doesn't get you a long way in politics. That gets you to a point where you've got a platform to be absolutely beaten on. And there's a reason. There's good and bad reasons for that. I think many more bad in the common times. In the recent times. But we do need to have more people of experience in the world. I mean, we talked earlier about Samantha Niblett. if you don't allow normal people into politics,
That's
you
what
will
you
get,
end up.
you will get Nibbler.
That is a glimpse of our future if we don't get some normal people into politics. I think that's very true. Look, some folk in the chat are asking, and I'm fascinated too. It's the big question. It's time to find out. It's time to find out. Let's play clip number 6.
What's in Cox's box?
Wow. I love that. That is so good. Big thanks to Angela, by the way, the big secretive Angela. She's the one behind Mark and I. She makes everything happen, and she certainly made that clip happen. Look, this is going to become a regular thing on our shows. Cox's box. This week I want to pay tribute to Rod Liddle, and I don't want to pay tribute to him for all the reasons that you may think. Rod Liddle was a great sketch writer, a great commentator, spent the vast majority of his political life as a Labour Party member, and was actually ousted from the Labour Party when he criticised the Labour Party for being anti-Semitic, which he was proven to be true, particularly in the Corbyn years. For me, and I touched on this with Simon because I wanted to understand his view, it was about the reaction to Rod Liddle's death from what I shall just refer to as the left. Too wide a term, I agree, but it seems to be segments of the left, but an ever-growing segment of the left. Obviously, Simon mentioned it, and I shall mention it again. Widdecombe's demise just a matter of weeks ago, horrific murder, which we won't talk about now for obvious reasons. That was met with some glee, and then this week, Rod Liddle's death again met with tremendous glee. Go and check out my comments. Go and check out on X Paul Cox Comedy or Facebook Paul Cox Comedy or even my Instagram, the same again. And look at the overwhelming number of comments that are negative towards Rod Liddle because they did one thing with Rod. They took absolutely everything he said verbatim seriously. And I would say the difference between the left is obviously the old adage being true, that the right think the left are wrong and the left think the right are evil. And that is very true in those comments. They seem to believe that every single time someone with a conservative view of the world must be punished for that, and not just punished for that on the minute, the second their death is announced. That, for me, is why our society and the fabric which pulls it together is ripping and tearing and falling apart. We need Rod Liddles, we need Anne Widdecombe's, and you don't have to agree with them. You don't have to be the one that decides if what they say is right or wrong. So in Cox's box this week, what I would like everybody to think about is how irreverent Rod Liddle was, how curmudgeonly he was, but how brilliantly funny he was, irrespective of whether you agreed with what he said or not. And to agree, at least, that we need dissenting voices. It doesn't matter what side of politics you're on, we need dissenting voices. And without them, we get Samantha Niblett and we get Stella Creasy, and we don't want that.
Love it. Great, great, great spewing out of genius in Cox's box. Look, in a few minutes' time, we're going to get somebody on to cheer us up, Coxie. I don't know, I'm quite cheerful. We're approaching the weekend.
We are.
Football season, I guess, kind of starts this Saturday. Your lot have got West Ham United.
Yes, we do. We've got West Ham in the round of 32 in the League Cup.
Yeah, there you go.
The Milk Cup, the Rumbelows Cup.
What's it called now? The Carabao Cup. Yeah, I'm going down to Colchester tomorrow. 5:30 p.m. kickoff for the Saints. Do you reckon I should go by train or Learjet?
Well, Learjet, obviously.
Learjet.
You're paying the money, you're paying the taxes, you're paying the fuel bills. I know that it's...
Don't you think it's a little bit ostentatious to go from London to Colchester in a Learjet?
If you did a survey right now and you said, what's the one word that describes Mark Littlewood? They would say ostentatious.
Ostentatious. Do you think that's a bit of an unfair criticism, isn't it? But look, I've got something else. We were touching on the tax bill earlier, but on GB News the other night, I wanted to point out a really big problem, right? The amount of government spending, which essentially links to your tax bill, way too high. Government spending £18,500 per person per year in Britain. Eye-watering. I don't think we get value for money. But put that aside for a moment. I'm afraid I've got some bad news before I go to Coxie and another man to cheer me up about how absolutely bloody disastrous the fiscal financial position of Britain is, how horrific our debt is. Now, people always look the other way, politicians will sort it out at some point. I guess there might need to be a few trims here or a few trims there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's worse than that. So on an alternative TV channel the other night, I tried to explain a little bit of economic history, and it's going to depress you, but I think you should know this stuff. So let's play clip 10. Give me your thoughts.
Reagan was fond of saying that debt is big enough to look after itself. Look, the shocking thing here, which I think does show, it's a little graph the Telegraph have put together. So we're now £3 trillion in debt. By the way, the position's worse than that because we have a whole load of liabilities, like around pensions that we haven't covered. But our cash debt, if you were to look at our bank balance, is 3,000 billion pounds in the red. We clocked up the first 1 trillion of that. We got into debt to our first 1 trillion between 1694 and 2010. Took us 316 years to clock up the first trillion. Now, if you remember that period, there was a cost of living crisis. We didn't have electricity. It was pre-industrial. We fought the American War of Independence, the Napoleonic Wars, the Crimean War, World Wars I and II.
And the Boer War, and the Boer War.
The Korean War, the Gulf War. It was a very tough period, those 316 years. So not surprisingly, we clocked up £1 trillion of debt. Next trillion, we managed to clock up in a decade from 2010 to 2020, and the third trillion we have clocked up in the last 6 years. We are spending money like it is going out of fashion, and if you keep spending money like there is no tomorrow, sooner or later there won't be. But rest assured, as we heard in yesterday's newspapers, that Labour's economic plan is to borrow. Borrowing money and spending money you don't have was the route to economic growth and success. We would be awash in it at Britain at the moment. Our biggest problem would be to work out what to spend all the spare cash on. This is a disaster. At some point it's got to end, either politically or economically.
Yeah, what do you make of that? Took us 316 years to build up our first £1 trillion worth of debt. Not that I like building debt up at all, but at least we did it slowly from 1694 to 2010. 316 years. Since 2010, we've trebled the debt. 16 years to put on another £2 trillion of debt. And debt, by the way, is just tax deferred. At some point it needs to be paid. It's just we're not paying it today. We're passing on the tax bill to our kids, our grandkids and future generations. We are stuffed, Coxie, aren't we?
We are stuffed, actually. The fact that you can accumulate £2 trillion worth of debt in the last 16 years and only 1 trillion in the previous 300 plus is astonishing. It's also astounding. It's something that comes as a great shock, but it's not a surprise because of course we are. I think we have had semi-socialism or socialism of some kind, particularly in all of those 16 years and previous to that also. And of course that comes at a great cost. We're going to have to lean down at some point. We're going to have to make sure that the country cuts its cloth accordingly. And that's going to come as a tremendous shock.
Yeah.
We are going to go through, I think, a phase at some point that we probably never had to go through before.
Reality is going to bite at some point.
Big time. It's going to come at us incredibly fast. And it's a shame it doesn't have to do. Look, there are things within there like COVID, for instance, which cost an enormous amount of money. You can argue till the cows come home whether one thing should have been done or none thing should have been done or whatever it might be. But it happened. But in that clip there, you also told us what had happened in the previous 300 plus years, which by comparison to COVID were massive.
Yeah.
Genuinely massive.
I didn't include the Black Death.
No, which would...
which kind of knocked it out of the coronavirus. You had no lockdown for the Black Death. No furlough scheme of sitting in your garden and getting half your pay. That wasn't on offer at the time, I don't think. Yeah. So we got a lot of work to do. But the reason I wanted to put these sort of figures to you is I'm not trying to scare the hell out of people. I saw somebody in the chat, very good point. What's a trillion? You know, numbers get to sort of such a high level that they sort of don't make much sense anymore. But to give you an idea of it, basically, just shy of 3 trillion, I think it is the total turnover of the UK every year, right? So absolutely every economic transaction, if the UK was a business, it's got a turnover of 3 trillion, and we are in debt to that amount. So then if you're sitting at home and thinking whatever your average your income is, I don't know, let's say £25,000 a year, imagine you're £25,000 in debt and it's going up at speed. That's the scale of the problem. We are 100% of our turnover in the red. Can be solved, I don't know how, but I'm going to have two people, I think, to cheer us up. Firstly, I wonder if we can go to the news with the lovely, gorgeous, real, genuine, living, breathing Fiona McLeod. Let's have a little bit of Fiona. That'll certainly cheer me up, and I know it will cheer up the viewers too.
Good morning. I'm Fiona McLeod. Major rail disruption continues across northwest England and the Midlands after a power failure at a Manchester signalling centre yesterday. Thousands of passengers face delays and cancellations into Friday, with some operators still advising against travel. Whoopee, it's the pub at lunchtime for me. Politically, Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives have written to all Tory-run councils urging them to rapidly enforce new single-sex space rules based on biological sex, after several left-wing councils said they would defy the Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance. Separately, a poll finds nearly 85% of 16 to 18-year-olds would simply switch off the government's planned voluntary overnight social media curfew for older teenagers. The ongoing heatwave is also keeping shoppers off the high street, with bakers doing particularly badly. I may have to get my baps out. See you later, alligators.
There's the lovely Fiona. She's cheered me up. We might be in debt, but we always have the gorgeous Fiona McLeod. And look, you know who we need to properly cheer us up, don't you? This is what we will be looking forward to, because sometimes we talk ourselves, into a bit of a kind of misery guts kind of thinking, don't we? But straightforward, tell it like it is, show us the receipts, sort of common sense. Let's play clip number 7. It's the Glendex. Glenn Brailsford is back with us.
Hey guys.
Glenn, great to see you. Great to see you. Look, as you know, Glenn, Coxie and I have, well, it's not quite fair to say we've seized the studio. We haven't done it by any means of armed force. We have managed to get a High Court injunction to seize it for the time being. And we've spent the last 2 hours kind of reflecting on the state of modern Britain. And it's a pretty grim picture, right? We think we can get ourselves out of this hole somehow or other, but we don't think we've got the politicians in place to do it at the moment. We're feeling pretty miserable. You know what your job is, Glenn. Cheer us the hell up, please, my friend. What have you got in your Glendex to cheer us the hell up?
Yeah, if you want to cheer up, speak to a guy from Rotherham. That makes no sense at all. And 3 trillion, I thought that was your bar tab. I don't know what you're worried about. Anyway, I'll tell you what I'd like to talk about today. Great show, great guest. But I want to say some things that your guests haven't said, and Coxie as well. Coxie, you were talking about Rod Liddle, right? What a lot of people overlook about him was he was a brilliant music critic as well. He wrote for the Spectator, a column called The Listener, and his put-downs were just fantastic. But all based in real knowledge. He was a punk musician himself, played to a pretty high standard, as I understand it. And some of the put-downs are just so withering, so I just plucked some out. I thought it'd help. So, Adele, right? The problem I have is that I thought she was pretty awful before when she was just fat and from Tottenham. Now that she's been marinated in South California for 6 years, she seems to become even worse, a kind of Meghan Markle with a larynx. Kylie Minogue, I've heard worse things. The death rattle of a close relative, for example. Tom Jones, what Tom does with everything is belt it out with bombast and bravado and the faint whiff of faggots and peas. He's as nuanced a vocalist as the late Reverend Ian Paisley. And then Sam Smith, that rotund chart botherer LGBTQ plus person, I think he's a person, reviewing his album, where he does say he's got a decent voice, but he says, on the gospel-tinged Love Me More, he sings, every day I'm trying not to hate myself. And stop trying, Sam. Join us. Best of all, Southampton's finest, Mark, Craig David, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, he reviews his album, which is called The Time Is Now. He says whatever he thinks about it doesn't really matter, because he says there it'll be at the top of the charts on every radio, seemingly forever. Frankly, I'd rather listen to Diane Abbott reading out my own death certificate in front of the Parliamentary Labour Party.
Did he have anything nice to say about any musician?
Yes, he does actually, but when he hates, he goes for it, right?
Yeah.
So really, really good. Then earlier you had Kieran on again, great guest, but the things he didn't say about the gift that keeps on giving, Gianni Sycophantino, or as the son called him last week, Gianni Rotten, which I wish I'd have thought of that one. Few crazy things you don't know about him, and the size of the man's ego. When he had the Club World Cup trophy designed and crafted by Tiffany & Co., he had his name engraved on it twice.
Jeez.
So, yeah, including a label that said he was the competition's founding president. When he was trying to show what an empathetic, sympathetic, caring human being he was asked about the struggles of migrant workers and persecuted minorities when they were building World Cup stadiums in Qatar. He said, I know what it feels like to be discriminated against. As a child, I was bullied because I had red hair and freckles. I don't think it's quite the same thing, and take that from a bald guy, John. Height of tact. At the 2023 wake for Pele, greatest footballer of all time, in my opinion, Infantino took a selfie of himself alongside Pele's open casket.
Jeez.
Yeah, he later claimed he was trying to help the Brazilian players know how to take a selfie. So he just passed that one on. But, you know, the man knows no depths, I think. Got another one here. He actually
Glenn, you do realize, did you get the brief? Your job was to cheer us up.
This is all laughable. It may not be funny, but it is laughable, right?
Yeah, true. Fair enough.
He actually pitched the World Cup, the Women's World Cup, to North Korea. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that would be absolutely brilliant.
I'm all in for that. That would have been epic.
Can you imagine when the North Koreans get knocked out? They're all just submachine gunned the next day.
Yeah.
Incredible. And then this, I think, is the jewel in the crown. He was, we know he's Swiss, right? But he was born just 6 miles away from Sepp Blatter's birthplace, right? So 2 consecutive FIFA presidents controlling billions of dollars in global football, and they're both from the exact same tiny region of Switzerland. But I guess that's how the Swiss roll, Mark.
Oh, here we go. We've got the official kit. We've got the official yellow cards. That's how the Swiss roll. I mean, you
put the name in the book.
Save the red. I've got some more stuff here. Giles, you were really talking about how Kemi's going to go on. I've been thinking about a political reshuffle this week. Not a realignment, a reshuffle. What I really mean is reshuffling the letters in their names. So anagrams of today's leaders, political leaders. Andy Burnham is Human Brandy.
Man, yeah, Human Brandy.
I guess he'd like that, wouldn't he? Empathetic, but warm the cockles of your heart at the same time.
Yeah.
That's his. Nigel Farage, got 2 for him. One is a leering fag.
Yeah.
And the second...
Not sure that's going to appear on his leaflets in Clacton, but, you know, you never know. Might appeal to a niche audience.
I think it'll be this one, Mark. I don't know if you've ever played one of these, Coxie, but an anagram of Nigel Farage is anal free gig.
That's definitely going on the Clacton leaflets. Yeah.
Yeah. Sir Ed Davey, diverse day.
Yeah.
You'll
All
like
too
that
appropriate.
one, right?
Yeah.
Rupert Lowe MP is trowel pumper.
All right. Yeah.
Kemi Badenoch, 2 for her. 1, I choke bad men, which she probably does.
Yeah.
And maybe her alter ego, Mick Bonehead.
Right, there you go. Blimey. Well, I mean, the anagrams are better than their real names, wouldn't you say, Coxie?
Yeah, I would say so. Well, so good to Glyn. Glyn, tell us. I'm going to ask you this question every Friday, I think. What's Glyn doing this week? That's what I want to know. What does the Glindex do at the weekend? In my mind, you nip down to the local library because you refuse to use the internet and get out the Encyclopedia of Facts for the 1987 edition and help entertain us all. Well, what does the Glindex do? Is it leather and whips? What's going on?
Well, if you want to talk about leather and whips, I thought the cast we were just talking about would be a perfect cast for a gay porn film, wouldn't it? If it was called I Choked Bad Men, featuring Trowel Pumper, a leering fag, and starring Mick Bonehead. And it wouldn't be an anal-free gig, I imagine, either.
We could not do any of this
on
Ofcom.
What do I do at the weekend, Coxie? Yeah. I just hibernate at the weekend till the football season arrives. Tomorrow, Rotherham play West Brom. Touch of Hollywood's come to Rotherham this week. You know, we play at the New York Stadium, and I can explain why if you want. But we signed Paul Mullin from Wrexham.
Yeah, great player.
Great player. Fantastic goal-scoring record when he was with Wrexham. So much so, Ryan Reynolds gave him a role in Deadpool.
Yes.
So we now have a Hollywood star in our number 9 shirt. So I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Promotion guaranteed. Look, should you ever ask a Yorkshireman to try and cheer you up? Is that ever a good idea?
I told you from Rotherham.
Yeah.
Just read out the Rod Little stuff again, and we'll be set for the weekend. That was amazing.
True story. This was in Cox's business sector comedy clubs, and was recounted to me by a friend who's also a Yorkshireman. And I can't remember which Yorkshire comedy club it was, but anyway, my friend went along, had a rip-roaring time of things, absolutely rolling in the aisles, and but he noticed that the bloke next to him was pretty passive, didn't really seem to find any of it very funny, and he couldn't understand that at all. So when the lights went up, and that's it, it's all over, he turned to this guy, a very, very dour Yorkshireman, and sort of said, well, that show was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it? And the bloke turned to him and said, yeah, I guess so, if you like laughing. That seems to me like Yorkshireman in comedy club.
I don't know why they go to comedy clubs, these people. I really don't.
So, Glenn, how do you think the revolution's going? We've seized control of Studio 2. I'm hoping our injunction holds for next week as well. It's open-ended at the moment, so I'm not going to hand it back as long as I've got the court injunction. Do you reckon the revolution's had a good week or a bad week?
I think it's been a pretty good week, apart from the loss of Rod Little, which is, an amazing voice of freedom, who hadn't been likened to him, Mark, but I reckon you and I will both think he's cut from the same cloth as Bill Hicks, right?
Yeah, fair.
Amazing comedian, complete contrarian.
George
used to drink a pint. He used to drink his Sancerre from a pint glass.
Yeah, excellent behaviour. So, good week. What about you, Coxie? Do we reckon it's been a good week or a bad week for the revolution?
Well, all weeks are good for the revolution because we're stepping closer to the revolution every single time. We've lost a comrade in, look at me with my communist language. We've lost a comrade in Liddell.
Yeah, we have.
We've still got the Glindex, Cox and Littlewood. And we've still got our fans and supporters out there.
Yeah.
So we're doing good.
We're doing good. The revolution will be televised. The revolution is being televised. We'll be back depending on how long we can secure this ownership of Studio 2 to continue the revolution next week. Make sure you hit like, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and Common Sensors, make sure you join us for the revolution. Have a fantastic weekend. Join Mike at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. He'll be 66 years old by the next time you see him. And then make sure you hang around for whatever shenanigans and banter might be on offer from 10 a.m. This is Comrade Littlewood wishing you a fantastic weekend. Over and out, comrades.